Imagine this, you are born into an extremely rich and powerful family. But your mother is nothing more than a lowly servant. The moment she gives birth to you, she dies. And from that moment on, your life turns into pure hell. Your stepmother, who pretends to be kind and noble in public, is in reality a cruel, venomous woman. She tortures you in every possible way. Hunger, beatings, humiliation, and the most terrifying thing of all. She wants you dead. You have many brothers, and every single one of them desires only one thing: the position of family head. And to claim that position, you must die. But the real twist begins here. A man from another world, the son of a powerful family, someone who has served 3 years in the military, someone who has seen real battle, whose hands are already stained with blood, transmigrates into your body. And this man is no hero. He is ruthless, cold-blooded, a man who never hesitates before killing. Whether the enemy is a woman, or even a child. He has only one rule: anyone who dares touch me will not live. And so begins a merciless revenge. One by one, everyone who tormented him, everyone who tried to kill him, everyone who mocked his mother's death. He destroys them in ways so brutal and terrifying that no one could ever imagine. And this is only the beginning. In the future, this man will become a demon king, a being who commands monstrous, bloodthirsty demonic servants, who spread his demonic cult across the world. Now think about it. How thrilling would it be to witness such a story? A main character who shows no mercy? A man who is not destined to become a god, but a devil. So guys, today's manhwa is based on this very dangerous story. Without any delay, let's jump straight into the story. Inside the jolting carriage, Chu Xiu rubbed his throbbing head and slowly lifted his gaze, scanning the unfamiliar surroundings with bleary eyes. The interior of the carriage was lavishly decorated. Precious swords and long, razor-sharp sabers hung along both sides of the walls. This kind of luxury stood in stark contrast to the desolate, barren scenery outside, giving Chu Xiu the eerie sensation that he had stepped into an entirely different world. In his previous life, Chu Xiu's existence had been far from miserable. He was born into wealth. Though his parents passed away early, they left behind an enormous fortune. His life consisted of nothing but indulgence and pleasure. He never had to worry about food or money, spending his days immersed in banquets, alcohol, and excess. His only true passion was reading wuxia novels. Truth be told, Chu Xiu wasn't afraid of death. He had already enjoyed enough glory and luxury, living freely without regrets, far more comfortably than those hardship-bound protagonists in novels. Compared to them, his life had been easy. In fact, Chu Xiu never wanted to become a spoiled playboy. But as the youngest son of the family, born of a concubine, he had no right to involve himself in the family's business affairs. All matters of commerce were handled by his elder brothers, leaving him completely sidelined. Recently, Chu Xiu had become obsessed with a game called Great Jianghu. Its storyline was vast and intricate, and the martial world it portrayed was astonishingly realistic, so realistic that it felt like a fully functional society. He found himself utterly immersed. While waiting for the third major update of Great Jianghu, he spared no expense to purchase a limited edition virtual reality headset. Who could have imagined that the moment he put it on, he would hear a voice? "My dear little brother, your existence has always been a hidden threat. So I sincerely hope you'll have fun in another world." Immediately after that, boom! The VR headset exploded. It blew him to pieces, killing him on the spot. And judging from the current situation, Chu Xiu finally realized he had transmigrated. The only thing he regretted was that his enormous fortune would inevitably fall into the hands of those vile relatives who had orchestrated his assassination. He had clearly presented himself as harmless, a useless wastrel. Yet he was still targeted and killed. Could it be that from the very beginning, his mistake was choosing not to fight for his inheritance? At that moment, memories belonging to this new body came flooding in. Chu Xiu felt a sharp pain stab into his chest. A savage, blood-red killing intent flashed through his eyes, and the aura surrounding him underwent a drastic transformation in an instant. He shook his head lightly. He had finished absorbing the memories of this body. One could even say their souls had completely fused. It turned out he had transmigrated into someone who was also named Chu Xiu, the second son of the Chu family in Kunlun. This identity was equally tragic. He was born of a concubine. His mother had only been a servant, and died the moment he was born. Within the family, he held no status whatsoever and was constantly suppressed by his father's legal wife. The original Chu Xiu was weak-willed and reckless by nature. He offended an important guest of the family, and was severely punished, exiled to manage the Chu family's mine in a remote wasteland. The mine was a critical asset, controlling a massive source of income. However, being sent there was anything but a blessing. The miners were all exiled criminals and vicious outlaws. For an ordinary person to manage such a place was no different from walking straight into a tiger's den. There was little chance even bones would be left behind. In truth, Chu Xiu never wanted to go to the mine and wait for death. But he knew very well that he had no chance of competing for the family's inheritance. He was nothing more than a fallen son who had made a mistake. Who would care whether he lived or died? Originally, he was supposed to remain at the mining site for 3 years. However, recently the family had begun selecting an heir. Despite still being under punishment, Chu Xiu was summoned back. At this moment, Chu Xiu was already on his way back to the Chu family estate. He reached out and grasped the long saber hanging on the wall of the carriage. Pulling it from its sheath. Clang! A crisp metallic sound rang out. The gleaming blade reflected the face of a handsome young man. Yet between his brows lingered an unsettling softness, almost effeminate. He didn't like this expression very much. But since things had already come to this, Chu Xiu could only accept his new appearance. Suddenly, Chu Xiu froze. The saber in his hand halted midair. He abruptly realized his true identity. In the storyline of Great Jianghu, when version 3 was released, version 2 had already come to an end, and the final boss of version 2 was none other than Demon Lord Chu Xiu. Demon Lord Chu Xiu was born as the second son of the Chu family in Kunlun. After enduring countless injustices and tragedies within his family, his temperament twisted and warped, ultimately causing him to fall into the demonic path. According to the story introduction, Demon Lord Chu Xiu would later unify and command the Kunlun demonic sect. Under his command were the 4 great demon venerables. His reputation shook the entire martial world. Demonic might soared to the heavens. Although he disliked this soft and effeminate appearance, judging from his name, looks, and background, he was undeniably the very Chu Xiu, the ultimate villain from the game. Thinking of this, Chu Xiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had transmigrated, yet transmigrated into a future great demon overlord. But the problem was, since when did villains in games ever get a good ending? Was his fate destined to become nothing more than a stepping stone for the protagonist to trample on? Picking up the long saber once more, Chu Xiu lightly flicked the blade with his finger. A cold glint flashed through his eyes as he muttered to himself. Destined to fail, huh? Who can ever predict the twists of fate in this world? Heaven has given me another chance at life. Then even if gods or Buddhas stand in my way, I will kill them without mercy. Whoever wants me dead, I'll send them on their way first. At that moment, the carriage curtain was lifted. A beautiful maid with a graceful, alluring figure stepped inside. She feigned surprise and asked, "Young master, why have you drawn your blade?" Looking at the beautiful maid's flirtatious gaze, the corner of Chu Xiu's mouth curled into a meaningful smile. Her name was Chu Xiu's personal maid. But in truth, she was a spy planted by his eldest brother. On the surface, Xiu appeared attentive and devoted. Yet in reality, she had never held this fallen young master in any regard, especially during the journey to the mine. She frequently used Chu Xiu's name to act arrogantly, deliberately provoking the exiled criminals. Her purpose was clear: to kill with a borrowed blade, pushing Chu Xiu straight toward his death. Looking at Chu Xiu bared his teeth in a smile. "A fine blade. I just drew it out to take a look." For some reason, when she saw Chu Xiu smile, Chu suddenly shivered. A chill ran straight down her spine. Still, she didn't think too much of it, and put on a coquettish tone. Young master, traveling like this is exhausting. I heard that the road ahead leads to Kongmang Mountain. Why don't we stop there to rest? We could hunt some wild game and roast it. A dark glint flashed through Chu Xiu's eyes. He let out a faint chuckle. Roasting wild game? I've heard that small paths to remote mountain regions often attract bandits. Su quickly replied. That's just a rumor. The Chu family's carriages have passed through here so many times, nothing ever happened. Besides, she lowered her voice. This servant wants to find a place to bathe. The road is so dusty. It's itchy and uncomfortable. If this were the Su of the past, acting spoiled, Chu Xiu would have agreed without the slightest suspicion. But now, Chu Xiu only stared at her coldly. The strange, ghostly smile still lingered at the corner of his lips, making Su increasingly uneasy. She even had the urge to step back. Suddenly, Chu Xiu reached out and lightly pinched her cheek, lowering his voice. Very well. I'll indulge you. Let's go eat some wild game. After that, Chu Xiu instructed Su to arrange the servants as she always had before. With a casual wave of his hand, he signaled for her to leave. Su was momentarily stunned. She felt that Chu Xiu was extremely unfamiliar today, as if he had become an entirely different person. But when she thought of the generous reward the first madam had promised if the task was completed, Su quickly cast her doubts aside. Watching Su's figure disappear, disdain surfaced in Chu Xiu's eyes. Stupid woman. Inviting me into the mountains to eat wild game. There definitely wouldn't be any wild game in that forest. There would only be a deadly trap waiting for him. Chu Xiu knew this clearly, not because he was exceptionally clever, but because he already knew the plot. Even if the details differed from reality, the major events could not be wrong. Right here at Kongmang Mountain, an enormous opportunity was waiting for him. Reborn in this life, my true advantage isn't my future identity as a demon king. It's my familiarity with the game's storyline. At this moment, the story had only just begun. Stage 1. There were still nearly 20 years before the plot of version 3 would unfold. The official story was still far away. Yet I already know every major and minor event that will occur in this world over the next 20 years. If I remember correctly. At this time, in Yuanao Town, a great opportunity is waiting for me. An opportunity that will change my destiny from this very moment. The story continued in Yuanao Town, an ancient yet bustling settlement where Chu Xiu searched for a fateful opportunity that could change his life forever. Traveling alongside him was his personal maid, Su. To the young woman, this town was nothing special, nowhere near the splendor and prosperity of Tongchao Prefecture. She complained endlessly, clearly dissatisfied with the dusty streets and crude surroundings. Chu Xiu ignored her entirely. Instead, he curled his lips into a faint smile, his gaze locked onto a specific location ahead. He had found his true objective, the mystery box shop. Without hesitation, Chu Xiu strode toward the storefront. Su followed behind, her brows furrowed, suspicion lingering in her eyes. Mystery boxes were a unique specialty of the Great Jianghu world. Legend said that 10,000 years ago, this world suffered a terrifying heavenly tribulation. During that apocalyptic calamity, countless martial sects were wiped out overnight. Before disaster struck, masters of formation arts created items known as mystery boxes, containers designed to store treasures, cultivation manuals, weapons, and inheritances, ensuring they would survive even if their sects were annihilated. The materials and sizes of mystery boxes varied greatly. The better the material, the stronger the formation seals within, and the more precious the items hidden inside. After the heavenly tribulation, countless mystery boxes were scattered across the world and passed down through generations. However, because the methods of crafting them had long been lost, any mystery box would be completely destroyed once opened. Thus, they became limited edition blind boxes. Their allure was irresistible. Occasionally, someone would uncover a heaven-defying opportunity, or a peerless treasure. But more often than not, the box would be empty, or contain nothing but useless junk. Like gambling. Everything depended on luck. Carrying the knowledge of his previous life, Chu Xiu stepped into the mystery box shop without the slightest hesitation. He glanced around and noticed how deserted the place was. "Why is this the only mystery box shop in Yuanbao town?" Chu Xiu asked calmly. "Yet there isn't a single customer?" The shopkeeper sighed and explained. "Even the cheapest mystery box costs 10 taels of silver. Ordinary townsfolk could never afford that." The moment he realized Chu Xiu might actually be a customer, the shopkeeper's eyes lit up. His tone changed instantly. "Of course, young master, that's different for someone like you," he said enthusiastically. "All these mystery boxes were excavated from the southern barbarian mountains. Their prices are extremely reasonable." Chu Xiu nodded slightly. "I've just arrived in this world," he thought. "What I need most right now is a powerful cultivation technique." Although this body came from the Chu family of Tong Chao, the original owner had never been valued. With no resources and no guidance, he had remained stuck at the very bottom of martial cultivation. The path of martial cultivation began with 3 foundational realms. The first was the body-tempering realm, where one unblocked meridians and strengthened bones and muscles, gaining brute physical strength. 9 out of 10 martial artists in Jianghu never advanced beyond this stage. Above it were the blood condensation realm and the Shin intention realm. Only those who reached these levels could be considered true martial masters. Chu Xiu clearly remembered that in the game, around this exact period, a mere household servant had purchased an ordinary mystery box in Yuanbao town. Inside it, a supreme cultivation technique. That servant later rose to become a grand master, shaking the martial world. Chu Xiu was certain. This is my destined opportunity. Just then, the door burst open. A gorgeously dressed man with an arrogant, insolent expression strode in loudly. "Shopkeeper! Bring me 2 mystery boxes!" The shopkeeper recognized him immediately. Li Gang, a lackey of the Li family. Trying to be helpful, the shopkeeper advised him. "Li Gang, this is just gambling. Young Master Li values you highly right now. Save your money and bribe the steward instead. You might earn a promotion." Li Gang sneered. "Even as a steward, I'd still be a servant for life. I'd rather gamble. If I open a peerless divine art, I'll soar to the heavens in a single step." The shopkeeper sighed helplessly. Peerless divine arts aren't so easily obtained. Still, he handed Li Gang 2 mystery boxes. One was a purple crystal sphere. The other, a golden box. Just as Li Gang reached out, another hand blocked his way. "Wait," Chu Xiu said coldly. "I want to buy all the mystery boxes here." With the memories of a gamer, Chu Xiu instantly recognized Li Gang. This man was the exact household servant who, in the original storyline, would obtain the supreme opportunity in Yuanbao town. That meant the strongest cultivation technique was hidden inside one of those 2 boxes. Li Gang spun around in fury. "Young master! I was the one who chose them first." The shopkeeper froze, trapped between 2 people he couldn't afford to offend. Facing Li Gang's rage, Chu Xiu simply asked in a calm, chilling voice. "Now that I say I want everything, do you have objections?" Overwhelmed by Chu Xiu's imposing presence, Li Gang hurriedly tried to intimidate him. "Don't think you can bully me just because I'm a servant. I belong to the Li family, one of the 3 great families of Tongchao Prefecture." Chu Xiu laughed mockingly. "Didn't you just say you didn't want to spend your life as a servant?" He stepped forward slightly, his voice dripping with contempt. "And now, when things turn against you, you borrow the Li family's name to threaten others? How laughable! You're nothing but a servant," Chu Xiu continued coldly. "Yet you dare use the Li family to suppress me? How ignorant!" Li Gang's eyes burned with rage. Chu Xiu casually raised his hand. Immediately, his attendants moved in. Li Gang's heart sank. With his mere body-tempering realm cultivation, there was no way he could fight them all. Let's talk," he stammered. "We can discuss this calmly." Chu Xiu sneered inwardly. So weak-willed. No wonder that after becoming a hegemon, he turned into a petty villain who committed every imaginable evil. This time, You won't get that chance. Take everything, Chu Xiu ordered coldly. Under Chu Xiu's stunned gaze, and Li Gang's utter helplessness, every mystery box in the shop was swept clean. Watching them being carried away, Li Gang felt an unbearable pain in his chest. Beyond humiliation, it felt as if something irreplaceable had been stolen from him. He collapsed to his knees, staring at Chu Xiu's retreating figure, teeth grinding. This isn't over, he swore. Back at his lodgings, Chu Xiu began the next phase. He knew from the game that certain treasures required a special trigger. He took out a small knife and let a single drop of blood fall onto the purple crystal sphere. The instant the blood touched it, boom! Violent purple energy erupted. Chu Xiu was blasted backward as the crystal activated. His guess was correct. The shell shattered, revealing a glowing green jade slip. A triumphant smile spread across Chu Xiu's face. This is it. As he absorbed the contents, a torrent of energy surged around him. This was a Taoist classic, an innate skill, a supreme cultivation method. It could cultivate innate true qi, cure all diseases, regulate deficiencies, and ensure one's true qi would never decay. No wonder Li Gang rose so high in the original story. Normal cultivation techniques were divided into 9 revolutions. The first 3 were trash, barely enough for small sections. The middle 3 were treasures capable of founding sections. The last 3 were exceedingly rare, possessed only by great sections. Above the 9th, 2 legendary realms. This innate skill ignored age, cleansed the body, and rebuilt foundations. Perfect for me. Confidence flooded Chu Xiu's heart. And to his surprise, the jade slip also contained a bonus martial art. Azure Dragon in the sleeve. The blade is hidden. The intent concealed. One strike. Like a dragon emerging from the sea. At least a second revolution technique. Unexpected joy. Then, crash! A thunderous noise erupted downstairs. Where is Chu Xiu? You dare steal from my Li family? Get out here! Li Tong had arrived. A massive man, 7th Master Li, stormed in with his thugs, smashing furniture. Li Gang pointed upstairs. That's him. Chu Xiu appeared calmly, looking down at them. And if I refuse? He asked indifferently. Threats followed. Chu Xiu smiled. Then, power erupted. Green energy flooded the room. Pressure crushed down like a mountain. Azure Dragon in the sleeve, unleashed. A roaring dragon of energy manifested. Silence. Chu Xiu landed lightly, blade raised, eyes glowing purple. I hate being threatened the most. He looked around. Anyone else? Hidden behind the door, Qing Su witnessed Chu Xiu killing someone with her own eyes. Terror seized her heart instantly. She never would have imagined that a man rumored to be weak, timid, and cowardly would kill without the slightest hesitation. Blood splattered across the floor. Li Tong stared at Chu Xiu, his face drained of all color. Why you actually dare? Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Xiu had already yanked the dagger out of the guard's chest and charged straight toward him. Li Tong instinctively raised his arms to block. But how could he possibly stop Chu Xiu? Seeing the blade about to take his life, Li Tong's legs went weak. In that moment, he was certain. I'm going to die. Yet. The dagger stopped. Right at his throat. The cold, blood-stained blade pressed lightly against his neck. Recalling Chu Xiu's ruthlessness just moments earlier, Li Tong's legs began trembling uncontrollably. Chu Xiu looked at him coldly. Trash of your caliber, he said darkly. And you still dare come looking for trouble with me? You really don't know your limits. It's true. I, Chu Xiu, am not favored in the Chu family. I'm only the son of a concubine, but the head of the Chu family is still my father. And what are you? A worthless playbill. Mediocre martial talent. Living off family scraps. Who gave you the courage to bring people here and provoke me? He leaned closer, voice icy. Believe it or not. Even if I kill you right here, the worst I'll get is a light punishment. Li Tong shuddered violently, cold sweat soaking his clothes. Only now did he understand. The rumors were lies. This man was not weak. He was terrifying. Chu Xiu withdrew the dagger and calmly handed the hilt to Li Tong. "Take it." Li Tong froze. "I said," Chu Xiu repeated, eyes sharp. "Take the dagger." Under that gaze, Li Tong trembled as he grabbed it. Suddenly, Chu Xiu seized Li Tong's wrist and forced the blade toward his own chest. His eyes turned bloodshot. "Didn't you come here to cause me trouble? The dagger's in your hand now. I'll give you a chance. Kill me." The room fell into dead silence. Li Tong and his subordinates stood there in shock, unable to believe what they were seeing. Li Tong shook his head frantically. How could he dare? Chu Xiu could kill him and walk away. But if he killed Chu Xiu, his entire family would be wiped out. Seeing his hesitation, Chu Xiu tightened his grip, pressing the blade harder against his chest. "I said, kill me!" Clang! The dagger fell to the ground. Li Tong's hands trembled so violently he couldn't even hold it. I don't dare. I was wrong." A mocking smile appeared on Chu Xiu's face. He reached out and patted Li Tong's cheek. "Useless trash. I gave you a chance, and you still didn't dare take it. You don't even dare kill someone while holding a blade. Who gave you the guts to provoke me?" Li Tong felt shame and fury burn through him, but he didn't dare speak. He turned and fled toward the door in panic. Behind him, Chu Xiu trembled violently. Is this really the Chu Xiu I once knew? The Li family hurriedly carried the corpse away. Only after reaching the inn's main hall did Li Gang cautiously approach. "Seventh Master." Before he could finish, bang! Li Tong slammed a punch into his face. "Damn it!" Li Tong roared. "This is all your fault, you idiot! You dragged me into this mess. Remember this, even if the third young master protects you, once I return to the Li family, I'll make sure you learn what real pain is." Night fell. The scene shifted to an ancient, time-worn structure bathed in moonlight. A towering mountain loomed in the distance, silent and oppressive. A man dressed in plain purple stepped forward and cupped his fists respectfully. "Young master, may I ask why you summoned me so late?" Chu Xiu studied him. This man was Gao Bai. He had entered the Chu family over 10 years ago. A nameless laborer. Average talent. Barely body-tempering realm. But he was honest, Chu Xiu asked coldly. "Gao Bai, I was falsely accused and exiled to the southern mines. Because of me, you were dragged along. Do you resent me?" Gao Bai immediately replied. "Never. To serve the second young master is my honor." Chu Xiu pressed on. "You've served the Chu family for over 10 years. 2 taels of silver a month. Others became stewards and managers. You truly feel no resentment?" Gao Bai lowered his head. "I am foolish and talentless. This is already enough." Chu Xiu laughed softly. "No. You are not satisfied. Even a dog fed meat for 10 years would never want to eat scraps again. Humans are no different." He placed a hand on Gao Bai's shoulder. "You followed me through hardship. In the future you'll share glory with me too." Gao Bai's eyes ignited. "This subordinate understands." Chu Xiu shook his head. "No. You don't. Some things are decided by fate. Others by effort. If I want to rise, I must wager my life." A sinister smile spread across his face. "In the past, you didn't even have the chance to gamble. Now I'll give you one. Go to Fallen Degeneracy Mountain outside Yuanbao town. Deliver this letter to the bandit leader. Do it well. 100 taels of silver. From that day on, you'll be my trusted aide." Gao Bai struggled internally. "If I refuse, my life will never change." Finally, he clenched his fists. "I obey." "Good." Chu Xiu handed him the sealed letter. "No mistakes." As Gao Bai vanished into the darkness, Chu Xiu's eyes turned cold. "Chu Xiu, since you want me dead, don't blame me for being ruthless." Early the next morning, Chu Xiu's convoy departed. Inside the carriage, Chu Xiu asked casually, "Young master, where is Gao Bai?" "He went ahead to Tongchao Prefecture to report our arrival." A vicious smile crept across Chu Xiu's face. "Arriving soon?" "No. You won't arrive at all." Suddenly, Chu Xiu leaned close. "Chu Xiu," he whispered, smiling strangely, "do you think we'll meet bandits on the road?" Her heart skipped. "Why, young master, don't say such unlucky things." Chu Xiu chuckled. "The heavens bring storms. People bring calamity." At that moment, "Stop right there!" A wave of killing intent surged in. Chu Xiu looked out calmly. "See? Human calamity has arrived." The convoy was blocked on a narrow forest path. Bandits. Their leader sat arrogantly on a tree branch. Qishan. Red hair. Scarred chest. Massive saber. "What are you waiting for?" he roared. "Get down here!" Chu Xiu stepped out unhurriedly. "If you want silver, I have thousands of taels." Qishan sneered. "Your life's worth more." "What if I want that instead?" Chu Xiu smiled faintly. "Name your price." Qishan laughed cruelly. "I keep my word." Hidden in the carriage, Chu Xiu smiled triumphantly. "This time, you're dead." Chu Xiu's smile vanished. "If I can't buy my life, I'll buy yours instead." He attacked. Qishan roared and swung. Metal clashed. Chu Xiu retreated, analyzing calmly. No inner energy. Pure brute force. He waited. Dodged. Endured. When Qishan lost control, the opening appeared. Emerald light erupted. Divine dragon sweeping its tail. The dagger flashed. Blood sprayed. The tide turned. Qishan was sent flying. His men panicked. "How is this possible?" Chu Xiu wiped his blade. "What a pity!" he muttered. "Not enough practice." Enraged, Qishan roared. "Kill them all!" Just then, another voice rang out. "You killing people, did you ask my permission?" A man stepped forward grinning. Manhwa. "Well, well," he laughed. "Looks like a big deal. Mind if I take a share?" Chu Xiu peeked out from the carriage window, her heart skipping a beat. Why is there another group of bandits? Did second concubine arrange even more people? Before she could think further, a second wave of bandits emerged from the road ahead, advancing aggressively. Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes as he looked toward them. Is that man also a bandit? The moment Qishan recognized the newcomer, his expression changed drastically. He clenched his teeth. "Manhwa," Qishan growled. "This is my turf." "What the hell do you want?" Manhwa laughed coldly. "What do I want?" "To fuck you up, of course. You've snatched my business not once or twice. This time, I'm sending you straight to meet the King of Hell." Without wasting another second, Manhwa attacked. His sword flashed through the air like lightning. Qishan hurriedly raised his own blade to block, but it was useless. In the very next moment, clang! Qishan's sword was knocked cleanly into the air. A deep gash opened on his arm, blood spraying as he stumbled back in shock. He stared at his injured hand, his face turning pale. Bad luck. A wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. Run. Now! But it was already too late. Manhwa smiled like a demon. Too late. Qishan turned to flee. Swish. Manhwa's blade cut down mercilessly. Qishan's body split in two and collapsed to the ground. Dead. The moment his subordinates saw their boss killed, they panicked and tried to run. Manhwa coldly ordered, "Kill them all." As his men chased the fleeing bandits, Chu Xiu stood quietly at the back, observing everything. Judging by this yellow-faced man's moves, he's completely different from that unorthodox bandit leader. This man is a real martial artist, an orthodox one. Chu Xiu stepped forward and cupped his fists politely. "Thank you for the help, good sir." Manhwa turned around, smiling faintly. "Kid, aren't you afraid I'll double-cross you?" At that moment, Chu Xiu's servant ran over in relief. "Young master! Glad we made it." This is Chief Ma of Shangmang Mountain, whom you ordered this servant to find. Chu Xiu nodded calmly. Chief Ma is a smart man. Since you received my letter, you should already know. Killing me will get you, at most, a few thousand taels of silver. But if you don't kill me, you'll get that batch of refined ore I promised. You can replace all that scrap copper and rotten iron your men are using. The choice should be obvious. Manhwa fell silent. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu thought coldly. Second concubine is vicious. She won't show mercy, even to an illegitimate son like me who barely has a chance to inherit. From the moment Chu Xiu suggested taking the small path, I knew. She bribed bandits, borrowing a knife to kill a man. If she can spend money to kill me, then I can use bandits to protect me. Manhwa finally spoke. You didn't lie to me? Those ores are extremely important to the Chu family. You're really willing to give them up? Chu Xiu replied indifferently. Someone in the Chu family wants me dead. Why should I care about their supplies? He took out a token. This is my warrant. Use it to purchase the ore at a low price. Be quick, while I'm still the steward. Manhwa laughed. You big families really love your dirty laundry. But you, kid, you're decisive. If there are deals like this in the future, come find me. I, Manhwa, am very efficient at killing. I'll even give you a discount for acquaintances. Satisfied, Manhwa left with his men. Chu Xiu watched from behind, eyes cold. Qilian, a bandit with martial arts heritage. I know who he is. Gao Bei got lucky, he actually hired someone with a background. Chu Xiu then looked toward the carriage. Inside, Chu Xiu was trembling violently, sweat pouring down her forehead. Why is it like this? Isn't Chu Xiu trash? How did he so easily seriously injure that bandit leader? Chu Xiu entered the carriage. The moment he stepped in, Chu Xiu collapsed to her knees, acting pitiful. Young master, were the bandits all repelled? Chu Xiu chuckled softly. Of course. They were all repelled. This slut is still pretending. He stepped closer, smiling faintly. I didn't die. You're very disappointed, aren't you? Why, young master is joking. Chu Xiu stammered. It's a good thing the bandits were repelled. How could this servant be disappointed? Snap. Chu Xiu grabbed her by the throat. His voice turned ice cold. Do you really take me for an idiot? Speak, how much silver did my good second mother spend to hire these bandits? Otherwise die. Chu Xiu couldn't breathe. Her face turned purple. I'll speak. I'll say everything. 10,000 taels of silver. Chu Xiu released her. 10,000 taels. What a generous hand. Does my second mother really hate me that much? Chu Xiu cried. Second concubine said you stubbornly supported eldest young master, and would ruin things sooner or later. She also won over fourth young master recently, so she wanted to eliminate future trouble. Chu Xiu thought. Chu Zongguang has 3 wives and 4 sons. I'm an illegitimate son. My chance of inheriting is almost 0. In my past life, I chose the eldest son early, but was abandoned once I was no longer useful. This time, I won't repeat that mistake. I will fight for the position of Chu family heir. He looked down at Chu Xiu. Any evidence of second mother colluding with the bandits? She shook her head desperately. She sent a confidant directly. No evidence was left. She grabbed Chu Xiu's leg. Young master, I've said everything. Please spare my life. Chu Xiu smiled. Don't worry, I don't kill women. Chu Xiu felt relief. Scared me to death. Crack. Chu Xiu snapped her neck in one clean motion. I lied, he said coldly. You actually believe that? So naive, yet you still tried to be a spy. 7 days later. Wei Commandery. Tongzhou Prefecture. Chu family. Chu Xiu looked out from the carriage. Second concubine stepped out to greet him. Second concubine, daughter of Ding Kaishan, master of Kaishan Martial Arts Hall. Ruthless. Vicious. He stepped down quickly and greeted her warmly. Greetings, second mother. It's been a year, you've become even younger. Inside, second concubine was shocked. How did Chu Xiu come back alive? Did Chu Xiu fail? She asked sternly. Where is your maid, Chu Xiu? Chu Xiu sighed. Her body was too weak. I accidentally played her to death. Why doesn't second mother gift me another one? Second concubine's heart tightened. Chu Xiu died? Does he know, or not? This Chu Xiu feels different, she thought. Since you're back, she said coldly. Go in. The master and everyone are waiting. Inside the hall, Chu Zongguang sat on the throne. Chu Xiu bowed. Greetings, father. Uncles. First mother. Second mother. Third mother. Chu Zongguang opened one eye. You've returned. This is Chu Zongguang, Xiantian realm. Over 20 years without advancing a step, Chu Zongguang spoke calmly. The Chu family has been rooted in Tongzhou for over 20 years. The children have grown. It is time to decide the family heir. First wife immediately said. Why decide? Chu Kai is the legitimate eldest son and the strongest. Of course, he should inherit. Second concubine sneered. Big sister, that's not right. This isn't royalty. The master decides. Third wife lowered her head. This servant knows nothing. Whatever the master decides. Chu Zongguang slammed his hand. Enough. Chu Kai. Chu Xiu. Chu Xing. Chu Shang. You each manage part of the family business. 1 year. Whoever makes the greatest progress will become the Chu family heir. Do you all agree? After the declaration was made, the atmosphere in the Chu family's grand hall grew suffocatingly silent. Patriarch Chu Zongguang sat high above, his presence alone radiating unquestionable authority. Below him, the wives and children stood in silence, each secretly calculating their next move in the inevitable battle for succession. Chu Xiu observed everything with cold detachment. Though the so-called elders of the Chu family carried the title of seniority, in truth, they were nothing more than chess pieces. Not a single one of them dared to utter a word against Chu Zongguang's will. Absolute power still rested firmly in the hands of the man seated at the very top. On one side stood the first madam and her eldest son, Chu Kai. Both were arrogant by nature, disdainful of restraint, and had even dared to confront the patriarch head-on more than once. What they failed to realize was that such insolence only deepened Chu Zongguang's disgust toward them. The second madam posed an entirely different kind of threat, calculating, ruthless, and vicious in her methods. She had long coveted the position of heir for her own son. Unfortunately, Chu Shang was a man of brute courage with no talent for scheming, utterly incapable of concealing his ambitions. Among them all, the third madam was the most shrewd. On the surface, she appeared gentle and seemingly indifferent to power struggles. Yet it was precisely this carefully crafted facade of virtue that earned the patriarch's favor, allowing her son to become the most cherished child in the household. Having seen through the true intentions of every single person present, Chu Xiu nevertheless found Chu Zongguang the most puzzling of all. Though the patriarch had loudly proclaimed the selection of a successor, his eyes remained cold and detached, as if he truly did not care about the final outcome. At that moment, the first madam spoke up in opposition. She argued that a martial aristocratic family like the Chu clan should choose its successor based on genuine strength. As she spoke, she turned toward Chu Xiu with a mocking gaze and asked, Chu Xiu, don't you think what I'm saying makes sense? Inwardly, the first madam calculated coldly. As long as Chu Xiu sided with her and created a balance of power, even if the patriarch favored someone else, he would not be able to act too blatantly. This piece on the chessboard, she was determined to claim it. Yet to everyone's surprise, Chu Xiu merely clasped his hands and bowed calmly toward Chu Zongguang. Father must have his own reasons for doing this. This son has no objections. The moment those words fell, the atmosphere in the hall twisted strangely. The second madam stared in disbelief. How could the man she had secretly ordered assassinated stand here so calmly, as if nothing had ever happened? Meanwhile, the first madam burned with fury. This chess piece had dared to defy her will. Chu Kai finally lost his patience. He shouted that Chu Xiu was weak and spineless, demanding to know whether he even understood what he was saying. He gave him one last chance to state his true thoughts. What Chu Kai did not know was that behind that obedient exterior lurked a monster, silently waiting for the moment to erupt. Chu Xiu responded softly, merely reminding his elder brother that he was only following their father's wishes. With a thunderous slam of his palm, Chu Zongguang ended the pointless quarrel. The decision had already been made. Anyone who dared oppose it would be openly challenging the patriarch's authority. Under the crushing weight of his fury, the entire hall fell into absolute silence. But Chu Xiu was not finished. With an air of indifference, he calmly proposed that the patriarch grant him additional business assets to manage. He reasoned that the Nanshan mine was far too insignificant for him to earn merit or properly demonstrate his capabilities in front of everyone present. Chu Zongguang narrowed his eyes suspiciously. The son who had remained silent for so many years had finally begun to reveal his ambition. That piercing gaze seemed intent on seeing straight through Chu Xiu's thoughts. The wives were all stunned. So the display of weakness earlier had merely been an act. His true objective was to insert himself directly into the core industries of the Chu family. At that moment, Steward Lu spoke up with thinly veiled ridicule. He accused Chu Xiu of overstepping his bounds and sneered that all he needed to do was properly manage that single mine. For a mere servant to openly humiliate a young master in the Grand Hall, this alone was proof of just how low Chu Xiu's status had once been within the family. Yet Chu Xiu did not grow angry. He simply raised a finger and lightly beckoned, signaling for Steward Lu to step closer. That calm expression concealed a chilling killing intent, one that no one present had yet noticed. Steward Lu maintained his arrogant expression. As he walked closer, he sneered provocatively, assuming that since he had been standing too far away, Chu Xiu wanted him to come closer so he could hear those words more clearly. Crack! A dull, bone-shattering sound rang out. In the blink of an eye, Chu Xiu unleashed a brutal strike. The steward never had time to react. Fresh blood sprayed violently across the grand hall. Moments ago, the domineering steward now lay collapsed on the floor, barely clinging to life. Chu Xiu's terrifying speed and merciless precision froze everyone in place. Terror was etched across their faces. He did not stop there. With icy indifference, Chu Xiu stomped down hard on the wretched man's body. This was not an act of impulse, it was a declaration. A new order was being established. Anyone who dared show him disrespect would pay a heavy price. From the wives to the brothers, the entire Chu family stared in disbelief, unable to accept what they had just witnessed. A deathly silence swallowed the grand hall. The second madam trembled uncontrollably, fear flooding her heart. She wondered whether Chu Xiu had truly gone mad, or if this was the real monster that had been hiding in plain sight all along. With a furious slam of his palm, Chu Zongguang rose to his feet. Rage erupted like a violent storm as he roared, demanding to know what Chu Xiu thought he was doing, daring to commit such ruthless violence in front of the patriarch and so many senior members of the clan. Chu Xiu withdrew his hand and bowed calmly in apology. Yet his words were razor-sharp. He asserted that for a servant to interrupt his master's words was an act of extreme insolence, and that this punishment was merely a necessary measure to restore discipline and safeguard the dignity of the Chu family. Chu Xiu looked down at the man crawling on the floor, his gaze devoid of even a trace of pity. In a cold voice, he added that if someone like this were at the Nanshan mine, he would have long since been discarded and used as a sky lantern. His father might be merciful, but to Chu Xiu, a servant's disrespect was utterly unforgivable. Witnessing his son's brutality, yet undeniable logic, Chu Zongguang could not help but fall into contemplation. Deep down, he had to admit that Chu Xiu was right. Regardless of whose man the steward was, he was still nothing more than a servant. His own prolonged seclusion had allowed these subordinates to forget their place and disregard the hierarchy within the household. Nevertheless, in order to preserve the family's public dignity, Chu Zongguang chose to close the matter. He reminded everyone that this was the Chu family estate, not the Nanshan mine, and ordered that Chu Xiu be fined 3 months of his stipend to cover the steward's medical treatment, a light, symbolic punishment meant only as a warning. Chu Xiu lowered his head and calmly accepted the order. But he did not stop there. With calculated composure, he posed a pointed question to his father. Was he truly expected to guard that remote mine forever? If so, what meaning did this grand gathering to choose a successor even hold for him? Chu Zongguang fell silent, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Though he had never intended to let Chu Xiu inherit the family assets, standing before the entire clan, he understood that he could not treat a son who had just demonstrated such terrifying capability with blatant unfairness. The first madam, standing nearby, could no longer hide her agitation. She spoke sharply, accusing Chu Xiu of openly assaulting someone in the Grand Hall as a direct challenge to the patriarch's authority, insisting that the matter could not simply be brushed aside. However, Chu Zongguang had already reached his decision. He roared back, asking whether she expected Chu Xiu to pay with his life for the sake of a mere steward. Then he declared that once the merchant caravan from the Yan Kingdom returned, all managerial authority over it would be handed to Chu Xiu. Many thanks, father. Chu Xiu clasped his hands in salute, a faint, meaningful smile flickering across his lips. He had achieved the first objective of his plan, to reclaim his standing and expand his influence within the Chu family. Inwardly, Chu Xiu mocked the foolishness of the first madam and her son, Chu Kai. Born into a great clan, yet incapable of controlling their emotions, they always chose to clash head-on with Chu Zongguang. To him, a man so much older yet still scrambling to compete with his younger siblings for the position of heir was nothing more than a useless waste. The family meeting ended beneath a suffocating atmosphere. With a wave of his hand, Chu Zongguang dismissed everyone and stepped out of the grand hall. The second madam could not stop watching Chu Xiu's retreating figure. She had once believed her greatest enemies were only the first madam and her son. Never had she imagined that the once useless son of a lowly concubine would now possess such terrifying ambition and presence. The scene shifted to the second madam's private residence, a luxurious compound shrouded in silence, where sinister schemes were discussed behind closed doors. Inside the room, Chu Xiang could not hide his panic. He questioned his mother anxiously, asking why the assassins she had sent had failed, and how Chu Xiu had managed to survive and return alive. The second madam admitted bitterly that she had been careless. She had never expected that after just 1 year at the Nanshan mine, Chu Xiu would undergo such a drastic transformation. However, she quickly reassured her son. The Chu family, she insisted, would never allow a man who dared to strike in front of the patriarch, someone like Chu Xiu, to inherit the clan. Then she revealed her trump card. The managers within the merchant caravan assigned to Chu Xiu were all her people. They would ensure that he tasted utter failure. A vicious smile spread across her face. With the enormous sums she had spent to buy loyalty, she was confident that even if Chu Xiu held the title of caravan overseer, he would soon realize that he could not command a single subordinate. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu led Gao Bei straight toward the clan's medicine pavilion, the most important source of cultivation resources for the Chu family's descendants. Along the way, Gao Bei voiced his concern, asking whether the people in the pavilion would truly hand over the cultivation resources that had long been monopolized by the eldest young master. Chu Xiu replied indifferently that those old rules would have to change, starting today. Upon entering the medicine pavilion, the fat steward, Steward Chu, greeted them with forced hospitality. With mocking courtesy, he referred to Chu Xiu as a distinguished guest, remarking that the second young master had never set foot here before and asking what important matter had brought him today. Gao Bei immediately demanded that he hand over all cultivation resources allocated to Chu Xiu over the past year. Hearing this, Steward Chu's expression changed instantly. He let out a scornful laugh, saying the second young master must be joking. Chu Xiu's resources, he claimed, had always been collected by the eldest young master on his behalf. Why come demanding them now? His contempt was so blatant that he did not even attempt to hide it. Chu Xiu's gaze hardened. He coldly asked who had given him permission to hand over Chu Xiu's resources to someone else. When neither Chu Xiu nor Chu Zhongguan had ever authorized such a thing, the fat steward remained stubborn, provoking him further and telling him to take the matter up with the eldest young master instead. Very good, Chu Xiu said softly. Suddenly, his eyes glowed with a vivid crimson light, a clear sign that a violent storm was about to descend. His patience had been completely exhausted. Smack! A thunderous slap sent Steward Xiu flying. But the one who struck was not Chu Xiu. It was a breathless middle-aged man who had rushed in, the chief steward of the medicine pavilion, who had already witnessed Chu Xiu's terrifying authority earlier and knew exactly what kind of monster now stood before him. The chief steward erupted in fury. He viciously berated his idiotic subordinate, cursing him for daring to spout nonsense in front of the second young master. He stomped down hard on the fat steward's body and glared at him coldly, demanding to know whether he still understood the hierarchy between superiors and subordinates. The fat man could only groan in agony. He could not comprehend why his superior had reacted so violently. He tried to open his mouth to explain himself, but the chief steward immediately shouted him into silence. In front of Chu Xiu, the senior steward did not dare delay even a moment in disciplining his underling. He was desperate to earn the young master's forgiveness. Turning toward Chu Xiu, the chief steward instantly changed his tone. With utmost respect, he begged Chu Xiu to be magnanimous toward this ignorant lackey. He assured him that all cultivation resources had been properly stored and personally presented a bottle of top-grade blood name pills as compensation. Chu Xiu accepted the bottle coldly. His response was short and sharp. There will not be a next time. Only after watching Chu Xiu and Gao Bei leave did the chief steward of the medicine pavilion finally dare to breathe again. The oppressive pressure from the second young master's terrifying presence had been overwhelming. Even a seasoned veteran like him was drenched in cold sweat. Finally, that monster is gone. The fat steward remained in shock. Clutching his burning cheek, he asked bitterly why the chief steward had struck him so harshly while treating that useless young master with such respect. The chief steward replied coldly that it had been for his own good, otherwise he would already be dead. He then revealed the truth. Just moments earlier, Chu Xiu had beaten Steward Liu, one of the first madam's people, to the brink of death right in the middle of the grand hall. Upon hearing that even Steward Liu had nearly been beaten to death, the fat steward began trembling violently. His face drained of all color. The chief steward issued a stern warning. From this day forward, he must treat the second young master with more respect than any other young master in the estate. There was one thing he needed to carve into his bones. Chu Xiu was no longer the weak and useless second young master of the past. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu walked away with steady, confident strides. A faint, meaningful smile lingered on his lips as fear and reverence followed him wherever he went. With the cultivation resources reclaimed and his authority firmly established, the balance of power within the Chu family had officially begun to tilt, entirely according to his will. This part begins, and we see Chu Xiu's residence. Inside the room, Chu Xiu is sitting calmly in his chair, while his servant stands respectfully beside him. The servant speaks with admiration in his voice. Young master, you were truly imposing just now. Even the grand steward of the pharmacy was so polite to you. Chu Xiu replies indifferently, his tone cold and steady. That wasn't politeness. That was all. Evil cuts both ways. If you cannot be so kind that everyone respects you, then you must be so evil that everyone fears you. The servant scratches his head awkwardly and says, I understand. Chu Xiu glances at him and says flatly, Of course you don't. Otherwise you wouldn't have muddled along for so many years without even becoming a steward. Go find some wooden stakes and set them up in the courtyard. I want to practice my blade. After that, Chu Xiu's expression turns serious as he begins to think. The path of martial Tao is nothing more than talent, perseverance, opportunity, and comprehension. My talent is average. My comprehension is unknown. Opportunities require strength to seize. Therefore, for now, I can only put effort into perseverance. He continues calculating in his mind. 2 packs of Bukki powder per month. The Grand Steward gave 30 packs. 3 blood condensation pills per year. He gave 10, and of high quality. He certainly knows how to handle matters. Byoki powder is simple to concoct. It replenishes qi and strengthens the body, aiding cultivation. It is perfect for cultivating the Xiantian Gong. After that, Chu Xiu sits in his room and begins cultivating. As he circulates his energy, he thinks calmly. Taoist cultivation methods are moderate and peaceful. The more one cultivates, the more abundant one's energy becomes. In this aspect, it far surpasses other cultivation methods. An entire day passes while he remains immersed in cultivation. Finally, he slowly opens his eyes. A faint smile appears on his face. After a night of cultivation, the miraculous meridians run automatically, and the 8 veins are fully connected. My body already possesses the true qi of the Xiantian Gong. The results are not bad. Next, is practicing the blade. He walks into the courtyard to train. Wooden stakes stand firmly planted all around. He thinks to himself, my current blue dragon inside the sleeve only has the blade form but lacks the blade intent. So I must practice the most basic blade swings repeatedly. Without hesitation, he draws his blade. In one swift motion, his sword flashes like lightning. Slash! In a single strike, every wooden stake standing in the courtyard is cut cleanly and falls to the ground at once. At that moment, his servant arrives, carrying tea. Young master, I heard some news. The stewards leading the caravan that the master assigned to you are all the second concubine's people. They say that when the caravan returns, they intend to give you a display of severity to humble you. Chu Xiu calmly sheathes his sword. Did the other side spread this matter so blatantly? Yes, the servant replies. It was spread by one of the second concubine's maidservants. Chu Xiu's eyes turn cold as he thinks inwardly. That mother and son really don't take me seriously. What a pity, you all thought wrong. With me, people who do not listen are no different from dead people. He turns around and says, Gao Bei, come with me to Shangmang Mountain tomorrow morning. We are going to find that bandit leader Manhwa. Hearing this, Gao Bei's face turns pale with fear, but Chu Xiu smiles faintly. What are you afraid of? Bandits don't eat people. Moreover, he will become our greatest assistance. The next scene shifts to a meeting with the bandits. Chu Xiu sits calmly in a chair. Across from him stands the bandit leader, Chieftain Ma, surrounded by his men. Chu Xiu speaks first. Chieftain Ma, the matter I wish to discuss with you is somewhat significant. Could you ask your men to withdraw? Chieftain Ma waves his hand dismissively. No need. These are brothers with whom I share life and death bonds. There is nothing to hide from them. Chu Xiu nods slightly. Very well, then I will speak frankly. I want to talk to the person behind you. I know that you are not bandits. Chieftain Ma bursts into laughter. What a joke! If Laozi doesn't look like a bandit with this appearance, what else could I be? Chu Xiu's eyes sharpen. You are giant bandits. The remnants of the northern land's 36 giant bandits. The moment those words leave his mouth, the entire group of bandits is shocked. Suddenly, Chieftain Ma attacks. His blade slashes down and splits the table in front of Chu Xiu into pieces, but Chu Xiu retreats at the perfect moment. Without hesitation, he draws a dagger and lunges toward Chieftain Ma's neck. Chieftain Ma steps back quickly, narrowly avoiding the strike. However, Chu Xiu advances another step, pressing the dagger firmly against Chieftain Ma's throat. In a cold, serious tone, he says, Chieftain Ma, tell your men not to get agitated. If I truly wanted to make an issue of you, even if this place isn't governed by Northern Yan, once a wanted order came down, you would have been dealt with long ago. Chieftain Ma grits his teeth. How did you know our background? Chu Xiu replies calmly. I guessed. Chieftain Ma's kung fu is orthodox, and your troops' discipline is strict. Added to that, you mentioned the word Qilian. Therefore, aside from the Qilian iron cavalry among the northern land's 36 giant bandits, I really cannot think of anything else. Chieftain Ma curses under his breath. Damn it! Turns out it was Laozi who didn't watch his mouth. But in Chu Xiu's mind, he thinks further. However, what truly allowed me to confirm their identity was the original plot. Decades ago, Northern Yan was in great chaos. The 36 giant bandits emerged out of nowhere, daring even to plunder the Northern Yan imperial court. But later, Northern Yan rose again and joined forces with the major martial arts sect, Extreme North Floating Snow City, to crush the 36 giant bandits in one fell swoop. The various leaders were either killed or crippled, never to become a significant force again. In the original plot, there was news that remnants of the Northern Land's 36 giant bandits appeared in Wei Commandery, and now that plot has begun to move under his control. Slowly, Chu Xiu withdraws the dagger from Chieftain Ma's throat and says calmly, "Now Chieftain Ma should understand my sincerity, right?" Chieftain Ma narrows his eyes and replies, "What exactly do you want to trade with my boss? Telling me first is the same." Chu Xiu answers without hesitation. "I know the whereabouts of your Chilean Iron Cavalry's great chieftain, the red-faced heavenly king, Pang Hu. Is that information enough to trade?" The moment he hears this, Chieftain Ma's expression changes. "You really know the great chieftain's whereabouts? You aren't lying to me?" Chu Xiu says steadily. "Once you see the one behind you, the truth will naturally be revealed. Besides, once we are there, I wouldn't dare to lie." Hearing this, Chieftain Ma turns to leave. Before walking out, he says, "Fine. Then follow me. My boss is in North Shangmeng Mountain. It will take a few days to get there." A few days pass. We arrive at North Shangmeng Mountain. Chu Xiu has come to meet Chieftain Ma's superior. As they walk, Chieftain Ma explains, "After coming to Wei Commandery, my boss established a mountain stronghold here. Just in case, we built a small stronghold outside. Wait here a moment. I will go report." "Good," Chu Xiu replies calmly. Just then, another man enters. He is tall, broad-shouldered, and powerfully built. Chieftain Ma introduces him. This is Boss Han Bao, formerly one of the great chieftain's personal guards. Han Bao stares at Chu Xiu sharply. "Is it you who says you know the great chieftain's whereabouts?" "Correct," Chu Xiu answers. At the same time, he thinks inwardly, peak blood condensation realm. "This person is much stronger than me." Han Bao snorts. "Cut the crap. Speak, what exactly do you want? If you demand an exorbitant price, don't blame me for getting rough." Chu Xiu remains composed. This news was intended as a greeting gift for Boss Han anyway. According to what I know, after Great Chieftain Pang, who was heavily injured by the people of the Northern Yan Imperial Court, he is currently recovering his strength in the desolate mountains of Liaodong Commandery in the north. Han Bao's eyes sharpen. "Is that true? If Boss Han doesn't believe it, you can send someone to Broken Soul Valley in Liaodong Commandery to check. There are secret codes left by Great Chieftain Pang." Inside, Chu Xiu thinks, I didn't expect these small details from the game settings to become such a big help. Han Bao gestures. "Sit. I will send someone. If we can truly find the Great Chieftain, I, Han Bao, will owe you this favor. Now speak, what do you want?" Chu Xiu asks calmly. "After finding Great Chieftain Pang Hu, what does Boss Han plan to do?" Han Bao sits back in his chair and says confidently, "Naturally, I will take the men of the stronghold to seek refuge with the Great Chieftain." Chu Xiu also sits down and shakes his head slightly. "That is incorrect. Great Chieftain Pang is currently resting and recuperating. Going to him now would not only be useless, but it would also increase the risk of exposure. He wouldn't allow you to follow him either. What you should do is accumulate money, provisions, and cultivation resources to prepare for his rise." Han Bao replies, "Those matters will be decided once the Great Chieftain is found. Speak clearly, what is your intention?" Chu Xiu says directly, "I want to cooperate with you to make money." Han Bao raises an eyebrow. "Such a good thing? Explain it in detail." Chu Xiu begins calmly. "There are many bandits in Shangmeng Mountain who frequently rob caravans and kill for money. Because of this, more and more caravans are switching to the time-consuming main roads or arranging large numbers of guards. Your business is becoming scarcer, right?" Han Bao nods. Correct. So what should be done? Chu Xiu's eyes gleam. Nothing can be accomplished without rules. If there are no rules, we will set the rules. As long as caravans hand over a portion of their wealth, they can be escorted safely across the mountain. This way, both the caravans and Boss Han benefit. Han Bao crosses his arms tightly. Then wouldn't I be making enemies of all the bandits in Shangmeng Mountain? Chu Xiu smiles faintly. One voice in the entire Shangmeng Mountain is enough. Does Boss Han lack the confidence to deal with those disorganized mobs? Han Bao suddenly laughs. Of course I have it. If not for my injuries remaining unhealed, I would have resolved that bunch of trash long ago. Chu Xiu is slightly surprised. Unexpectedly, this guy was actually a Xiantian expert before. I misjudged him, Han Bao then asks. By the way, Chu Xiu kid, you gave me such a good idea. What exactly do you want? Very simple, Chu Xiu replies. I also have a caravan in the Chu family. I hope it can enter and exit Shangmeng Mountain without obstruction. Additionally, I hope Boss Han can help me kill people. Han Bao grins. The first condition is no problem. But for the second one, wanting me, Han Bao, to act as a hired thug, just this piece of news isn't enough. Chu Xiu nods calmly. Of course. What I can give Boss Han is more than just this. I will inform you in advance about passing caravans. This way, you won't have to worry about wasted trips. Han Bao laughs loudly. That does sound pretty good. Chu Xiu adds casually. By the way, I will soon transmit news of a Chu family caravan to you, Boss Han. Consider it a greeting gift. Han Bao's expression changes. Rob your own caravan? What is the meaning of this? Chu Xiu's lips curl slightly. That is the Chu family's caravan, not my caravan. Hearing Chu Xiu's words, Han Bao breaks into a satisfied smile. Good. At the same time, he cannot help thinking to himself, when it comes to viciousness, we really can't compare to these disciples of aristocratic families. They are actually so ruthless even to their own people. Chu Xiu stands up calmly. Pleasure doing business. If there's news, I will send a carrier pigeon to you. The scene shifts. Outside Chu Xiu's residence, a carriage is being loaded with goods. Boxes and crates are packed tightly as servants move quickly. Everyone looks sharp. The merchant caravan is about to set off. Just then, Chu Xiu appears and shouts coldly. Who told you to go? A man immediately steps forward and bows. This servant is Zhang Quan, the caravan steward. Greetings, second young master. Chu Xiu looks at him indifferently. Who is in charge of this caravan right now? Zhang Quan answers respectfully. Of course, it is under your charge, second young master. Since it is under my charge, Chu Xiu continues calmly. Then who allowed you to load the cargo and set off just now? How much silver did the last batch of goods sell for? What was brought back? What is being transported in this batch? Have you ever discussed any of this with me? Zhang Quan lowers his head slightly. Second young master, please forgive me. Because you were not present, I asked for instructions from the family head before acting. Time waits for no one. Rest assured, second young master, there will absolutely be no problems with this trip. If there are any mistakes, I am at your disposal. Chu Xiu walks closer and places a hand lightly on Zhang Quan's shoulder. Steward Zhang, was it? You've done very well. I just hope you won't regret it. Zhang Quan immediately replies. Thank you for the praise, second young master. Working for the Chu family, this servant will never regret it. But inwardly, he scoffs. I've gone back and forth with the caravan countless times. What problem could there be? What is there to regret? As Chu Xiu steps aside, he says calmly, Then I wish you good luck. The caravan sets off. Chu Xiu remains standing there, watching quietly as it disappears into the distance. Then he turns to his servant. Notify Han Bao and his men of the caravan's route and schedule. Yes, the servant answers. On the road, Zhang Quan leads the caravan forward. One of the servants riding beside him whispers, Old Zhang, you've offended the second young master badly. I heard that after returning from the mining area, the second young master has changed. Zhang Quan snorts slightly. Of course I know. But don't forget, we are the third young master's people. The servant hesitates. Aren't you afraid the second young master will deal with us? Zhang Quan replies confidently. The Chu family is a great clan and must follow rules. We haven't broken any rules, so Chu Xiu can't touch us. The other servant frowns slightly. I just feel like this matter isn't that simple. Zhang Quan suddenly raises his voice. Everyone remember! If we really encounter bandits, drop the goods immediately. Lives are more important than anything. Everyone responds in agreement. Night falls. The caravan continues traveling. Zhang Quan says, walk a bit further. There's a decent-sized cave ahead. We'll rest there. But suddenly, from the shadows of the forest, figures emerge. Bandits surround them from all sides. A cold voice echoes in the night. No need to walk anymore. If you want to rest today, rest here to your heart's content. The moment Zhang Quan sees the bandits, his face turns pale. Bandits! Run! Everyone run! As soon as he shouts this, the servants jump down from the carriages and flee in panic, abandoning the goods to save their lives. But just as Zhang Quan turns to escape, a blade blocks his path. Chieftain Ma steps forward, sword raised before him. Steward Zhang, where do you think you're going? Seeing Chieftain Ma, Zhang Quan freezes in shock. You were prepared? Chieftain Ma smiles coldly. Zhang Quan, right? Young Master Chu Xiu asked me to pass you a message. His eyes gleam with killing intent. Steward Zhang, have a safe journey to the afterlife. At that moment, Zhang Quan understands everything. It was the second young master. Before he can react, Chieftain Ma attacks. His sword flashes through the darkness. Zhang Quan has no chance to defend himself. In the next instant, the blade slices cleanly across his throat. Blood sprays. Zhang Quan collapses to the ground, lifeless. Chieftain Ma withdraws his sword and orders calmly. Go. Open the cargo. Let's see what kind of greeting gift young Master Chu gave us. The scene shifts to the Chu family mansion. The second concubine's son is shouting urgently. The caravan has been robbed. All branches, please report to the council hall immediately to discuss matters. He turns to his mother and lowers his voice. Mother, do you think this matter has anything to do with Chu Xiu? Steward Zhang and the others just offended him, and then something happened. The second concubine frowns slightly. I don't know. Logically speaking, Chu Xiu shouldn't have the guts. Besides, he doesn't have the ability to hire the Shangmang Mountain bandits. Before we have evidence, don't speak carelessly. Otherwise, it will make the master unhappy. Her son nods. Yes, mother. They walk quickly toward the council hall. Inside, the family head is already seated at the head position. Several servants are reporting the situation. That is the situation. They killed everyone on sight. We don't know why either. The family head waves his sleeve lightly and says in a calm, detached tone. Since that's the case, dismissed. Take this as a lesson. Be more careful next time. I am going back into seclusion. Just as everyone prepares to leave, Chu Xiu suddenly stands up. Father, right now the caravan has no leader. I am willing to lead the caravan through Shangmang Mountain once again. The moment he says this, his stepmother and stepbrother stare at him in shock. Their mouths hang open, utterly stunned. The family head frowns. Caravan transport has always been the most dangerous task. Family disciples have never led the team before. What kind of trouble are you adding? You have no experience at all. Do you want to die? Chu Xiu answers steadily. Right now, the caravan is in a state of panic. If there isn't someone of sufficient weight to lead, it will be difficult to set off. Especially the pharmacy goods, they cannot be delayed. As a direct descendant of the Chu family, I should lead the charge and boost morale. I ask Father for permission. The family head looks at him thoughtfully. I didn't expect Chu Xiu's awareness to be this high. However, the caravan indeed cannot be delayed. After a brief pause, he says, Then you go. Be careful. Chu Xiu bows slightly. Thank you for your concern, father. His stepbrother, however, thinks coldly. To actually snatch up this thankless and dangerous task. Is Chu Xiu's brain broken? The scene shifts. Under the moonlight, several servants stand in the courtyard whispering among themselves. One of them says bitterly, "Can't blame them for pointing fingers at us. This time the goods weren't saved, and quite a few people died." Another servant shivers. "Yeah, this time was too scary." Suddenly, the door swings open. Chu Xiu steps out and shouts sharply, "Pack up, everyone. The caravan is setting off again, heading to the state of Yen." The servants freeze in shock. "Second young master," one of them says nervously, "we just had an incident. No matter what, we should rest for a period of time." Another quickly adds, "Yes. Let's think of a countermeasure before leaving. What if we enter the mountain and get robbed by bandits again?" Hearing them, Chu Xiu thinks coldly, that cheap old dad really doesn't care about the Chu family's affairs. Look at how spoiled these servants have become, and he doesn't even manage them. He speaks firmly. "Rest for a while? Think of a countermeasure? What a joke. The ones who died weren't you. You didn't even suffer a scratch. What are you resting for?" The servants fall silent, but fear still lingers on their pale faces. Chu Xiu steps forward again, his voice sharper. "Did you think staying silent would solve anything? In the Chu family business, caravan treatment is the best, 10 times that of general labor, even more. Since you are afraid of death and don't want to go, there are plenty of people who do." He calls out loudly, "Gao Bei." From behind him, his servant answers immediately. "This servant is here." A faint smile appears on Chu Xiu's lips. "Go. Tell the general laborers, those who dare to risk their lives may join the caravan. Monthly pay will be at least 10 taels. If they return smoothly, 0.5% of the profit will be their reward. As for these people, go find Steward Liu for reassignment." With that, Chu Xiu turns to leave. The servants panic instantly. "Second young master. Just now I was blinded by foolishness. Please give me another chance." Another drops to his knees. "Yes. We were wrong." But Chu Xiu does not turn back. "There is only one opportunity. Those who want to stay, follow me." Soon, under the cover of night, Chu Xiu and the caravan depart once more. They move through the dark forest. Suddenly, figures emerge ahead. Bandits block the road. A fat man steps forward and shouts, "Little ones, come out! Business is here! Kill the people, leave the goods!" These are Han Bao's subordinates, led by Feng Yidao. The moment the servants see the bandits, their faces turn pale. "Damn it! Again?" one of them curses. "If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have stayed." Another mutters nervously, "Yeah. I'm regretting it too. I just hope we can survive and make it back this time." But on Chu Xiu's face, there is a strange smile. In his heart, he thinks calmly, finally, it's showtime. This part begins with Chu Xiu saying to his servant Gao Bei, "Gao Bei, get the fire oil. Prepare to light it." Gao Bei immediately obeys. He lights a torch and pulls down the curtain hanging on the carriage. Chu Xiu dismounts from his horse, steps forward, and faces the bandits directly. In a firm voice he declares, "Everyone, I will not let myself be slaughtered. If you dare to use force, I will burn the goods and fight to the death. Don't dream of getting anything." Hearing this, one servant looks confused and says, "Huh, who would have thought the second young master actually had such a move?" Another servant nervously adds, "However, what if they decide to kill us even without the goods?" At that moment, a fat bandit steps forward with a smile on his face and says, "You're still a bit too tender to play this game with your grandpa. Do you really believe I would rather kill you all than take these goods?" Chu Xiu stands calmly in front of him and replies, "Why go through all this trouble? How about this, you and I compete in a duel. If I lose, I am at your disposal. If I win, you let us leave. How about it?" The bandit bursts out laughing. "A weak young master who can't even trust a chicken wants to fight me? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. One frightened servant whispers. Only the eldest young master of the Chu family has reached the blood condensation realm. Can the second young master really do this? But in the very next moment, Chu Xiu suddenly charges forward and strikes first. His sword reaches the bandit's neck in an instant. The bandit quickly ducks, easily dodging the attack. Not bad, he says. He counterattacks, and their swords clash loudly. Chu Xiu blocks the strike steadily. Then the bandit presses forward with force from his legs, pushing Chu Xiu backward. The servants are stunned. Holy crap! The second young master is amazing! Yeah! I really didn't expect this. The second young master was truly hiding his light under a bushel. Suddenly, Chu Xiu launches a fierce counterattack and knocks the sword out of the bandit's hand. The blade falls to the ground with a clang. The bandit turns and looks at his fallen sword in shock. Then he turns as if to leave. Chu Xiu raises his hand slightly and says, "You let me win." The fat bandit chuckles. All right. You guys can go. I didn't expect a young master like you to actually have some skill. Your grandpa, underestimated the enemy. When the servants realize that Chu Xiu has defeated the powerful bandit, they become extremely excited. But then Chu Xiu calls out to the bandit respectfully. "Hero, please wait." The bandit stops, slightly surprised. "What else do you want, kid?" Chu Xiu says calmly. "I don't know how many more bandits lie ahead. Therefore, I would like to offer 1,000 taels to hire you, hero, to escort us through the mountain." Hearing this, the bandit grins widely. "You kid, that's actually a pretty good idea. Interesting. I agree." The bandit and his men join them as escorts. The servants begin whispering among themselves. This actually seems pretty good. Why didn't we think of this before? Exactly. If we had taken the main road, it would have taken an extra month, and the cost would have been much higher than this. Another servant nods in admiration. This move by the second young master is absolutely brilliant. After that, the group safely reaches their destination. 10 days later, at the Chu family mansion, the family head is seated in the main hall while Old Chen stands before him, giving a full report. Just like that, Old Chen says respectfully. The second young master made a round trip from the Yen Kingdom in 10 days. The family head frowned slightly. This kid is too adventurous. What if the bandits hadn't responded to either soft or hard tactics? And what if that group of bandits didn't have the strength to escort them? Old Chen replies calmly. The second young master's luck is not bad. The bandits who robbed him were actually very strong. It is said that because of the second young master's incident, a new rule has been established. People can now hire escorts to pass through the mountain. Actually, all 4 young masters are very capable. If the family master were willing to give up researching that thing and personally teach them, the Chu family could definitely stand shoulder to shoulder with the Shen family. The family head's expression turns cold. Old Shen, do not speak nonsense. You know exactly what price I paid for that. I will absolutely not give up. Old Chen lowers his head and withdraws from the room. The scene shifts. In his courtyard, Chu Xiu is practicing his blade relentlessly. Sweat drips down his face as he swings again and again with fierce determination. Gao Bei stands nearby, holding a bowl of water. He watches Chu Xiu train and smiles faintly, thinking to himself. After the second young master returned from the Yen Kingdom, he has been practicing the blade desperately, forgetting to eat and sleep. He wasn't this kind of person before, was he? Meanwhile, Chu Xiu continues training, his thoughts cold and focused. In the original plot, after Chu Xiu experienced the family incident, he left Tongzhou Prefecture and entered the Jianghu, his temperament changing drastically. But I still don't know what this family incident is. Before that happens, I must step into the blood condensation realm. I need enough power to protect myself. Unbeknownst to him, someone is secretly watching from the shadows. It is his half-brother. He narrows his eyes and thinks bitterly. Chu Xiu suddenly rose up and took control of the caravan. Not only are the profits considerable, but he's also established prestige. If this continues, within a year, I will definitely lose. Just then, the second concubine enters the scene. Chu Sheng, what are you doing? She asks. Her son remains silent for a moment, then turns to her. Mother, the caravan cannot remain in Chu Xiu's hands. The second concubine sighs. You want that caravan? It's not that easy. The master will never hand it over to you. A faint smile slowly appears on Chu Xing's face. I know father won't give it to me. But what if fourth brother wants it? Will he give it to fourth brother? The second concubine's eyes light up. That's right. The one the master dotes on most these days is Chu Xiu. That might actually work. I'll go try. A short while later, at the third wife's residence. The second concubine arrives for a visit. The third wife greets her warmly. Sister came to my place today? Why didn't you send word in advance? Her son steps forward politely. Greetings, second concubine. The second concubine smiles. We're just chatting. Why would I need to announce it in advance? By the way, Shang's shops are doing quite well, aren't they? The third wife replies modestly. Well, Shang's shops don't earn much silver. But Shang never planned to compete for the position of family master anyway, so this little income is just right. The second concubine waves her hand lightly. Sister has misunderstood. I know Shang doesn't want to fight for the position of family master. But it's still better to have a business with larger returns. Both mother and son freeze slightly when they hear that. The third wife hesitates. But the Chu family only has so much business. The shops have already been distributed. Asking for more would seem ungrateful. The second concubine smiles cunningly. I'm not asking for more, we can simply swap. She leans forward slightly. Right now, the profits of Chu Xiu's caravan have more than doubled. Hearing this, Lin Qian's eyes shine with excitement. More than doubled? The next day, the family head summons Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu, he says calmly. Your caravan has developed very well during this period. Even if you cannot become the heir, you will definitely be a pillar of the Chu family. So between you brothers, you must be harmonious and help each other. Chu Xiu lowers his head slightly. What father says is correct. But inside, his eyes turn sharp. What does he mean by this? He knows clearly what the situation between us brothers is. Harmonious? We're just short of stabbing each other face to face. The family head continues. It's good that you can think this way. I want to give Chu Shang some experience. So I plan to swap your caravan with the shops under Chu Shang's name. Do you agree? Inside, Chu Xiu sneers. Hee, sure. When the caravan was dangerous, Chu Shang didn't go. Now that I've opened the trade route, only now are you letting him take over. This greedy behavior is really ugly. Chu Xiu glances at Lin Qian and says calmly, Since father has already made the decision, then fine. I will yield the caravan to fourth brother. The family head nods with satisfaction. I'm very glad that you are willing to agree. How about this? I'll give you another weapon shop. You are still young and lack experience. I will let Lin Qian go with you. Lin Qian immediately bows deeply. Thank you, father. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu thinks coldly. Lin Qian, one of the two strongest guest elders of the Chu family, at the blood condensation realm. This favoritism couldn't be more obvious. We are both sons. I'll just say, be careful. This gap isn't just a little bit. Lin Qian even turns to Chu Xiu. Thank you, second brother. Chu Xiu replies lightly. It's nothing. However, the trade route is rugged. Fourth brother, you'd better be careful. Inside, his thoughts turn colder. You asked for this. I hate it the most when people grab my things. The scene shifts to the caravan courtyard. Two men stand talking. Brother Lu, I heard the caravan will be under the fourth young master's management from now on. What do you think? Brother Lu sighs. Don't ask what shouldn't be asked. The second young master treats us well, but can we really go against the fourth young master? At that moment, Lin Qian walks in. Is everyone from the caravan here? Brother Lu turns and bows. Answering fourth young master, everyone is here. Good. Tell everyone to pack up. We depart tomorrow. Brother Lu hesitates. Fourth young master, we only returned yesterday. According to the rules, we rest 3 days before leaving again. Lin Qian frowns. Resting every time delays things too much. We could have made another trip to the Yen Kingdom. Listen to my orders, we depart tomorrow. Brother Lu tries again. But fourth young master, the trade route within Shangmeng Mountain is difficult. Without rest, we really can't endure it. The second young master always, shut up. Lin Qian snaps. The caravan is under my management now. And you managers stop working. I'll arrange new people. Brother Lu lowers his head, thinking bitterly, this fourth young master's way of doing things is far too domineering. The next day, Lin Qian's caravan prepares to set out. Before leaving, Lin Qian looks at Chu Xiu. Second brother, what are you going to do? Move to a restaurant to stay for a while. Chu Xiu answers calmly. Lin Qian smiles faintly. Second brother is really capable. I wonder, do you have any experience to pass on to me? Chu Xiu smiles back. The trade route is rugged. Be careful of those bandits. Once you leave Tongzhou Prefecture, the Chu family's name isn't very useful. Lin Qian snorts inwardly as he departs with the caravan. With Uncle Lin by my side, am I afraid of a few petty thieves? Behind him, Chu Xiu watches quietly. Then he turns to Gao Bei. Come with me to Shangmeng Mountain later. Gao Bei immediately lowers his head. Yes, second young master. The part begins at night as we see the Shangmeng Mountain camp. Inside the camp, Boss Han is speaking to Chu Xiu. Kid Chu Xiu, your idea wasn't bad at all. Now the entire North Shangmeng Mountain is my territory, and our profits have increased tenfold. Today we should have a good drink. We won't stop until we're completely drunk. But Chu Xiu calmly replies, There's no rush to drink, Boss Han. I came here this time because I need your help with a favor. Boss Han raises his eyebrows and says casually, Oh? Who do you want to rob and kill this time? Chu Xiu answers with a serious expression. My fourth brother. Chu Shang. Boss Han freezes in shock. His mouth remains wide open as he stares at Chu Xiu. In his mind he thinks, this Chu Xiu is truly ruthless. Twice already he has robbed and killed people from his own family, and this time the target is even his own biological brother. After a moment, Boss Han asks, All right, just like last time? Kill the leader and leave the rest alive? Chu Xiu shakes his head. Kill all the leaders. This time there is also a blood condensation realm martial artist among them, so Boss Han will have to take action personally. Then he adds calmly, Of course, my fourth brother cannot be killed. After all, he is still my biological brother. Boss Han looks at him with disbelief and thinks, He's your biological brother, yet you still want me to rob and cripple him. Chu Xiu continues. However, he has made me, his older brother, very unhappy. So just cripple him. Boss Han sighs inwardly. You might as well kill him. In a martial Dao family, being crippled is worse than death. Chu Xiu then explains. Boss Han, my fourth brother is my father's most beloved son. If he dies, North Shangmeng Mountain will never have a peaceful day again. Boss Han's eyes suddenly turn red with pride as he replies, Kid Chu Xiu, I'm not trying to slander your Chu family, but with your father's meager strength, he's simply not worth mentioning. Once my injuries heal, I would even dare challenge Shen Bai, the head of the Shen family in Tongzhou Prefecture. Chu Xiu smiles faintly and says, Boss Han's injuries haven't fully healed yet. I think it's better not to cause unnecessary trouble. Then he adds, Besides, I would also like to invite Brother Ma and his subordinates to come to Tongzhou Prefecture and help me. Rest assured, the payment in silver will definitely be generous. However, inside his mind Chu Xiu thinks seriously, right now I don't have anyone truly capable under my command. Gao Bei is loyal, but far too cowardly. Manhwa may look rough on the outside, but he's meticulous. He will definitely become a great helper. Boss Han thinks for a moment and asks, Aren't you afraid people will find out that you're colluding with bandits? Chu Xiu answers calmly, It doesn't matter. Brother Ma has only acted a few times in South Xiangmeng Mountain. No one in Tongzhou Prefecture has seen him before. I'll recruit them gradually so it won't raise suspicion. Boss Han then turns to Manhwa and asks, "What do you think?" Manhwa smiles and replies, "Of course, there's no problem. I've been idling in this stronghold all day to the point of getting rusty. This is a perfect chance to stretch my limbs." Boss Han then asks Chu Xiu, "When do you plan to attack your brother's merchant caravan?" Chu Xiu answers, "Wait until their return journey. If they get robbed right after setting out, it would look too suspicious." Boss Han immediately stands up and laughs. "In that case, I'll have someone prepare a banquet. Tonight we won't return until we're drunk." This time, Chu Xiu finally nods in agreement. The next morning. Early in the morning, Chu Xiu sets out, with Manhwa following behind him. The two of them travel through a forest path toward their destination. Suddenly, they run into a fat bandit in the forest. His name is Chief Feng. Chief Feng looks at Manhwa and asks, "Manhwa, what are you dressed like that for?" Manhwa replies, "Young Master Chu needs some people on his side, so he hired us to help." "Has your side not started business yet?" Chief Feng answers, "According to young Master Chu's intelligence, a Luo family merchant caravan will be returning from the state of Yen. But we arrived a little too early." Hearing this, Chu Xiu asks, "Chief Feng, the Luo family you mentioned, is it the small Luo family from Shuangfeng town?" Chief Feng nods. "Yes, that's the one. The intelligence was provided by you, young Master Chu. Don't tell me you didn't know." Chu Xiu calmly replies, "My subordinates collected the information. I didn't personally check each report." Then he adds, "Chief Feng, I actually have another matter I'd like to ask your help with." Chief Feng immediately says respectfully, "Young Master Chu, please go ahead." Chu Xiu explains, "The Luo family currently has some items that have caught my interest. Please help me seize them. Of course, don't break the rules too much, just handle it tactfully." Chief Feng turns around and begins to leave while saying confidently, "Rest assured, young Master Chu. Just leave it to me." Seeing this, a faint smile appears on Chu Xiu's face. Inside his mind, he thinks, in the original plot, the Luo family obtained a batch of secret boxes from merchants of the state of Yen. No one expected that two extremely valuable treasures would actually be hidden inside those boxes. But the news eventually leaked, and the Luo family was wiped out by the combined forces of several surrounding families. Chu Xiu then smirks to himself. "I guess this can be considered doing a good deed. After all, without those treasures, the Luo family will never face extermination." The scene then shifts to the Luo family merchant caravan. The servant leading the caravan shouts loudly, "Be quick about it. We'll rest once we get out of Xiangmeng Mountain and pass through Tongzhou Prefecture." But just then, Chief Feng suddenly appears right in their path. With a grin on his face, he slowly walks toward them while holding his massive sword. The moment the caravan members realize that bandits are blocking the road, panic spreads among them. Soon, a man steps forward. He is the steward of the Luo family merchant caravan. The steward quickly approaches Chief Feng with a respectful smile and offers him a pouch filled with silver. "Heroes of Xiangmeng Mountain, here is a 10% toll fee. Please take it and enjoy some drinks, heroes." But Chief Feng suddenly slaps the pouch away and smacks the steward across the face. "You think 10% is enough to dismiss us?" he roars angrily. "You made your grandfather here wait with his men all morning. Leave all the goods behind." The steward's face turns pale with fear. Standing in front of him is Chief Feng, holding a huge sword that looks terrifying. Chief Feng glares at him and asks coldly, "So, do you still have a problem with that?" Hearing those words, everyone in the caravan becomes terrified. In their panic, they abandon all the goods and run away. After they flee, Chu Xiu and Manhwa step out from behind the bushes. Chief Feng smiles as he looks at them. "Young Master Chu, whatever items have caught your eye, just take them." Chu Xiu points towards several secret boxes and says calmly, "Chief Feng, I only want these secret boxes. The remaining goods are all yours to deal with." As he says this, Chu Xiu smiles to himself and thinks, I wonder what kind of good items I'll open this time. A short while later, the scene shifts to Chu Xiu's residence. Chu Xiu is sitting alone in his room, examining the items he obtained from the secret boxes. He picks up a book and studies it carefully. Then he murmurs to himself, Not bad, to think I actually drew the Blood Blade Sutra. He continues thinking, if I remember correctly, in the original world this cultivation technique was ranked at the 3rd transformation level. It isn't considered top tier, but it's definitely not low either. Chu Xiu flips through the pages as a cold smile forms on his face. What a wicked and ruthless blade technique. The angles of its strikes are incredibly bizarre, making them almost impossible to defend against. Nearly every move is a killing strike. An extremely demonic cultivation technique, but it perfectly suits my taste. Then he looks at another item. Thousand Leaf Plume. He recalls its origin. A hidden weapon created by the Thousand Mechanisms sect, a hidden weapon sect that was second only to the Tang sect of Shu during the ancient Great Tribulation. In theory, it's a single-use hidden weapon capable of killing a Xiantian martial artist. Chu Xiu nods with satisfaction. A very good harvest. Then he mutters, I'll start practicing the Blood Blade Sutra first. 10 days later. North Shangmeng Mountain. A merchant caravan is moving along the road, carrying a large amount of goods. Leading the caravan is Chu Xiu. As he rides forward, a smug smile appears on his face. Hee. Suggesting to father that we swap merchant caravans with Chu Xiu this time turned out to be a huge profit. But suddenly, his smile disappears. Because Chief Feng has appeared in front of the caravan, blocking the road. It's clear that his plan is to rob Chu Xiu's caravan. At that moment, one of the servants quickly steps forward. Nervously smiling, he takes out several papers and says, Chief Feng, we already have the pass. Please let us go. Chief Feng takes the papers, glances at them briefly, and then snorts. Only 400 taels? Why is it so little? Then he waves his hand. Boys, go search the caravan. His eyes glow with a faint red killing intent. The servant looks shocked and hurriedly says, Chief Feng, our Chu family knows the rules. This toll fee will absolutely not be short. But Chief Feng clearly has another plan in mind. With a sly smile, he says, You don't get to dictate the rules. If you won't let us search, could there be something fishy going on? The moment Chu Xiu hears this, he becomes furious and steps forward, ready to fight. But one of the servants quickly stops him and says, Fourth young master! Don't be impulsive. This is Shangmeng Mountain. Just let them search. We haven't played any tricks anyway. Realizing the situation, Chu Xiu suppresses his anger and says coldly, Fine. Let them search. As soon as the bandits receive permission, they begin thoroughly searching the entire caravan, determined to find something suspicious. After a while, one of the bandits approaches Chief Feng and whispers something in his ear. Hearing this, Chief Feng slowly starts to smile. And you said there was nothing fishy. Your goods are worth 6,000 taels, so the toll fee should be 600 taels. The moment Chu Xiu hears this, he immediately explodes in anger. You're clearly picking a fight on purpose. What do a bunch of bandits know about prices? If you can sell these goods for 6,000 taels, then you can take all of them. Standing beside him, one of the servants turns pale and thinks nervously, oh no. Fourth young master is far too reckless. We could have just paid an extra 200 taels to buy peace. Why provoke them like this? At the same time, Chief Feng also shouts angrily. You little brat! You're courting death. Do you think your grandfather here needs you to teach him how to do business? He raises his massive sword and declares coldly. Very well then. Today the goods stay, and the people will stay too. Hearing this, Chu Xiu turns toward a man beside him. Uncle Lin, I'll leave this to you. Upon hearing this, Uncle Lin calmly steps forward. He dismounts from his horse and walks toward Chief Feng. Then he brings his fists together respectfully and says, Making things convenient for others makes things convenient for oneself. I advise everyone to let us pass. Otherwise, blades and swords have no eyes, and by the time you regret it, it will already be too late. When Chu Xiu hears Uncle Lin speak so confidently, a satisfied smile appears on his face. He turns to the frightened servants and proudly says, "Did you see that? This is what Uncle Lin calls the demeanor of a true expert." Then he scoffs. "Why should our Chu family bow down to a group of bandits? If they don't follow the rules, we won't act like cowards either. My second brother even paid silver after winning a fight. Truly cowardly." Meanwhile, the servants standing nearby are still extremely nervous. Inside their hearts they think, this is the territory of the Shangmeng Mountain bandits. Even if we escape safely this time thanks to Lin Qian, what about next time? Lin Qian isn't invincible. Fourth young master is far too arrogant, calling second young master a coward. Clearly, the second young master's approach of using both grace and strength is far wiser. At this moment, Uncle Lin stands calmly with a confident expression, believing he can easily defeat these bandits. But suddenly, a powerful presence appears. To everyone's shock, Boss Han arrives. He walks forward slowly, dragging his massive blade across the ground. Sparks scrape against the dirt as the blade leaves a deep trail behind him. His eyes glow red with killing intent. With absolute confidence, he declares, "Well said! Blades and swords truly have no eyes." Then he smiles coldly. "So if you die here today, don't blame me for being ruthless." This part begins with Boss Han stepping forward to fight. The moment Uncle Lin sees him, he is completely shocked. His eyes widen as he thinks to himself, "Oh no! There is actually someone in the blood condensation realm among these bandits, even approaching the Xiantian stage." Just as Uncle Lin is about to say something, Boss Han suddenly charges at him. With a swift swing of his sword, he easily cuts off the leg of Uncle Lin's horse. Seeing this, Uncle Lin is completely stunned, because the skill Boss Han is using is actually a military combat skill. Without wasting any time, Boss Han attacks again and says, "Military my ass! I hate the Imperial Court the most." To block the attack, Uncle Lin quickly draws his sword from its sheath and holds it in front of him. But the moment his sword collides with Boss Han's large blade, his sword begins to crack and split. Somehow, he manages to block the attack and slides backward. However, Boss Han immediately charges forward again. Uncle Lin has barely regained his balance when a sinister smile appears on Boss Han's face. The moment Uncle Lin sees that smile, he becomes even more shocked. In the next instant, Boss Han swings his sword again, cutting Uncle Lin's sword in half and slicing off his arm at the same time. Severely injured, Uncle Lin collapses onto the ground right in front of him. When Chu Xiu witnesses this terrifying scene with his own eyes, he becomes extremely frightened. His heart starts racing with panic, and he thinks, "Phew! If the steward dies, so be it, as long as I am fine." Meanwhile, Boss Han walks toward the remaining people and says, "They just died like this." At this point, Chu Xiu is completely terrified. He quickly shouts, "Good heroes, please hold your hands. I am from the Chu family of Tongzhou Prefecture." Standing beside him, his servant thinks to himself, "In Shangmeng Mountain, bringing up the Chu family is utterly useless." But Boss Han says, "All right then, I will give the Chu family some face and spare your life. Go back and deliver a message. Kill all the stewards. Leave the goods. The rest of you go back and deliver a message." Breaking the rules of Shangmeng Mountain results in this outcome. At that very moment, another attack lands on the servant standing beside Chu Xiu, and he is ruthlessly killed. When Chu Xiu sees this, he becomes even more terrified and thinks again, "Phew! If the steward dies, so be it, as long as I am fine." But before he can react to anything else, Boss Han grabs him by the collar. Chu Xiu is now completely terrified. Then Boss Han throws him off his horse onto the ground. Trembling in fear, Chu Xiu asks what he plans to do with him. Without hesitation, Boss Han kicks directly at his knees and says, "I only said I wouldn't kill you, but I never said I wouldn't cripple your limbs. Hope you reincarnate better in your next life." 3 days later, Chu Xiu is training in his courtyard. Manhua is watching him practice and then says, "Young Master Chu, Where did you obtain such a wicked blade technique? It is truly extremely wicked, definitely not a technique of the righteous path. Chu Xiu calmly replies, martial arts were originally meant for killing anyway. Who cares if it is righteous or wicked, as long as it can kill? Hearing this, Manhwa smiles and thinks to himself, Chu Xiu's strength has improved far too quickly. I remember the first time I saw him, he could only wound the unranked Lian Laosan. It has only been 2 months, yet I am completely no longer his match. Truly terrifying. At that moment, a servant rushes in and reports, Young master, the 4th young master has been carried back completely crippled. Lin Qian and several caravan stewards are also dead. Chu Xiu calmly says, My dear father must be quite heartbroken right now, no? Let's go and take a look. After that, the scene shifts to the family hall. The family head is sitting there while Chu Xiang is brought in on a stretcher. His condition is extremely terrible, and he is screaming in pain. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu is sitting calmly at the side, enjoying his tea. Then the granduncle says, Family head Chu, your noble son's limbs are shattered, and with the delay of several days I am afraid he will be bedridden for the rest of his life. The family head is extremely furious, but he still manages to control his anger. Then Chu Xiu's stepbrother says, Second brother, 4th brother has been reduced to such a state, and you still have the mood to drink tea? Could it be that you are happy? Chu Xiu lowers his teacup and replies, Me happy? I am on the verge of crying right now, but will shedding a few tears make 4th brother better? He then stands up and says to the family head, Father, now is not the time to cry. If this matter is not handled well, not only 4th brother, but our entire Chu family might end up crying together. His father replies, Tell me your thoughts. Chu Xiu says, We have already forged a deep blood feud with the bandits this time. But moving forward, do we fight them or not? If we fight, we must make full preparations. After all, the other side could easily kill Lin Qian. If we do not fight, how will the caravan pass through Shangmeng Mountain next? Whether we should take a detour still requires father's final decision. Hearing this, his father begins to think, If we really fight, the Chu family has very few martial artists who can actually fight besides me, and the bandit leader's strength is also unknown. It would not be wise. Then another son says, Father, it is better to discuss this matter at length. Even the government troops cannot do anything about those bandits. Another son adds, Eldest brother is right. It is better to be cautious in this matter. Besides, 4th brother was also too reckless this time. For a mere 200 taels, it even cost the life of a blood condensation realm expert of our Chu family. The 3 of them agree together. Then Chu Shang's mother says, Master, please think twice. Be extremely cautious. Standing there, Chu Xiu silently observes the entire situation and smiles inwardly. With the Chu family acting like this, it is truly not easy for them to have persisted until now. Everyone is only considering their own interests. Not a single person is thinking for the Chu family as a whole. At that moment, Chu Shang's mother, with tears in her eyes, says, Master, you must seek justice for Shanger. But the family head angrily says, Shut up. Do you think I don't want to? But for Shanger, can we gamble the entire Chu family? Besides, I told him to be careful before he left, yet he was so reckless. The granduncle then says, Family head, it is truly unwise to seek revenge at this time. When standing under low eaves, one has no choice but to bow their head. If we detour around Shangmeng Mountain, the caravan's losses will be huge. The family head nods. Eldest uncle is right. Then we shall temporarily spare those bandits this once. However, who should lead the caravan next time? Hearing this, his other sons become nervous and quickly look away in fear. Chu Xiu thinks to himself, The other side doesn't put the Chu family in their eyes at all. Whoever goes will be out of luck. Then the granduncle looks at Chu Xiu and says, Among the brothers, only you, Chu Xiu, are bold and meticulous with the strongest capabilities. Why don't you go to Shangmeng Mountain once more? Chu Xiu thinks, Humph. You only think of me when there's danger? The family head then says, Chu Xiu, since your eldest uncle has said so, then you should go. Chu Xiu asks. May I ask, father, does our Chu family still have rules? His father replies. What kind of words are these? Of course we do. Then Chu Xiu says, since we have rules, then things cannot be handled like this. The caravan's profits doubled in my hands, but with a single word from father, I gave it to fourth brother. Now that he has messed it up, you are asking me to go again. Whose caravan is it anyway? With everything being so muddled, this child refuses to accept it. Hearing this, his stepmother and stepbrother are completely shocked. She thinks, to think that the first person in the Chu family to dare disobey Chu Zongguang's orders is Chu Xiu. Has he gone mad? Meanwhile, the family head is extremely furious inside. Damn it! To actually dare to disobey me. Watch how I strip away your authority and make you kneel in the ancestral hall. However, other than Chu Xiu, it seems no one else can go. Then Chu Shang's mother says, Shang'er and the others have already been injured to this extent, yet you still want to take away the caravan. Chu Xiu coldly replies, what does his injury have to do with me? Then his father finally says, carry Shang'er out so he can recover properly. From now on, he will no longer need to involve himself in any of the Chu family's businesses. From now on, the caravan will be handed over to your management, and no one will be able to take it away. Go to the accounting room to take the silver. Spend the money as you see fit, but do not let our Chu family suffer too great a loss. Chu Xiu replies, rest assured, father. I will go handle it right away. I will absolutely not let our Chu family suffer any losses. Some time later, Chu Xiu arrives at another place and says to a man, per my father's instructions, fetch 10,000 taels of silver. The man replies, right away. After taking the money, Chu Xiu thinks to himself, I originally thought the enemies were those three idiots, but now it seems Chu Zongguang is the greatest enemy. If he does not agree, I will absolutely not be able to become the heir. But as long as I kill or cripple Chu Kai and those other two, the heir can only be me. With these 10,000 taels, my cooperation with Boss Han will be even more pleasant. An opportunity will come sooner or later. 1 month later, a heavy silence hung in the air as the truth finally surfaced. I miscalculated, he said with a grim expression. Chu Xiu, the one we spent a fortune to win over, has now become completely uncontrollable. If I had known this would happen, I should have secured him as well. Now, his threat has even surpassed Chu Kai's. Exactly. Another voice agreed coldly. Chu Xiu's capabilities far exceed Chu Kai's, and right now, he stands in the spotlight. So what should we do? He exhaled slowly, his eyes darkening. There is no better option. The master despises internal strife above all else. If we want to deal with Chu Xiu, it must be done from the outside. Therefore, I plan to seek out your maternal grandfather, Ding Kai Shan. That's right, she muttered, suddenly realizing. How could I forget grandfather? He stands at the peak of the blood condensation realm. He has run his martial arts hall for over a decade, and his disciples are spread across the 3 great families. He will definitely have a solution. Kai Shan Martial Arts Hall. Inside the grand hall, the master himself, Ding Kai Shan, sat calmly. Daughter, he said with a disappointed sigh. I told you long ago how wonderful it would have been if you had married Chun Fan, the illegitimate son of the Qin family in Ludong Prefecture. He was accepted by an elder of the Kunlun Sword Sect, a great power in one commandery. He has already surpassed the Xiantian realm and reached the 3rd stage of Qi control. His tone turned sharper. Yet you insisted on marrying Chu Zhongyuan. And after more than 20 years, he is still stuck in the Xiantian realm. Father, she replied, suppressing her frustration, I came here to ask for your help. What is the point of bringing this up now? If Xing'er inherits the Chu family, she continued, your martial arts hall will prosper alongside it, will it not? Ding Kai Shan waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Chu Zhongyuan is only in his 50s. I will not live to see that day. He leaned forward slightly, his eyes gleaming. However, I heard from my disciples that a wealthy merchant from the state of Yan intends to negotiate a major deal with the family caravan. They wish to purchase ore from the Nanshan mining area, and they have already paid a deposit. Damn it, she clenched her fists. How does Chu Xiu always end up with all the good fortune? Ding Kai-shan smirked faintly. This may not necessarily be a blessing. If Chu Xiu cannot deliver the ore, the caravan's reputation will be destroyed, and Xing'e will have his chance. She hesitated. The ore from the Nanshan mining area is indeed under my control, but I plan to withhold it. If it disrupts the family's business, Chu Xiu will not let me off lightly. Daughter, he said calmly, almost mockingly, stop fixating on the Chu family's small domain. Broaden your vision. Who told you to withhold it? He leaned back, voice steady. If you sell it elsewhere first, would that not achieve the best of both worlds? That ore is worth tens of thousands of taels, she replied nervously. Who could possibly buy it all at once? And the price cannot be too low, or Chu Zhongliang will never agree. There is no need to lower the price, Ding Kai-shan said confidently. I will have the Li family purchase this ore. There will be profit, and Chu Zhongliang will have nothing to say. The Li family? She exclaimed. Absolutely not. They are mortal enemies of the Chu family. No one would agree to this. He scoffed. If you fear wolves ahead and tigers behind, how will you ever achieve anything? Then he added calmly, do not worry. Sell the ore to me first. I will resell it. He narrowed his eyes. How much ore can you produce in a month? She hesitated. Roughly 50,000 caddies. Good, he said. Tomorrow, have someone deliver it. The price will certainly exceed 50,000 taels. The old man smiled deeply, satisfaction hidden behind his calm expression. In his heart, he mocked her naivety. To him, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to reap enormous profit. The next day. Hall Master Ding, the ore has arrived. How many caddies? He asked. 57,000. Change it, he said instantly. Reduce it to 52,000. Hall Master Ding! The servant panicked. That is 5,000 caddies less. I will have no way to explain this when I return. Ding Kai-shan's gaze turned cold. Do you know who I am? He said slowly. Who would dare make you explain anything? He waved his hand dismissively. Just adjust the accounts slightly. And remember, say nothing unnecessary when you return. Understood. The Li family. Soon after, Ding Kai-shan arrived to meet the third young master of the Li family, Li Xiao. After the old patriarch's passing, Ding Kai-shan said with a flattering smile, although your Li family lacks Xiantian martial artists, under the leadership of the three young masters, it continues to flourish. Li Xiao smiled faintly. Hall Master Ding flatters us. What brings you here today? Are you aware of Chu Xiu, the second son of the Chu family? Li Zhao's expression darkened instantly. That bastard humiliated my subordinate Li Jing in Yuanan town, and even killed members of our family. This debt will be repaid sooner or later. Such a thing truly happened? Ding Kai-shan said, pretending surprise. My visit today is precisely because of him. He leaned in and explained everything. Do you want this batch of ore? He finally asked. Li Xiao nodded without hesitation. The Li family happens to be in need of refined ore. For 55,000 caddies, I will offer 70,000 taels. As for the Chu family, I do not fear them. Then it is settled, Ding Kai-shan said. To avoid complications, collect it within 2 days. As he left, he smiled greedily. 70,000 taels. I will give 55,000 to the Chu family. My daughter can account for it, and I will still make a massive profit. Hidden danger. I just saw Ding Kai-shan. Li Qing, the eldest young master, said coldly. What business does that old fox have here? That man never acts without profit. Li Yin added. Dealing with him will bring no advantage. Li Xiao smiled confidently. This time, he brought us benefits. He explained the entire deal. But Li Qing's face turned serious. Third brother, you acted too rashly. Without father, our Li family has remained safe only because of the Qin family's internal conflict and the Chu family head's focus on cultivation. If the Chu family discovers this, we will be in grave danger. Relax, elder brother. Li Xiao replied dismissively. Old man Ding is helping his grandson seize power. Someone inside the Chu family is covering for us. Li Qing sighed. Still, caution is better. Tomorrow, he ordered, personally lead a team to deliver the ore to Qingyuan town and have it forged into weapons. Li Xiao waved him off. You worry too much. What could possibly go wrong? The truth explodes. The next day. Second young master. Something terrible has happened. What is it? Chu Xiu asked coldly. A batch of ore that had already received a deposit has been secretly sold by someone within the family. Speak clearly. Yes, the ore meant for a noble family from the state of Yan was sold by the second madam to her father, Ding Kai-shan. Chu Zhao's eyes narrowed. If we cannot supply new ore, the caravan will lose its trade in Qingyuan town. The servant continued nervously. And Ding Kai-shan has already resold the ore to the Li family. Early this morning, the Li family's third young master took men to retrieve it. The Li family. Chu Xiao muttered coldly. Very well. He turned sharply. Manhwa, gather the men. We are heading to Kaishan Martial Arts Hall. Understood. Clash at Kaishan Hall. The courtyard trembled as Chu Xiao arrived. Taking my goods, and thinking you can walk away so easily? He said coldly. Third young master Li, are you not being far too naive? Li Xiao stepped forward, anger blazing. Chu Xiao. Your arrogance knows no bounds. I purchased this ore from Hall Master Ding. What does it have to do with you? Chu Zhao's gaze turned icy. Li Xiao, there are matters you should not interfere in. Are you truly willing to become my enemy over this batch of ore? Li Xiao sneered. Become your enemy? That already happened long ago. In Yuananao town, you killed my subordinate and humiliated me. Have you forgotten? Chu Xiao said calmly. Li Jing? I truly have forgotten. They were nothing more than unruly servants. Then his voice dropped, deadly cold. I will ask you one last time. Will you hand over this batch of ore, or not? I will not! Li Xiao shouted. What can you do about it? The battle begins. Without giving him even a moment to react, Chu Xiao moved. His strike exploded like thunder. The sheer force sent Li Xiao staggering backward, his face filled with shock. How can his strength be this overwhelming? And to attack over such a small matter, has he gone mad? Chu Xiao's blade sliced through the air, carving icy arcs of light. Each strike carried suffocating killing intent. A devastating slash shattered Li Zhao's defenses instantly. His weapon flew from his grasp. He stood frozen, eyes wide with terror. Chu Xiao stepped forward slowly, his gaze colder than frost. Then, with a roar filled with murderous intent, he raised his sword and swung it down. Go to hell! The clash at Kaishan Martial Arts Hall. Old man Ding Kaishan surged forward like a savage beast unleashed, his presence exploding with pressure as his voice roared through the air. Audacious! In that same instant, as fast as lightning, Chu Xiu struck. The force of his attack was brutal and overwhelming. Ding Kaishan raised his gold-splitting hand with difficulty, barely managing to block the blow. The impact shook his entire body as he bellowed in fury. You dare to injure people right before my Kaishan Martial Arts Hall? Do you hold no respect for me at all? Chu Xiu slowly withdrew his blade, his movements calm yet deadly. Hall Master Ding, he said coldly. You've certainly gone to great lengths, for that grandson of yours. His sharp gaze locked on to Ding Kaishan as he silently assessed him. This Ding Kaishan has lingered in the blood condensation realm for many years. He is likely already at its peak. Killing him won't be easy. It will take effort. Without another word, Chu Xiu turned away. As he walked off, his voice echoed like ice cutting through the air. But as an outsider meddling in the Chu family's affairs, your end will not be a good one. Doubts and speculation. A disciple from the martial hall stepped forward, confusion written all over his face. Hall Master Ding, what kind of technique is Chu Xiu using? Why is it so sinister and strange? If you hadn't stepped in, I might have been seriously injured. Ding Kaishan frowned deeply, his brows tightening as he pondered. I cannot tell, he admitted slowly. But it is certainly not from the Chu family. Its aura is dark and twisted, definitely not an orthodox martial art. A calculated retreat. Outside, Chieftain Ma asked curiously. Young Master Chu, why didn't you fight that old fossil? He must be 60 or 70 by now, right? His chi and blood should have declined long ago. You could have split him in two with a single strike. Chu Xiu answered calmly, his tone steady. Don't underestimate Ding Kaishan. He hasn't fought life and death battles in recent years, so his chi and blood haven't deteriorated much. He glanced back briefly. Besides, there were too many people in the martial hall. We wouldn't have had the advantage. Then his eyes turned cold. I'll deal with Ding Kaishan myself later. He continued walking. You all head back first. I'm going to the Chu family. A dangerous chill crept into his voice. Chu Xing and his mother repay kindness with betrayal. I will make them pay a heavy price. The Chu family assembly. The scene shifted to the Chu family's main hall. A tense and oppressive atmosphere filled the room. Chu Zhongliang sat firmly at the head seat, his authority dominating the entire hall. Chu Xiu stepped forward, cupping his hands. Father! Elders! This is the situation. Our Chu family endured the Li family's suppression to establish ourselves in Tongzhou Prefecture. Selling or to the Li family is no different from forgetting our roots. Chu Zhongliang turned his gaze toward the second madam. Did you truly do this? She immediately put on a pitiful expression. Of course not. Others may doubt me, but surely you trust me, master? She continued smoothly. It is true I sold that batch of ore, but I sold it to my father. Chu Zhongliang's voice deepened. Then how did the ore end up in the Li family's hands? Without hesitation, she explained. My father's martial hall needed weapons. Because I am part of the Chu family, the Li family refused to forge them, so my father had no choice but to sell the ore to the Li family in exchange for cooperation. Then she produced a stack of banknotes, smiling faintly. I would never let the Chu family suffer losses. Here are 55,000 taels for 52,000 caddies of ore, 3,000 taels above market price. She lifted her chin slightly. This not only brings profit, but also saves a trip to the state of Yen. Isn't that a good thing? And besides, when the Chu family first settled in Tongzhou Prefecture, my father contributed greatly. Even if there is no merit, there is still hard work, right? A hollow judgment. Seeing the silver, Chu Zhongliang fell into thought. The Chu family did not lose this time, and she is right. Ding Kaishan did contribute back then. He accepted the money. Do not think I am unaware of your schemes. He warned lightly. If you deal with the Li family again, I will not let you off. Then he waved his hand. This matter ends here. Chu Xiu, there is no need for you to pursue it further. All of you, dismissed. A son's realization. Chu Xiu stood there silently, staring at his father with cold, unreadable eyes. At that moment, he understood. In his father's heart, stood above all else. Justice, and even blood ties, came only after. A new decision. Outside, Chieftain Ma asked anxiously, Young Master Chu, did you severely punish that mother and son? Chu Xiu replied with a single word. No. Chieftain Ma frowned. Your father just ignores something like this? What is he even thinking? Chu Xiu's voice turned thoughtful yet cold. Whatever he thinks, this matter is far from over. He turned sharply. Prepare the men. I'm going after Li Jiao. This time, we handle it ourselves. His eyes gleamed with cold ambition. I will force the Chu family's hand, and make them see clearly who is the most suitable heir. A new pawn. Chieftain Ma hesitated. Should we call Boss Han for help? Chu Xiu shook his head, a faint smile forming. No need. Li Jiao has reminded me of someone far more suitable. Someone who can help me wipe out the Li family entirely. The trap is set. On a quiet street corner, Li Jing sat alone, sipping tea, resentment burning inside him. I finally earned third young Master Li's favor, yet Chu Xiu destroyed everything. Suddenly, an arm dropped over his shoulder. Chieftain Ma. Li Jing, he said casually. My young master invites you. Keep your voice down. All right. Temptation and betrayal. Inside the room, Li Jing froze when he saw Chu Xiu calmly drinking tea. Chu Xiu, it's you. Chu Xiu gestured for him to sit. Do you hate me right now? Li Jing trembled. What is he planning? He wouldn't kill me, right? Seeing through him completely, Chu Xiu laid out his bait. This is the Chu family's secret technique, barbarian bull might. It tempers muscles, bones, qi, and blood, allowing entry into the martial Dao. He placed items on the table. 10 portions of Buki powder. With your allowance in the Li family, you could only afford 1 per year. 3 blood condensation pills. Things you couldn't obtain, even with money. Li Jing's eyes locked onto them. Young master, what do you want? Chu Xiu answered calmly. I want Li Jiao's route for his next business trip. And the strength of his escort. The more detailed, the better. You will inform me 1 day before he departs. Cold sweat ran down Li Jing's back. He hesitated. Chu Xiu suddenly slammed his blade onto the table. Clang! No hesitation, he said coldly. There is only one chance, and only one choice. Human greed. Li Jing laughed, clutching the pills and manual. His body trembled. Not from fear, but from greed. Chieftain Ma asked curiously, Young Master Chu, how can you be sure he'll comply? What if he reports this? Chu Xiu smiled faintly. Human ambition is a terrifying thing. Li Jing is not someone who wants to live in another man's shadow. I simply gave him a reason to betray the Li family. Chieftain Ma laughed. The human heart really is complicated. Back when I was just a cowherd, my greatest wish was simply to eat beef. Who knew those soldiers would kill my ox, forcing me into the wilderness and turning me into a bandit? Storm before the battle. At the Li family estate. Third brother, I heard you fought Chu Xiu, and lost? Yes. Li Jiao admitted grimly. He's strange. Only at the peak of body tempering, yet terrifyingly strong. His blade is fierce, bizarre, and I feel he hasn't even used his full power. The family head spoke firmly. When you head to the state of Yan tomorrow, take Uncle Zhong with you. He is nearing great completion in the blood condensation realm. It will be safer. Ambush in the forest. The next day, the Li family convoy entered a desolate forest. Ancient trees loomed overhead. Relax, Steward Li Zhong said confidently. With me here, nothing will happen. But suddenly, a figure appeared, blocking the road. Chu Xiu. Third young Master Li, he said mockingly. Planning to leave after taking what belongs to me? Chu Xiu! Li Jiao shouted in shock. But seeing Chu Xiu had only a few men, he sneered. Chu Zhongliang has already settled this matter and warned you not to cause trouble. Yet here you are. Are you courting death? Chu Xiu's eyes burned with killing intent. He drew his blade. Chu Zhongliang may have let it go. But I will not. War erupts. Attack! Li Jiao roared. A brutal melee exploded in the forest. Kill! Wipe them out! Chieftain Ma charged forward, shouting. Brothers! We've eaten under young Master Chu for long enough. Time to repay him. Show him how cleanly we can kill. The final confrontation begins. Chu Xiu descended like a phantom from the heavens. His blade fell like judgment upon Li Jiao. Leave your lives behind. At that moment, Steward Li Zhong stepped forward. He raised his weapon and blocked the strike head-on. Your opponent is me. The battle deepens. The opponent unleashed a powerful strike. The force was overwhelming. Chu Xiu was sent flying backward, his body crashing through the air before he steadied himself. His eyes narrowed as he secretly assessed. Such strength. The blood condensation realm truly cannot be underestimated. Li Zhong stepped forward calmly, his tone carrying persuasion rather than hostility. Young Master Chu, I understand family head Chu's character. He definitely does not know about your actions today. If you retreat now, I can pretend none of this ever happened. At the same time, Ma Ke, Chu Xiu said coldly, the third young master of the Li family is yours. Ma Ke grinned, slowly drawing his blade as he walked toward Li Xiao. He, understood, young master. Leave it to me. Clash of realms. Chu Xiu charged forward again. Li Zhong swung his iron staff, blocking the incoming blade with precision. Then, with arrogance, the old monk lectured. The gap between the body-tempering realm and the blood condensation realm lies from the inside out. Even if your strength surpasses other body-tempering martial artists, it is useless if you cannot condense your qi and blood. Another strike. Chu Xiu was forced back once more. Li Zhong leaped high into the air and brought his staff crashing down with immense force. But Chu Xiu remained calm. His eyes tracked every movement. Countless staff shadows surrounded him, yet he parried them all with flawless precision. This is no ordinary martial art. A heavy smash landed. Chu Xiu was sent crashing into a massive tree, splintering the trunk behind him. He steadied himself and spoke coldly. Tiger taming demon subduing staff. To think you, stewardly, came from the Great Illumination Temple, one of the northern and southern Buddhist sects. His gaze sharpened. Why would someone like you become a servant in the Li family? Li Zhong replied calmly. In the past, I was nothing more than a fire-tending monk at the Great Illumination Temple, not even worthy of a Dharma name. He raised his staff again. Now that you know my origins, will you still persist so stubbornly? Chu Xiao's lips curled slightly. Persist? A mere staff technique is not enough to frighten me. Evenly matched. The two clashed again. The sound of metal colliding echoed endlessly through the forest. They fought for every inch. Neither side gave ground. But deep inside, Li Zhong began to feel unease. This Chu Xiu, his technique is sinister and bizarre to the extreme. One moment of carelessness, and the consequences will be unimaginable. Li Zhao's desperation. Elsewhere, Li Xiao was already on the verge of collapse. He struggled desperately, but he was completely overwhelmed. Ma Ke laughed as his blade flashed. A slash cut toward Li Dao's right arm. Hee, brat, leave your life behind, finding the opening. Back in the main battle, Chu Xiu kept moving, constantly searching for an opening. Li Zhong pressed forward relentlessly. His staff struck again and again, each blow carrying the crushing force of the blood condensation realm. One strike shattered the ground. Debris exploded outward. A massive crater appeared where Chu Xiu had just been standing. But in that instant, Chu Xiu leaped high into the air. His blade flashed downward. He had found it. The opening. The strike aimed directly at the hand holding the staff. Li Zhong reacted instantly. He released the staff. His right hand clenched into a fist. And in the same moment, his fist slammed directly into Chu Xiao's chest. At the same time, Chu Xiao's blade completed its arc. A deep cut tore across Li Zhong's neck. The fall of a master. The old monk froze. Shock filled his eyes. Then, he collapsed. Dead. Aftermath. Chu Xiu stood beside the corpse, breathing heavily. He let out a slow breath. This battle had drained him greatly. He looked down at his trembling hand. Several bones are probably already broken. I thought he was just an ordinary martial artist. Who would have thought he was a disciple of the Great Illumination Temple? He exhaled again. Fortunately, he switched from defense to offense at the last moment. Otherwise, this would not have ended so easily. His gaze sharpened. After this battle, I am no longer far from the blood condensation realm. Victory secured. Moments later, Ma Ke dragged Li Xiao over like a broken dog. His face was filled with shock. A monk from the Great Illumination Temple, killed by you, young Master Chu. That's unbelievable. Chu Xiao glanced at him. You've seen monks from the Great Illumination Temple before? Ma Ke nodded, tossing Li Xiao to the ground. The northern and southern Buddhist sects, who hasn't heard of them? And the Great Illumination Temple isn't far from our 36 giant bandits. Even Great Chieftain Pang said, they must never be provoked. He looked at the corpse. But this one didn't even have precept scars, so he probably wasn't an official monk. A desperate plea. Li Xiao knelt on the ground. His body trembled. Young Master Chu Xiao. I've lost. Spare me this once. I'll give you anything you want. Chu Xiao slowly raised his blade. To remain calm even now. Li Xiao, you are indeed someone noteworthy. He paused. Then his voice turned cold. What a pity. What I want is the entire Li family. And that you cannot give. His eyes turned merciless. One wrong thought, and everything is lost. Third young Master Li, have a safe journey. Li Zhao's face twisted in terror. You! The blade fell. A declaration of war. Chu Xiao turned away without another glance. Gather all the iron ore and goods, he ordered calmly. We return to the city, Ma Ke asked cautiously. Should we hide the bodies? Chu Xiao shook his head. No. I want them to be seen. A clear declaration of war, to the Li family. Rage of the Li family. Inside the Li family estate. The atmosphere was suffocating. The corpses of Li Xiao and Li Zhong lay before them. Rage exploded. Who did this? Who? It was Chu Xiao. Someone answered grimly. He was seen returning with a large amount of goods, and those carts bore our Li family's mark. But Uncle Zhong was there. Another muttered in disbelief. He was a martial artist from the Great Illumination Temple. Where are you going? Someone shouted. To the Chu family, came the furious reply. To demand justice. Second brother, calm down. Another voice interrupted. What justice can you demand? Would Chu Zhongliang kill his own son? He continued grimly. Without Uncle Zhong. I am more worried about our other enemies making a move. Then what do we do? Wait. Wait for news from the Chu family. If they dare act, then even if we must spend our entire fortune to hire help, we will cripple the Chu family. Storm inside the Chu family. Meanwhile, the Chu family hall was equally tense. Chu Zhongliang slammed the table in fury. This rebellious son! Call Chu Xiao here immediately. He rubbed his temples, anger and frustration mixing together. I already declared this matter over, yet he still acted. Of all my sons, Xiao Er is the most obedient, yet he is crippled. And this Chu Xiao causes nothing but trouble. Father and son. Chu Xiao walked in calmly. Chu Xiao! Chu Zhongliang roared. Do you still regard me as your father? What did I tell you before? Chu Xiao bowed slightly. Father, please forgive me. Opportunity does not wait for anyone, so I could not report in time. He continued calmly. However, this time, I not only reclaimed the Li family's ore, but also seized a large batch of goods. I am willing to hand everything over to the family. An elder nearby silently evaluated. His handling of this matter was actually quite proper. But the eldest young master sneered. Second brother, I don't mean to criticize you, but Tongzhou Prefecture is small. Our Chu family is not the strongest. Pull one hair, and the whole body moves. You are far too reckless. Chu Xiao looked at him coldly. Then what do you suggest? Should I return everything? Or repay Li Zhao's life, with my own? You! Enough! Chu Zhongliang shouted, cutting them off. This will be an exception. But next time, you will report to me or Steward Qin first. Chu Xiao lowered his head. I will obey father's teachings. A half-truth. Chu Zhongliang narrowed his eyes. How did you kill Li Zhong? Chu Xiao answered calmly. Although Li Zhong was in the blood condensation realm, he was already old. My subordinate captured Li Xiao in a sneak attack, which affected his mental state. That is how I managed to kill him. Chu Zhongliang nodded slowly. Very well. This matter ends here. Dismiss. Ambition ignored. But Chu Xiao spoke again. Father, with Li Zhong dead, the Li family's morale is shaken. This is the perfect opportunity to attack. You need not act personally. Just hand over the guest elders to me. I guarantee I can take down the Li family within 3 days. The elders murmured in agreement. This is feasible. A rare opportunity. But Chu Zhongliang's expression darkened. Stop thinking about causing trouble. Annihilating a family is not so simple. Without my permission, no one is to act against the Li family. Dismiss. Hidden motives. After everyone left, Chu Zhongliang spoke quietly to an elder. Old Qin, I understand your thoughts. If I wanted to destroy the Li family, I could have done so long ago. But the research on that thing has reached a critical stage. I cannot risk any accidents. A dangerous discovery. Outside, a subordinate hurried over. Young master, you're back. For those 57,000 caddies of ore, should we complete the transaction first, then split the money with the Chu family? Chu Xiao nodded casually. Handle it. Then. He suddenly stopped. Wait, how much ore did you say there was? 57,000 caddies. A dangerous smile slowly formed on Chu Xiao's lips. Back then, Second Madam said she gave Ding Kaishan 52,000 caddies, but now, 57,000 have appeared. His eyes turned cold. And she still dares to claim she wasn't betraying us. Second Madam. His voice was barely above a whisper. I'd like to see what you say this time. Then Chu Xiu said calmly. Send the ore to the Chu family first. Find someone to register and record it. Get a few more people to inspect it, and then bring it to the merchant caravan. The other person replied casually. We are all family, why go to so much trouble? Chu Xiu answered coldly. To keep evidence, of course. I'm going into secluded cultivation. Everything else can wait until I come out. 12 days later, Ma Ku was practicing in the courtyard. At that moment, the door opened, and Chu Xiu walked in. He had already stepped into the blood condensation realm. The moment Ma Ku saw him, he exclaimed, Young Master Chu, you've already reached the blood condensation realm. This cultivation speed is truly enviable. Chu Xiu replied indifferently. It's all right. Did anything major happen during this time? Ma Ku scratched his head and said, Major? Even after people died, the Li family didn't jump out to cause trouble. What else could be considered major? Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes and said, It's not that the Li family doesn't want to cause trouble, they don't dare. But they probably won't just let this matter drop. The scene shifted. Inside the Li family, 2 brothers were talking. Li Yun said angrily, Eldest brother, third brother is dead. Are we just going to leave it at that? Li Qing calmly held his teacup and replied, Of course not. But we need to think carefully about what to do next. It's already very fortunate that the Chu family didn't take this opportunity to attack us. At that moment, another person walked in, the 4th son of the Li family, Li Zhe. He said respectfully, Eldest brother, second brother, third brother is gone, and the family is lacking manpower. I want to step up and take responsibility, to lead the merchant caravan to the state of Yan once. Li Cheng shook his head. Ace, you are still young. The best way you can help us is by improving your cultivation. Go back and train. Don't worry, the Li family won't collapse. Li Zhe lowered his head slightly. Then eldest brother, second brother, I'll take my leave. As he walked away, he thought bitterly. Back then, didn't third brother Li Zhao also lead the caravan at 18 or 19? Is it because I was born of a concubine, while they share the same mother, that I'm ostracized? Behind him, Li Yun sneered. What the hell? Does he think he can replace third brother just because third brother is dead? Among the 3 tigers of the Li family, There will never be a place for him. Li Qing frowned. Don't talk nonsense. No matter what, A's is still our fourth brother. Li Yin scoffed. I don't acknowledge him. Third brother just died, and he jumps out asking for power. He really thinks too highly of himself. Li Qing waved his hand. Enough. Say less. What are your thoughts on avenging third brother and Uncle Zhong? Li Yin clenched his fists. Of course we must avenge them. But I can't think of a way. I'll listen to you, eldest brother. Li Cheng's eyes turned cold. Right now, the Chu family is in internal conflict, and Chu Xiu is living outside. As long as the second madam of the Chu family helps us stall the messengers, with the two of us and the entire Li family, could it be that we can't kill a single Chu Xiu? Li Yun's eyes lit up. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Li Qing stood up. Go find Ding Kaishan and pass a message to the second madam of the Chu family. I'll make a trip to the Shen family. Li Yun asked. What are you going there for? Li Cheng replied. Once we kill Chu Xiu, the Chu family will definitely not let us off. The only ones who can protect us are the Shen family. Even if we have to give up half of our family fortune, we must gain their protection. Li Yun lowered his head, his expression bitter. I didn't expect our Li family to fall to this point. Li Qing said firmly. Enough. Delay will only bring trouble. Let's move. The two of them left. Hidden in the shadows, Li Zhe watched them leave. His eyes were cold as he thought. So you don't treat me as family, huh? Then just wait. The scene shifted again. Inside a restaurant, Chu Xiu and Ma Ku were sitting together. Ma Ku was happily chewing on a chicken leg, while Chu Xiu calmly sipped his tea. Ma Ku laughed. Hee hee, this chicken tastes amazing. At that moment, Li Zhe suddenly rushed in, looking anxious. Young Master Chu Xiu, you still have the mood to eat and drink here? Do you know that a disaster is about to fall upon you? Chu Xiu glanced at him coldly. Acting mysterious without the strength to back it up is just courting death. Li Zhe took a deep breath. I am Li Zhe, the fourth son of the Li family. I came here specifically to deliver a message. My eldest brother and second brother are planning to kill you. Chu Xiu raised an eyebrow. Oh? And so what? Or rather, Li Zhe, what do you want? Li Zhe's eyes burned with resentment. They have never treated me as family. I just want to take back what belongs to me. They want to deal with you, so let's join forces and eliminate them. After that, you help me become the head of the Li family, and I'll give you half of the Li family's property. How about it? Chu Xiu smirked. Are you that confident I can kill your two brothers? A sinister smile appeared on Li Zhe's face. I'm not trusting you. I'm trusting myself. I've been waiting for this day. Chu Xiu chuckled. I like dealing with straightforward people. Deal. He pushed a cup of tea toward Li Zhe. Li Zhe drank it in one gulp, then turned to leave. Before leaving, he said, Young Master Chu Xiu, when the time comes, you'll realize your decision today was very wise. After he left, Chu Xiu murmured, To give up half the Li family's wealth without hesitation. It seems this Li Zhe truly hates his brothers to the bone. He stood up, picked up his sword, and looked at Ma Ku. All right, stop eating. Get ready, it's time to kill some people. The scene shifted. At the Shen family, Li Qing was sitting with a man, the head steward of the Shen family, Shen Rong. Li Qing said directly, I won't beat around the bush. We want to kill Chu Xiu to avenge my third brother, and afterward, we hope to become a vassal of the Shen family. For this, we are willing to offer half of the Li family's assets as gratitude. Shen Rong smiled faintly. Good. But words alone are not proof. Why don't you leave some evidence right now? Li Qing thought to himself, this man doesn't trust me, but this is the only way. He immediately signed a document and handed it over. Steward Shen, what do you think? Shen Rong nodded. Rest assured. Go ahead and kill him boldly. No matter how much Chu Zongguang hates it, he wouldn't dare touch someone my Shen family protects. A cold smile appeared on Li Cheng's face. Chu Xiu, tonight is your doom. Night fell. In Chu Xiu's courtyard, Ma Ku was testing a crossbow, complaining. So weak and flimsy. It's far inferior to the bows of my Chilean iron cavalry. Behind him, Chu Xiu said calmly. Be content. Crossbows are mostly used by the imperial court. Very few people in the Jianghu use them. Suddenly his expression changed. They're here. Get ready to move. Outside the gates, Li Qing arrived with a large group of men. You all go in and test the waters first. Li Yun sneered. Test what? They only have a few dozen people. Can they really turn the sky upside down? At that moment, the doors opened. Chu Xiu walked out calmly. Second young Master Li is right. If we're going to kill, then kill cleanly and efficiently. What's there to test? Li Yun pointed his sword forward. Chu Xiu. My third brother only moved a batch of your ore. Why did you kill him and Uncle Zhong? Chu Xiu laughed coldly. Second young Master Li, how can you be so naive? Originally, I planned to use this opportunity to wipe out your Li family, but my father stopped me. Li Yun gritted his teeth. What a pity. My Li family still stands, but you, Chu Xiu, are going to die. Don't you find it strange? With such a huge commotion, not a single person from your Chu family has noticed? Chu Xiu smirked. I'd like to hear the details. Li Yun grinned viciously. Internal strife. Brothers turning against each other. Naturally, the Chu family deserves the credit for your death. Chu Xiu laughed. Internal strife? Brothers turning against each other? I don't know whether I'll die, but your Li family is definitely going to lose someone first. Li Yun frowned. What do you mean? Suddenly, Li Cheng's expression changed. Not good. He turned quickly to block incoming attacks, but in the chaos, a hidden spike pierced into his body. He turned around in shock. So, it's you? There stood Li Zhe, holding a hidden weapon, smiling wickedly. Li Yun shouted in disbelief. Why? You actually joined forces with Chu Xiu? Even if you were born of a concubine, you are still a direct descendant of the Li family. Li Zhe sneered. A direct descendant? When did you ever treat me as family? He raised his weapon and said coldly. Do you still remember this? A hidden weapon of the Tang sect, the soul-snatching awl. Father bought 3 back then, 1 for each of you. Only I didn't get one. Li Chang roared. Since that's the case, I'll cripple you on behalf of our deceased father. Li Zhe laughed coldly. Cripple me? You should worry about yourself. I coated the soul-snatching awl with the sap of poisonous vines from the southern barbarians. Below the innate realm, once it touches blood, death is certain. Hearing this, both brothers were completely stunned. Their faces turned pale, their mouths hanging open in shock. Not far away, Chu Xiu watched everything unfold with a faint smile. This Li Zhe is truly a ruthless character. Li Qing and Li Yun are both completely trapped, and Li Qing is preparing one of his attacks. But suddenly he coughs up blood. Blood starts coming out of his mouth, and he collapses to the ground with a thud. Seeing this, Li Yun becomes extremely panicked for his eldest brother. Meanwhile, from behind, Chu Xiu is clapping and says, Brilliant, truly brilliant, second young Master Li. Now you should know what it means for brothers to fight among themselves, right? After that, Li Yun moves forward to attack his younger brother, and he says that now he will completely kill him. But at that moment, to protect his younger brother, some of his companions step in front of him. Then Li Zhe says that you cannot kill me. Then Chu Xiu also signals and says, Kill them all. Suddenly, the soldiers hidden in the courtyard come out, holding those same powerful bows from before, and they release a rain of arrows, easily killing Li Yun's soldiers. On the other side, Ma Ku is completely going crazy, slaughtering Li Yun's soldiers while saying, Since you are here, you might as well all stay. After that, Chu Xiu walks in front of Li Yun. Li Yun, filled with rage, shouts his name and attacks him with his sword. Multiple sword strikes head toward Chu Xiu, but Chu Xiu easily destroys them and steps back. At the same time, Li Yun is shocked by his power and also retreats, thinking, This Chu Xiu has clearly just stepped into the blood condensation realm, Why is his power so tremendous? Chu Xiu keeps pushing Li Yun back while attacking him, completely taking dominance in the fight. Li Yun becomes more and more nervous. His sword is about to break, and grinding his teeth, he thinks, "No, if we keep fighting like this, I might end up staying here permanently too." At that moment, he tries to escape. But Chu Xiu attacks him with his sword and says, "Today, you won't be able to escape from here." Li Yun tries to block the attack with his already broken sword, but it splits into two pieces. One strike directly hits his neck, killing him instantly, and he falls to the ground with a thud. Now the battle is won, and Li Yun is dead. Because of this, his soldiers panic and start running away, saying that they need to escape quickly. Meanwhile, Li Zhe is extremely happy and says, "So what if you look down on me? In the end, the one who wins is still me." After that, Chu Xiu slowly walks toward him and asks why he is so happy. In response, Li Zhe says, "The Li family is mine from now on. Of course I am happy. Young Master Chu Xiu, I told you cooperating with me was a wise decision. How about it? I was right, wasn't I?" At that moment, a slight devilish smile appears on Chu Xiu's face, and he says, "That's right, it was a very wise decision." Then suddenly he thrusts his sword into Li Zhe's chest. Li Zhe is completely shocked and asks why. In response, Chu Xiu leans close to him and whispers in his ear, "Because my appetite is bigger than you imagined. You were willing to give me half of the Li family, but I want the entire Li family. Remember, strength is the absolute truth. Don't make the same mistake in your next life." After that, Chu Xiu orders Ma Ku to clean up the rest. Ma Ku agrees, and with a single attack, he kills several soldiers at once. Then he asks what they should do with all these bodies. Chu Xiu replies, "Leave them. Go straight to the Kaisen Martial Arts Hall." Ma Ku asks, "You are also planning to make a move on Ding Kaisen? That's your second mother's biological father. He is basically a relative of your Chu family." Chu Xiu becomes serious and says, "Relative? Soon he won't be. Just kill him directly. I have my own explanation for the Chu family." Then the scene shifts to night. Chu Xiu is knocking on the gate of Ding Kaisen's martial arts hall. A servant comes out and complains, "Are you not going to let anyone rest?" But Chu Xiu gives no chance and immediately attacks, entering the courtyard. At that moment, Ding Kaisen comes out and angrily shouts Chu Xiu's name, saying, "Chu Xiu, what is the meaning of this? Coming to my Kaisen martial arts hall to kill people? Aren't you afraid of being punished when you return to the Chu family? I am your elder." Chu Xiu draws his demonic blade and says, "An elder who wants me dead, old thing, since you are blocking my path, then go to hell." After that, Chu Xiu attacks him with his sword. Ding Kaisen raises his hands to block the attack and says arrogantly, "Do you really think you are invincible in this world just because you have learned martial arts for a few days?" He blocks the sword and smiles, saying, "You think you can kill me just because you managed to kill Li Zhong of the Li family? Ridiculous. That Li Zhong suffered internal injuries in his early years and was already half crippled." But then Chu Xiu changes his grip and says, "Let go." He performs a slash attack that hits Ding Kaisen, changing his expression completely. Chu Xiu increases the pressure of his attack, causing Ding Kaisen to lose his grip. As Chu Xiu swings again, Ding Kaisen's hand is cut off. Now Chu Xiu completely dominates the battle and directly attacks Ding Kaisen's neck, beheading him in a single strike. After that, Chu Xiu sheathes his sword and says, "Gao Bai, go buy 4 coffins tomorrow morning. I am going to give the Chu family a grand gift." Gao Bai agrees, then Ma Ku asks, "Young Master Chu, where are you going?" Chu Xiu replies, "It's still early. I'm going back to catch some more sleep." The next day, at the Chu family, the leader is sitting while his 3 wives are around him. A minister arrives and says that another council meeting has been called. Chu Xiu better have a good reason, otherwise he definitely won't be let off lightly this time. At that moment, Chu Xiu arrives, and his soldiers carry in 4 coffins. Chu Xiu says, "Father, your son has a few gifts that he would like to present to you." And his father says, Someone reported this morning that many elites of the Li family are dead in front of your courtyard. Did you do this? To this, Chu Xiu replies, Yes, I did. Then his father becomes slightly serious and says, Last time I told you not to make a move against the Li family for now. Did you treat your father's words like the wind passing by your ears? To this, Chu Xiu replies, Father, I would not provoke the Li family. They were the ones who attacked me first. It could not possibly be that I went to the Li family, killed everyone, and then dragged them in front of my residence. His father replies, Rest assured about this matter. I will make the Li family give you an explanation, Chu Xiu says. No need to trouble you, father, because I have already demanded an explanation from the Li family. Then he claps his hands. The powerful bodyguards place the coffins down. Chu Xiu says, These are the three brothers, Li Chen, Li Lin, and Li Zhe. The coffins are opened. Chu Xiu then says, I have already made a move to take over the Li family's business. From now on, Tongzhou Prefecture will only have two major prominent families. As soon as everyone hears this, they are completely shocked. Their mouths remain wide open. Then Chu Xiu clasps his hands and says, Father, elders, this child is willing to hand over 1/3 of the Li family's assets to the family's management. Hearing this, the elders become extremely happy and say that this is great news. Another elder says, Yes, now the Chu family's position in this city is even more secure. Well done. Chu Xiu's father is also smiling inwardly and says, This time, Chu Xiu is finally being more sensible. Then his father looks at Chu Xiu and says, You still have another box. What is inside it? Chu Xiu opens the fourth coffin, and inside is Ding Kaisen's body. As soon as the concubine sees that the body inside the coffin is her father, she completely breaks down. Tears fill her eyes, her mouth remains open, and she runs toward the coffin, shouting, Chu Xiu, are you crazy? Why did you kill my dad? At that moment, Chu Xiu's father becomes extremely angry. He slams his hand on the throne and says, Chu Xiu, what on earth are you trying to do? Chu Xiu looks at his father and says, Father, Ding Kaisen is an in-law to our Chu family, but he was biting the hand that feeds him and colluding with the Li family. Does he not deserve to be killed? The concubine goes to the family head and says, Master, even if my dad did not make significant contributions to the Chu family, he at least worked hard. You must seek justice for me. Chu Xiu says coldly, I was besieged and attacked by the Li family. As to why no one from the Chu family came, I won't say much. But last time, Ding Kaisen took 57,000 caddies of our Chu families, yet claimed it was 52,000, embezzling so much. Does he not deserve to be killed? The concubine shouts. Nonsense! And points at him, still kneeling near the master, saying, How could my father do such a thing? Chu Xiu replies, If you all don't believe it, you can check the Chu family's accounts. Moreover, the steward who originally delivered the ore can also testify. Now Chu Xiu's father's eyes turn red with anger. He says, Call him in. The steward comes and says, replying to the family head, At that time Ding Kaisen indeed made us alter the accounts. Hearing this, the concubine is completely shocked and thinks, Dad actually played mind games with me. If only he had told me, would I not have given it to him? Then her gaze shifts to the master, and she is completely stunned. The family head then says, Someone help the second madam down to rest. She is overly consumed by grief. It is not suitable for her to go out recently. Hearing this, she is completely shocked. Then the concubine's son says, Father, listen to me. I really did not know anything about all this. His father says, Shut up. Over this year, all you have done is scheme back and forth in secret, completely neglecting your martial arts. From now on, your family businesses are taken over. Go to the courtyard and accompany your mother, cultivating peacefully. Then the family head places his hands behind his back, looks at Chu Xiu, and says seriously, Chu Xiu, next time you make a move, you must report to me first. Otherwise, you will also go to the ancestral hall to reflect on your actions. Chu Xiu politely says, Understood, father. Then his father holds his head and says, All right, uncles and Steward Chin, send people to take over the Li family's properties. Everyone is dismissed. After that, the scene shifts to Chu Xiu's residence. He opens the door and enters the courtyard. Gao Bai says, "Young master, we really struck it rich this time. Not counting real estate, the assets already exceed 1,000,000 taels." Chu Xiu says, "Such a large Li family, and only this much?" Gao Bai replies, "Young master, this is already a lot. After the old patriarch of the Li family passed away, people's morale scattered. It has not been easy for them to even reach this point." Chu Xiu says, "All right, you will handle my 1/3 of the Li family's assets." Hearing this, Gao Bai becomes relieved. Then he takes out several bottles of pills and says, "Young master, among the Li family's resources, there were 3 bottles of pills hidden very secretly. I have brought them." When Chu Xiu opens one bottle, he is surprised and thinks, This is a buyu pill, a pill produced in the state of Yen. It has the effect of nourishing true qi, cleaning meridians, and refining the body. It is hard to buy even with money." Chu Xiu praises Gao Bai and says, "Well done. You may go." Gao Bai leaves. Chu Xiu enters his room, sits cross-legged, and looks at the pill bottle, thinking, going from blood condensation realm to the intent realm is not a small step. The best plan for now is to focus on improving my cultivation. Then he swallows the pill. Energy begins to surge within his body. He thinks, this body's talent is average. I don't know what lucky chance the original owner obtained to actually become the cult master of the demonic cult. After that, half a month passes. Chu Xiu is still practicing sword techniques in the courtyard. At that moment, Ma Ku arrives clapping and says, "Young Master Chu Xiu has come out of seclusion. Your cultivation has improved again." Chu Xiu sheathes his sword and says, "You are not bad either. Judging by your appearance, you should be close to stepping into the blood condensation realm, right?" Ma Ku clasps his hands and says, "It's all thanks to you, young Master Chu. I only reached this point today because you gave me the pill. By the way, 3 experts recently arrived in Tongzhou Prefecture. They are staying in your Chu family's inn, and they are acting very strange." Chu Xiu is slightly surprised and asks, "What kind of experts?" Ma Ku says, "I cannot tell, but they are definitely above the intent realm." Chu Xiu thinks for a moment and says, "Then they must be in the 5 stages of the Qi control realm, which is above the body refining and blood condensation realms. They are indeed experts." Ma Ku becomes excited and says, "Since young master knows this, you might as well tell me about it." Chu Xiu says, "The 5 steps of Qi control are divided into inner astral, outer astral, gathering 3 flowers, condensing 5 Qi, and heavenly connection. The characteristic is being able to injure people using astral Qi. You said they are very strange. What does that refer to?" Ma Ku says, "They booked the inn for several days and then went everywhere inquiring about a martial artist surnamed Jing, who came from the state of Qi. They said this person cultivates an internal skill whose internal energy seems weak at first, but upon reaching mastery it becomes vast like an ocean." Hearing this, Chu Xiu is shocked and thinks, "Isn't this referring to the Chu family's vast ocean mind skill? The game said that a major change would happen in the Chu family, and then the original owner gained a lucky chance. These 3 people might indeed bring about a major change." Then Chu Xiu orders, "Take me to see those 3 martial artists." Ma Ku agrees. The scene shifts to the inn. Chu Xiu sits inside, looking out the window. Ma Ku says, "Young Master Chu, those 3 by the street are the ones." We see the 3 experts. Ma Ku asks, "Young Master, do you want to meet them?" Chu Xiu looks at them and says, "Not for now. Send a few people to stay in the inn for an extended period to keep an eye on their movements, but don't get too close." At that moment, one of the 3 experts looks toward Chu Xiu. Seeing this, Chu Xiu turns his head away, realizing he has been discovered, and thinks, "What a terrifying aura." After that, his second companion asked, "Second brother, is there some kind of problem?" In response, the man said, "It's nothing. It should just be someone curious about us." At that moment, Chu Xiu quietly withdrew his gaze and tried to hide his presence. He thought to himself, the gap between me and the 5th stage of chi control is too huge right now. It's better not to interact with them. If we anger the other party, it will definitely be courting death. Soon after, the scene shifted to another location. There, Shenrong clenched his fist tightly and slammed it onto the table in anger. Damn it! That Chu Xiu actually wiped out the Li family. The half of the family assets that were originally supposed to fall into our hands is just gone. So many people still couldn't deal with Chu Xiu. The Li family is truly useless. As he angrily took a sip of tea, he immediately spat it out because it was far too hot. Then he vented all of his anger on his servant and shouted, "Do you even have a brain? Serving such hot tea? Are you trying to scald me to death?" The servant hurriedly replied, "Master Rome, please calm down. This servant will immediately go and prepare a new cup." But Shenrong stopped him and said, "Forget it. Nothing is going smoothly lately. Just what kind of dumb luck did that Chu Xiu have to actually wipe out the Li family?" The servant then said, "Those people under Chu Xiu kill without even blinking an eye. It's completely normal that the domestic servants raised by the Li family couldn't defeat them." Shenrong frowned and asked, "Those people under Chu Xiu are bandits? How can you be so sure?" The servant explained, "Because this servant couldn't even afford food before, so I once worked as a bandit in Sangmang Mountain for a period of time. Our boss was named Lian Lesan. He once tried to rob and kill Chu Xiu, but he was killed by Chu Xiu instead, who later allied with another group of bandits under Manhwa. Now Chu Xiu's subordinates are Manhwa and his people." Shenrong suddenly understood and muttered, "So that's how it is." He then began thinking deeply. No wonder Chu Xiu managed to reach an agreement with the bandits during his first merchant trip, while Chu Xing immediately ran into trouble the moment he left. Chu Xiu actually allied himself with bandits to secretly harm his own brothers. This is definitely a huge leverage point. He immediately stood up and ordered his servant, "Let's go. Come with me to meet that Chu Xiu. I absolutely must pry 2/3 of the Li family assets out of his hands." Soon, the scene shifted again. Gao Bei arrived before Chu Xiu and respectfully informed him, "Young master, Shenrong of the Shen family has come to visit." At that moment, Chu Xiu was practicing his swordsmanship. Hearing this, he asked in surprise, "Shenrong? Who is that?" Gao Bei explained, "Young master, Shenrong is the head steward of the Shen family. Both Shenbai, who joined the Tsung Lang sword sect, and the family head Shenmu were raised by him. Therefore, his status within the Shen family is extremely high." After hearing that, Chu Xiu asked, "Then what is he looking for me for?" Gao Bei shook his head and replied, "This servant also does not know. He only brought one servant with him and specifically requested to meet you, young master. I have already arranged for him to wait in a private room." The scene then directly shifted to the private room, where the two men sat facing each other. Chu Xiu calmly said, "Steward Shen is a distinguished guest. I wonder what advice you have for me by coming here personally." Shenrong casually took out a paper and placed it on the table. "Take a look." Chu Xiu examined it carefully before saying, "This is a cooperation agreement between Steward Shen and Li Qing. What do you mean by showing this to me?" Shenrong smiled faintly and answered, "My meaning is very simple. The half of the family assets promised by the Li family were ruined because of you. Therefore, you need to compensate me. But not just half, 2/3. Chu Xiu immediately laughed coldly. "Steward Shen, have you gone senile with age? You helped the Li family try to kill me, and now you still dare to demand things from me? On what grounds?" However, Shenrong simply gave him a strange smile and replied, "On what grounds? On the grounds that I know your secret. You colluded with the bandits of North and South Sangmang Mountain to rob and kill merchant caravans. You even robbed and slaughtered the Chu family's own caravan and crippled your younger brother, Chu Xing." Hearing this accusation, Chu Xiu's expression instantly darkened. He stood up and coldly said, "Steward Shen, you can eat carelessly, but you cannot speak carelessly. I'm not insane. How could I possibly do something so mad?" Shenrong then gestured toward his servant and said, "Wang Er, It seems young Master Chu Xiu has no impression of you anymore. Say a few words and help young Master Chu Xiu properly recall things. The servant immediately stepped forward and said, Young Master Chu Xiu, do you still remember the incident where you severely injured Lien Les Han with a single blade strike? At those words, Chu Xiu suddenly realized something. This person could actually be one of the surviving bandits. The servant sneered strangely and continued, Back then, it was Manhua who helped you kill people. I ran fast enough, so I survived. And now look at you, you actually brazenly brought Manhua to your side. Truly bold. Chu Xiu secretly cursed inwardly. To think there was actually a bandit who survived back then. I'm really unlucky. Then Chu Xiu calmly asked, So Steward Shin's intention is to ask me for hush money? At that moment, Shenrong also sensed a sudden change in Chu Xiu's demeanor and thought to himself, he calmed down so quickly. He really is quite a character. He then said proudly, That's right, Chu Xiu. I advise you to be sensible. Otherwise, if this matter gets exposed, your fate will probably become even more miserable than your fourth brother Chu Xing's. Chu Xiu replied helplessly, Steward Shin, you are making this overly difficult. I already handed over the Li family properties to the family, keeping only 1/3. Where am I supposed to get another 2/3 for you? But Shenrong coldly replied, I don't care about that. I only look at results, not the process. I'll give you 10 days. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes and asked, Is there truly no room for negotiation in this matter? Shenrong then placed his hand on Chu Xiu's shoulder and said arrogantly, Others may negotiate, but you, Chu Xiu, are the only one without the qualifications to negotiate. Don't forget, your leverage is now in my hands. At that very moment, Chu Xiu's hand slowly moved toward the hilt of his sword. In the next instant, with a single flash of steel, the sword pierced directly through Shenrong's chest. Shenrong didn't even have the chance to react before the blade had already stabbed through him. Blood poured out from his chest as his eyes widened in disbelief. I am the steward of the Shen family, and you actually dare to kill me. Even while dying, he still tried to use the Shen family's name to intimidate Chu Xiu. But Chu Xiu remained completely unmoved. With another swift motion, he ended Shenrong's life completely. Shenrong's body collapsed onto the floor, his eyes still wide open in death. On the other side, when the servant saw that Chu Xiu had killed his master, his mouth fell wide open in terror. Before he could even scream, Chu Xiu's sword had already reached his neck. With a single strike, his life also came to an end, and his body dropped lifelessly onto the ground. Afterward, Chu Xiu calmly sheathed his sword and thought to himself, Human greed is limitless. So this Shenrong had to die. Just then, Gao Bei rushed into the room and threw open the door. Young master, how could you kill someone from the Shen family? But Chu Xiu gave no immediate response. He simply held his sword calmly, his head lowered in silence. Seeing this, Gao Bei thought in panic, Why did you have to kill someone from the Shen family? The Shen family is not like the Li family. This time, you've truly stirred up a massive disaster. Then Chu Xiu finally lifted his cold gaze toward Gao Bei and said in a chilling voice, They were courting death themselves. They threatened me with the matter involving Manhua. If I didn't kill them, then I would have been the unlucky one, Gao Bei anxiously replied. But you killed the head steward of the Shen family. It won't be easy to get through this situation. At that moment, Chu Xiu picked up the agreement Shenrong had brought and showed it to him. Someone already delivered the perfect excuse right to our doorstep. If we want to get through this, it's actually quite simple. Clean up the bodies and follow me back to the Chu family. Now even Gao Bei's expression changed completely. After witnessing Chu Xiu cause one disaster after another, he couldn't help but think, the young master's ability to handle affairs is strong, but his ability to cause trouble is even stronger. Soon afterward, the scene shifted to the Chu family hall, where the family head sat together with several elders and Chu Xiu's stepmother. Clearly, another huge turning point was about to happen. The family head rubbed his forehead in exhaustion and asked, Chu Xiu, what is it this time? Didn't I warn you last time not to recklessly stir up trouble? By now, even the family head was starting to get headaches from Chu Xiu's endless incidents. Then Chu Xiu calmly declared, I killed the Shen family's head steward. The moment those words were spoken, his father completely exploded in rage. Even the teacup in his hand shattered onto the floor. The entire Chu family hall instantly fell into shock and silence. Everyone stared at Chu Xiu in disbelief, wondering what kind of catastrophe he had caused this time. His father pointed directly at him and roared, Chu Xiu! What exactly are you trying to do? You dare kill just anyone now? If you were given enough strength, would you even dare kill the sect master of the Tsang Sword sect? Chu Xiu then calmly took out the paper and handed it over. Father, please look at this. It wasn't that I wanted to kill Shenrong, but he went too far. Shenrong was an accomplice in the Li family's attempt to kill me. But afterward, he actually demanded 2/3 of the Li family assets from me. That is why I took action and killed him. A servant immediately stepped forward and handed the document to the family head. The family head carefully read through it while the elders began discussing among themselves. This really was Shenrong going too far. But Shenrong personally raised Shenbai and Shenmu. He is the number one figure beneath the Shen family head. Another elder sighed heavily and said, Yes. This matter will probably be very difficult to resolve peacefully. The family head continued staring at the paper with a grim expression before saying, Do you know what kind of status Shenrong held within the Shen family? Now that he's dead, how will the Shen family deal with our Chu family? You unfilial son, do you realize you've put the entire Chu family in danger? At those words, even Chu Xiu felt pressure. A thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead as he secretly thought, the family head is acting a bit too cowardly. Even if the Shen family is stronger, they shouldn't be feared to this extent, right? Still, he calmly replied, Father, there is no need to panic. The Shen family's foundation is indeed somewhat stronger than our Chu family's, but it hasn't reached the point where they can completely crush us. What they truly rely on is merely the Tsang Sword sect. Your son already has a way to deal with it. His father immediately frowned. The Tsang Sword sect is the number one major sect in Wei Commandery and ranks among the 7 sects and 8 factions. Are you certain? Chu Xiu smiled confidently and answered, Of course. And then Chu Xiu's stepbrother suddenly stood up and shouted, Chu Xiu! Tell me, what backer could possibly be big enough for you to act this recklessly? Sooner or later you will bring disaster to the family. Chu Xiu calmly replied, Is the Northern Yan Imperial Court a backer big enough? The family head frowned and said, The Northern Yan Imperial Court? Are you sure? Chu Xiu answered without hesitation. Although the commandery is normally Northern Yan territory, it obeys orders but not summons. However, as long as we defect to the Northern Yan Imperial Court and act as a precedent and an example, the Northern Yan Imperial Court will absolutely not allow anything to happen to us. Even the Shen family would not dare to touch us. The elders exchanged looks. One elder nodded and said, This method actually seems feasible. Another elder added, At the very least, the Shen family probably would not dare to act recklessly. The second young master is truly smart. The family head lowered his head and began thinking deeply. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu silently thought to himself, although this plan is feasible, it also carries risks. The Chu family will very likely be isolated by the other martial arts factions. But that is a matter for the future. It has nothing to do with me. A few moments later, the family head raised his head and said coldly, Chu Xiu, I warned you, yet you treated my words like wind passing through your ears. As for how you will be dealt with for this incident, it still depends on the Shen family's opinion. For now, go to the ancestral hall and reflect on your actions. After hearing his father's words, Chu Xiu sneered inwardly. To think Chu Zhongwang would be this cowardly in an incident like this. Regardless of everything, it was the Shen family that provoked us first, and I am his biological son. Is he not afraid of people laughing at him? The family head then ordered, Someone, take Chu Xiu to the ancestral hall. Send people to guard him and make sure he properly reflects on himself. As soon as the order was given, two guards stepped forward and stood behind Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu said coldly, "I can walk by myself." As he walked, he thought to himself, "I calculated everything, yet I still miscalculated. I never expected Chu Xiongwang to be this cowardly, and so afraid of trouble in this matter." Meanwhile, his stepbrother secretly grinned to himself. "Originally, I thought I had no chance at the position of heir. I never expected those three idiot younger brothers to scheme so much only to end up plotting against themselves. This victory is practically already in the bag." At that moment, the family head turned toward Old Chin and ordered, "Take a trip to the Sin family, keep a low profile and ask them exactly what it will take to let this matter pass. The Chu family absolutely has no intention of clashing with the Sin family." Old Chin lowered his head and replied, "Yes." The scene then shifted to the Sin family mansion. Inside, Sin Rong, the family head, was in an extremely foul mood. He angrily shouted at one of his servants, "You know very well that I have been staying in seclusion, wanting to join the Kunlun Sword sect and become an inner sect disciple so I won't embarrass my elder brother, the sect master's closed-door disciple. So you better truly have something urgent." The servant nervously lowered his head and said, reporting to the family head, "Young Lord Rong has been killed by Chu Xiu." The moment Shinemo heard those words, his expression changed completely. He immediately roared, "What did you just say? Has the Chu family gone mad?" The servant quickly replied, "Family head, people from the Chu family are waiting outside. They said it was an accident, and that they absolutely have no intention of clashing with our Sin family." Shinemo coldly said, "Let the Chu family people in." A few moments later, Old Chen entered and respectfully said, "Family head Sin, my Chu family." But before he could finish, Shinemo immediately interrupted him. "Save your breath, cripple Chu Xiu's martial arts, and teach him a lesson." The moment Old Chen heard this, his entire expression changed. "Crippling his martial arts? That is even worse than killing him." Shinemo clenched his teeth and coldly declared, "Your Chu family has no right to refuse. I have already been very magnanimous. Qingming is only a few days away. If my elder brother returns and finds out about this matter, he will not be easy to talk to." Old Chin immediately lowered his head. "I will return at once and report this to the family head." Then the scene shifted back to the Chu family mansion. Old Chin reported everything to the family head. The moment he finished, the family head slammed his hand onto the table in rage. "The Sin family is truly bullying us too much," Old Chin carefully said. "Family head, how about we do as the second young master suggested and defect to the Northern Yen Imperial Court?" But the family head immediately shouted, "Absolutely not. Old Chen, you know about my affairs. Right now, my research on that thing has reached a crucial moment. Go tell Shinemo that I agree to the condition. Invite him to a banquet tonight, and I will publicly cripple Chu Xiu to give him an explanation." Old Chen hesitated. "But the second young master's talent is actually quite good." "In the future," the family head interrupted him. "That is the future. I cannot care about things that are still far ahead. Quickly prepare to welcome Shinemo." Old Chin could only bow his head. "Yes." Then the scene shifted to the Chu family ancestral hall. Suddenly, Gui came running inside in panic. "Young master, this is bad. Family head Sun wants you to cripple your own martial arts to atone for your crime, and the master agreed. Shinemo will come here tonight." Chu Xiu's expression remained calm. "This master of mine can really bring himself to do it." Gui was trembling with fear. "Young master, do you want me to find Ma Ke and have him gather people?" Chu Xiu calmly shook his head. "It's useless. Mang Mountain is too far from here. There is no time at all." Then he suddenly picked up a brush and began writing something on a piece of paper. After finishing, he handed it to Gui and ordered, "Go give this piece of paper to Ma Ke. Have him deliver it to those three bearded men. Once they get the item, they are to immediately return to Mang Mountain. After giving this letter to Ma Ke, you should also immediately take a caravan to Qing Town and never come back." Gui instantly understood. "Understood." Afterward, Chu Xiu calmly sat down and began eating dinner as if nothing had happened. Inside his mind, he quietly thought, plans can never keep up with changes. I will never be able to sit in the position of heir in the Chu family because this Chu family is about to die out soon. Later that night, Shinemo had already arrived at the Chu family mansion. To personally welcome him, the Chu family had stood outside the gates and greeted him respectfully. Family head Shin, your presence today truly brings light to my humble Chu family. The banquet has already been prepared. Please come inside. Shinemo let out a cold snort. Family head Chu, you are too polite. Soon, the two entered the banquet hall together. The Chu family head forced a smile and said, Family head Shin, that useless son of mine killing Shinrong was truly a misunderstanding. Tonight, right in front of you, I will personally cripple him and give you an explanation. Shinemo nodded slightly and said coldly, Nothing can be accomplished without rules. Thank you for your understanding, family head Chu. The Chu family head immediately ordered, Go and bring Chu Xiu here. Not long afterward, the guards escorted Chu Xiu into the banquet hall. The moment the Chu family head saw his son, he became slightly stunned. Does he not know that his martial arts are about to be crippled? Why does he not look afraid at all? Frowning deeply, he suddenly shouted, Chu Xiu! Aren't you going to apologize to family head Shin? Chu Xiu calmly looked ahead and replied, It should be about time. The Chu family head froze. What are you talking about? His expression instantly turned confused. At that moment, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Without hesitation, he immediately stood up. What exactly is going on? Just then, a guard rushed into the banquet hall in panic. Family head! This is bad! Someone is attacking our front gate! The moment the family head heard this, his expression darkened. He immediately stood up and began walking toward the gate. Who dares to be this bold? Shinemo also frowned and followed him outside. Soon, they arrived at the Chu family gate. The moment they reached it, they saw 3 men standing there. These were the same 3 men Chu Xiu had noticed before. Several Chu family guards had already been killed and were lying on the ground. The man standing at the front suddenly shouted loudly, Zhongwang, no, I should call you Chu Zhongwang instead. You shameless and despicable villain! You didn't expect this, did you? We're still alive, and we even found this place. The moment Shinemo heard those words, his expression changed. Meanwhile, Chu Zhongwang's face turned serious. Chu Xiu quietly stood nearby, calmly watching the drama unfold beneath the moonlight. Then the leader of the 3 men shouted again. For more than 20 years, we searched the entire Eastern Qi but could not find a single trace of you. So it turns out that when you joined the Dragon Cavalry Imperial Guard back then, you actually used a fake name. The moment Shinemo heard the words Dragon Cavalry Imperial Guard, his eyes widened in complete shock. He immediately turned toward Chu Zhongwang. You actually came from the Dragon Cavalry Imperial Guard? Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes. The Dragon Cavalry Imperial Guard is the royal army of Eastern Qi. Even their weakest member is in the innate realm. Compared to the head of a small family in Tongzhou Prefecture, this identity is completely beyond comparison. For Chu Zhongwang to hide here, he must have a very deep motive. The Imperial Guard sneered. It seems none of you know Chu Zhongwang's background. Fine. Today, I'll tell you exactly what kind of person this Chu family head really is. He raised his sword and pointed it straight at Chu Zhongwang. Our Dragon Cavalry Imperial Guard operated in squads of 5. More than 70 years ago, when Chu Zhongwang joined the Dragon Cavalry Imperial Guard, he was assigned to our squad. We later received an order. A large force was to infiltrate the Miao region and snatch a supreme treasure for the second prince. After the treasure was acquired, our 19 squads were tasked with mixing the real treasure among fake ones and scattering in different directions to confuse our enemies. It just so happened that our squad ended up with the real treasure. The man's eyes burned with rage. But just when we were desperately carrying out our mission, this shameless and despicable villain, Chu Zhongwang, actually ran away with the treasure. As a result, our eldest brother was brutally beaten to death by 100 strikes of the blue dragon whip. The rest of us were left permanently injured and could only remain stuck forever in the inner astral stage of the Qi control realm. Hearing this, Chu Xiu's brows slightly furrowed. So Chu Xiongwang endured this much, and the destruction of the Chu family in the original plot was all because of this. The man suddenly pointed his sword directly at Chu Xiongwang and roared with killing intent. Chu Xiongwang! Today is the day you die! Then, one of the man's companions stepped forward and shouted angrily. When you first joined the Dragon Cavalry Imperial Guard, you were the weakest among us, and eldest brother took the greatest care of you. Yet in the end, you got everyone in the squad killed. You want to kill us now? Do you truly have no guilt in your heart? Chu Xiongwang slowly stepped forward and coldly replied. Every man for himself. Heaven and earth destroy those who hesitate. A treasure that allows one to reach the heavens in a single leap was right in front of me. If it were you, would you not also have been tempted? The leader's eyes instantly filled with rage. You betrayed us back then. But do you know who sent us the message that allowed us to find you? Chu Xiongwang clenched his teeth and furiously asked. Who was it? At that exact moment, taking advantage of the perfect opportunity, Chu Xiu slowly stepped forward. It was me. The moment Chu Xiongwang realized that the person who betrayed him was actually his own son, his anger exploded even further. He pointed at Chu Xiu and roared. You ungrateful bastard, do you even know what you have done? Doing this will destroy the entire Chu family. But Chu Xiu remained calm. You forced my hand. His expression turned ice cold. Do you know what crippling martial arts means to a martial artist? I do not want a life worse than death. Since someone has to die, it can only be all of you. The leader of the three men suddenly burst into loud laughter. Chu Xiongwang, you betrayed us back then, and now you have been betrayed by your own son. He laughed mockingly. This is karma. Chu Xiongwang's expression immediately changed. I was wrong that day, he hurriedly said. I am willing to bring out the treasure and share it with all of you. Can you let me go? The man standing behind the leader instantly grew furious. Second brother, use it already. But the leader raised his hand and stopped him. Slowly, he pulled a blade out from its sheath. This blade is called the Red Sleeve Blade. We three brothers gathered everything we had to obtain the second prince's forgiveness. His eyes filled with killing intent. By killing you today and taking back the treasure, we can return to the Dragon Cavalry Imperial Guard and stop living like hunted dogs. At that moment, Shenemo suddenly panicked. His face turned pale as fear filled his eyes. You three. I'm not part of the Chu family. Kill whoever you want. I'll take my leave now. But the leader coldly snorted. Those who flock together with jackals like Chu Xiongwang are no good either. He raised his blade. You will die all the same. At that moment, Chu Xiu calmly stepped forward. Three heroic men, I am already irreconcilable enemies with Chu Xiongwang. Furthermore, I understand the Chu family better than anyone and can help search for the treasure. He respectfully cupped his fists. I hope the three of you will spare my life. The leader glanced at him before nodding. Fine. We'll spare this kid for now. Then he turned his head and ordered. Fourth brother, go kill everyone else in the Chu family. His voice became terrifyingly cold. I want the entire Chu family buried with him. The fourth brother nodded and immediately stepped forward. The moment Chu Xiu's stepbrother and stepmother saw this, fear completely overtook their faces. His stepbrother's body trembled violently. What kind of situation is this? I was just about to become the family head. How did things suddenly turn out like this? But before he could even react, the fourth brother rushed forward at terrifying speed. Slash! In a single movement, his head separated from his body. Blood sprayed everywhere. Meanwhile, the leader directly charged toward Chu Xiongwang. His attack carried terrifying force. Chu Xiongwang barely managed to block it, and was pushed dozens of steps backward. When he lowered his eyes to look at his sword, his face instantly changed. Half of the blade had already shattered. Fear slowly appeared in his eyes, but before he could react, another attack came crashing toward him. This time, Chu Xiu barely dodged at the last second. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu quietly hid nearby, watching everything unfold. These two have cultivation bases above both Chu Xiu and Shinemo. Their chances of winning are extremely high. Soon, the leader and Chu Xiu clashed in an intense battle. Their swords collided violently again and again. But during the next exchange, crack! Chu Xiu's sword completely shattered. Yet at that moment, he suddenly swallowed a pill. Fresh blood immediately spilled out of his mouth. Then, pfft! He directly spat the blood toward the man's face. The moment the blood touched him, the man screamed in horror. It's the blood-melting divine poison of the Five Venom cult! The poison instantly entered his eyes. Without wasting time, Chu Xiu hurriedly swallowed an antidote pill. Then he struck out with a palm attack. Boom! His palm slammed directly into the man's chest. The leader coughed up blood and crashed heavily onto the ground, seriously wounded. Seeing this, the fourth brother rushed forward in panic. Big brother! Without hesitation, he immediately attacked Chu Xiu to protect him. Chu Xiu barely dodged the incoming strike. Then he suddenly shouted toward Shinemo. Family head Shin! If you have a trump card, use it now! If you don't take it out immediately, it'll be too late! Hearing this, Shinemo gritted his teeth. Blood was already dripping from the corner of his mouth. If that's the case, fine! In the next second, he unleashed a terrifying slash attack. A burst of spiritual energy erupted outward. The third man was blasted backward. Then, slash! In a single instant, his body was cut in half. He died on the spot. The fourth brother's face instantly turned pale. Impossible! His voice trembled. That's astral chi! How is that possible? Meanwhile, Shinemo lowered his gaze toward his half-broken sword. Thanks to the sword-stealing dagger eldest brother brought back from the Kunlun Sword Sect, but I don't know how many more times this thing can still be used. The remaining man immediately turned around and tried to flee. But Chu Xiu's expression became extremely ugly. No! I absolutely cannot let him go. If the Dragon Cavalry Imperial Guard finds out about this, I'm finished. Without hesitation, he rushed after him and attacked from behind. But the man noticed it in time and thrust his spear backward. Chu Xiu instantly grabbed the spear with one hand. Then he hurriedly signaled Shinemo. Now! Shinemo immediately understood. Without hesitation, he activated the dagger again. But this time, its target was both of them. Whoosh! The terrifying astral chi pierced straight through the fleeing man's chest, and continued forward, piercing directly through Chu Xiu's chest as well. A massive bloody hole exploded open in his chest. Chu Xiu's eyes widened in complete shock. Why? But before he could even finish speaking, his body collapsed heavily onto the ground. Shinemo slowly stepped forward. That is a supreme treasure. His eyes burned with greed. A treasure that even the second prince of Eastern Qi desires. He smiled coldly. I want it just the same. Inside his mind, greed surged endlessly. Perhaps with that treasure, I will no longer have to look up to my eldest brother. Instead, he will have to look up to me. But suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Knock, knock. Shinmo's face changed. Who is it? A calm voice replied. It's your father. Before Shinemo could react. Whoosh! 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 A hidden weapon suddenly exploded toward him. The attack came from the thousand mechanism hidden weapon, Thousand Leaf Palm. Standing in the shadows, Chu Xiu looked at him coldly. Goodbye, family head Shin. But at that exact moment, Shinemo quickly swung his sword and began destroying all of the incoming hidden weapons. Clang! 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 His expression darkened. The Thousand Leaf Palm? How could he possibly possess something like this? But he had no time to think. In the very next moment. Crack! His sword suddenly shattered. Shinmo's expression instantly changed. Oh no! Without hesitation, He gathered chi into 2 fingers and charged directly toward Chu Xiu at terrifying speed. "You're courting death!" But strangely, Chu Xiu stood completely still. He did not dodge, he simply stood there calmly, as if waiting to take the attack head-on. Seeing this, Shinemo was completely stunned. Why isn't he dodging? Then, a strange grin suddenly appeared on Chu Xiu's face. In the next instant, he activated Blue Dragon inside the sleeve. Shinmo's attack struck first. Bang! The strike landed directly on Chu Xiu's shoulder, instantly injuring it. Blood splattered. Yet Chu Xiu did not panic in the slightest. Because in the next moment, slash! His blade flashed like lightning. Before Shinemo could react, Chu Xiu's sword sliced cleanly across his neck. In one strike, Shinemo was beheaded. His head rolled across the ground. His body collapsed heavily beside it. Chu Xiu calmly wiped the blood from his blade and coldly said, "You were right." His eyes flickered with greed. "Everyone wants the supreme treasure." A faint smile formed on his lips. "And I want it just the same." After that, Chu Xiu walked toward the bodies of the 3 former Dragon Cavalry Imperial Guards. He crouched down and began searching them. "I need to gather the spoils and leave quickly." His eyes narrowed. "I can't stay in this commandery any longer." He searched every corpse carefully. Tokens, valuables, martial items, anything useful, he immediately took. Then another thought flashed through his mind. Next, that supreme treasure. Without wasting another second, Chu Xiu entered the Chu family mansion and began searching every corner. Every room. Every cabinet. Every hidden compartment. But no matter where he searched, he could not find it. He frowned deeply. "I found all the purple gold banknotes. But where would Chu Zhongwang hide the supreme treasure?" Then suddenly, his eyes lit up. Realization struck him. On his body, something this important would definitely be kept close. Without hesitation, Chu Xiu rushed back to the courtyard. After searching Chu Zhongwang's corpse, he finally found it. A small box. The supreme treasure was hidden inside. Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes. Then he glanced around at the countless corpses. "I still need to deal with the scene." He frowned slightly. Starting a fire probably won't work. It would only attract attention. After thinking for a moment, he immediately tore apart parts of his clothes and took out rope. Then he began rearranging swords, corpses, and battle marks. He deliberately manipulated the evidence, carefully creating a false picture. This way, it'll look like they all killed each other. After finishing everything, Chu Xiu tied a bundle over his shoulder and prepared to leave. "There's no time for more arrangements. I should leave first." His eyes narrowed. Hopefully this is enough to fool Shinmo's elder brother Shinbai. That man is the real trouble. Then, with a leap, Chu Xiu jumped over the courtyard wall and disappeared into the darkness of the night. The next day, the scene shifted north toward Mang Mountain. Near a hidden cave, Chu Xiu slowly stepped inside. After entering, he sat down and finally began checking the treasures he had obtained. The very first thing he looked at was the supreme treasure. He stared at the small box thoughtfully. "I'm carrying a heavy treasure and cannot trust anyone. Let's open this thing first." He narrowed his eyes. "This looks like the style of the Western Chu mechanisms. Luckily, I know how to open it." Without much effort, he unlocked the box. The moment it opened, he froze. Inside was an insect. A golden silkworm. Chu Xiu narrowed his eyes. A golden silkworm? Since this is a supreme treasure, it should have been mentioned in the original plot. Then suddenly, a bright light flashed in his eyes. Realization hit him. This is the miraculous goo insect refined by the moon worship cult of the Miao region. Born from the glazed Buddha bone of an eminent monk from the Great Illumination Temple, the only one of its kind in the entire world. The glazed gold silkworm goo. His breathing became slightly heavier. It can completely transform a person's body and bones. Then his expression became mocking. It seems Chu Zhongwang spent all these years trying to refine it using true qi. He scoffed. What a country bumpkin. High-grade treasures naturally require high-grade methods. Using true qi alone? Even after 100 years, it would still be useless. Without hesitation, Chu Xiu raised his blade. Slash! He directly cut open the center of his chest. Blood slowly flowed out. Suppressing the pain, he carefully pushed the golden silkworm into the wound. The moment it entered, the insect immediately burrowed inside. Pain surged through his body. Yet Chu Xiu endured it. He didn't even scream. Moments later, his wound slowly began healing on its own. Chu Xiu let out a slow breath. A smile finally appeared on his face. Rapid healing is merely a minor effect of the glazed gold silkworm goo. Its true power is the complete transformation of a martial artist's foundation. It can turn even trash into a peerless genius. His eyes darkened. However, it must be nourished with heart's blood. The goo shares a symbiotic relationship with its master. It can help me, but I still need to cultivate step by step. He shook his head. Chu Xiongwang fantasized that refining it would allow him to reach heaven in a single leap. He really overthought it. Then Chu Xiu pulled out several cultivation manuals. Just placing the goo near my heart has already pushed me to the peak of the blood condensation realm. Its effect truly isn't bad. He opened the books and began studying them. The accompanying blade technique is probably between the 4th and 5th transformation grades. The grade of the great abundant palm crippling hand is even higher. Then he noticed another small silver box. He picked it up. This seems to be a secret item, but it has already been opened. What's the point of carrying it around? Casually, he tossed his sword nearby. But suddenly, whoosh! The sword disappeared. Chu Xiu instantly froze. His eyes widened. The sword had somehow entered the silver box. He quickly picked it up and opened it. Inside, his sword had shrunk into a tiny size. Shock flashed across his face. This is actually a spatial secret box, with a mustard seed similar formation. Truly a rare and valuable item. Immediately, he placed all of his martial manuals inside. Then he closed his eyes. I'll go into seclusion for a while. First, to heal my injuries and break through to the innate realm. Second, to avoid attention. Shinemo is dead. Shinbai will definitely come. 7 days later, at the gates of the Shin family, Shinbai finally returned. An elder hurriedly ran toward him. Eldest young master! You've finally returned! Shinbai's face was ice cold. My younger brother is dead. His killing intent surged. Then why are all of you still alive? The moment those words landed, the elders immediately dropped to their knees in fear. Ye eldest young master! It truly has nothing to do with us. The family head insisted on personally going to the Chu family. We didn't dare stop him. Shinbai coldly replied. Take me to the body. And the crime scene. The elder quickly nodded, though fear still covered his face. A short while later, they arrived at the Chu family mansion. There, a constable named Qin greeted him. Sorry for the trouble, young Master Shin. Constable Qin respectfully replied. Young Master Shin is too polite. This is my duty. After that, he carefully began reinvestigating the bodies and the battlefield. Hours later, Constable Qin slowly stood up. His expression turned serious. Young Master Shin. The second young master's death is not as simple as it appears. His eyes narrowed. Someone staged this entire scene. Shinbai's expression instantly changed. Who? Constable Qin looked straight at him and spoke one name. Chu Xiu. Shinbai nodded and said to the constable, Please explain everything. The constable agreed and immediately began his analysis. The entire Chu family was wiped out, and the ones who carried out the massacre were these 3 people. Judging from the cocoon-like scars and cultivation marks on their hands, they all came from a military background. Based on my examination of the corpses and the testimonies of the servants from your noble household, the Chu family used the 5 poisons cult's blood-melting divine field to eliminate the strongest opponent. Meanwhile, the head of the Chu family, and another person died after being attacked by your younger brother's snake. Sinbai frowned and asked, "According to what you're saying, shouldn't my younger brother have perished together with those three?" The constable shook his head. "No. This is a carefully crafted illusion. There was another person present at the scene. Looking at the blood and the wounds on your younger brother's fingers, he should have used the king's meridian-serving sword finger technique. It struck someone, but not a single corpse here bears injuries matching that technique." Hearing this, Sinbai became visibly confused. The constable continued, "Therefore, another person must have been injured by the meridian-serving sword finger at that time. That individual was the one who created the illusion, making everyone believe they had all died together." Still puzzled, Sinbai pointed at the mangled remains and asked, "Then why is the head of Chu Xiu's corpse damaged so badly? It's almost impossible to recognize." After examining the body again, the constable replied, "Among all the corpses, only the supposed body of Chu Xiu has been completely destroyed and reduced to a bloody mess. That alone is highly suspicious. Furthermore, the servants of your noble mansion stated that Chu Xiu had only reached the blood condensation realm. However, this corpse's cultivation is far too weak, and it also appears to have used a spear." Sinbai immediately understood. "So he deliberately made us believe this corpse belonged to Chu Xiu?" "That's correct," the constable answered. Sinbai cupped his fists respectfully and said, "Many thanks, Constable Chin. I will immediately report this to the king and request that a full wanted warrant for Chu Xiu be issued throughout the commandery." Soon afterward, Chu Xiu's wanted posters were distributed everywhere, and an enormous reward was announced for anyone who could capture him. The news spread like wildfire, and people across the region stared at his portrait, determined to track him down no matter what. 3 months later, the scene shifted to northern Yen, inside Yenyang Prefecture. We finally saw Chu Xiu again. His appearance was pitiful, dressed like a poor wanderer, yet he still wore a satisfied smile on his face. 3 months. I've finally broken through to the innate realm. I've also cultivated the drizzling light red sleeve blade and the great abandoned prison grasp to the minor completion stage. After arriving at a certain place, he quietly muttered to himself, "This location is far away from Wei Commandery, and an ancient ruin will soon appear here." He walked inside, found a bath, and began washing himself. "I haven't contacted anyone from my past, including Hu Bao and Gao Bai. My identity shouldn't be exposed anytime soon. If everything goes according to plan, I should be able to re-enter Jianghu as nothing more than a wandering blood martial artist." After bathing and changing into clean clothes, Chu Xiu casually wandered through the streets. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a young man publicly confessing his love to a beautiful girl. Curious about the unusually large crowd gathered around them, Chu Xiu stopped to watch. The girl's name was Lin Sinyu, and the young man was presenting her with a precious black pearl that he had specially purchased from the Southern Sea. However, despite his efforts, the girl rejected him without hesitation. The man's name was Zhang Baichen. Curious, Chu Xiu turned to a nearby bystander and asked, "Is proposing in public a common custom in northern Yen? Everyone seems very open-minded." The man laughed. "Little brother, you're obviously not from Yenyang Prefecture, are you? The customs here are indeed quite open, but this isn't a marriage proposal. It's simply one-sided love that has caused quite a commotion." Chu Xiu asked again, "Is it because this lady comes from an extremely influential family and looks down on that man?" The bystander smiled and explained, "Her name is Lin Sinyu. Her family background is actually quite ordinary, but many people consider her the #1 beauty of Yenyang Prefecture. As for that man, he's Zhang Baichen, the second young master of the prestigious Zhang family. Unfortunately, he's nothing but a useless rich fool. His elder brother, on the other hand, is truly extraordinary, having joined one of the 7 great sects at a very young age. It's a pity that Zhang Baichen himself is such an idiot. No matter how desperately he pursues Lin Sinyu, she simply refuses to accept him." Chu Xiu quickly realized that the man making the confession was a complete fool, and the entire spectacle bored him. At that moment, Lin Sinyu firmly looked at Zhang Baichen and declared, Stop pestering me. I already have someone I like. Shocked, Zhang Baichen demanded. Who is he? Lin Sinyu glanced around until her eyes landed directly on Chu Xiu. She pointed straight at him, secretly thinking that this handsome blade martial artist might be enough to scare Zhang Baichen into giving up. Meanwhile, the bystander standing beside Chu Xiu whispered, Brother, you've been hiding this well. I didn't know you were involved with the #1 beauty of Yenyang Prefecture. Naturally, he had no idea that the girl was simply using Chu Xiu as an excuse. Lin Sinyu confidently walked over to him. Chu Xiu looked at her in confusion and asked, Do we know each other? She leaned close to his ear and quietly pleaded, Young master, please help me this once. I'll never forget your kindness. Then she turned toward Zhang Baichen and loudly announced, This is my boyfriend. From now on, stop bothering me. You may not care about your own reputation, but the Lin family certainly cares about ours. However, before anyone could react, Chu Xiu suddenly pulled his hand away from hers and slapped her hard across the face. The crisp sound echoed through the crowd. Everyone froze in absolute shock. Lin Sinyu fell onto the ground, staring at him with complete disbelief. Chu Xiu coldly said, I generally don't hit women. But for a snake-hearted woman like you, I won't hold back. You're being harassed by an idiot, so you decided to use me as your shield. Did you ever stop to think about how the local tyrant, the Zhang family, would treat me afterward? The surrounding spectators immediately agreed. That's right. This woman is truly vicious. Another person muttered, She really is shameless. At that moment, Zhang Baichen hurried over to help Lin Sinyu stand up. Then he pointed furiously at Chu Xiu and shouted, How dare you slap Sinyu? Are you looking for death? When the surrounding crowd witnessed his reaction, they became even more convinced that Zhang Baichen truly had no brains whatsoever. Without wasting another second, Zhang Baichen ordered his bodyguard, Take revenge for Sinyu. The bodyguard obeyed and quickly approached Chu Xiu. Kid, you have one last chance. Surrender peacefully, or you'll regret this for the rest of your life. The moment he finished speaking, he threw a punch straight at Chu Xiu. But Chu Xiu effortlessly caught his fist. Then, with a sharp twist, he snapped the man's arm. The bodyguard let out a blood-curdling scream from the unbearable pain before Chu Xiu kicked him away, sending him flying across the ground. When the spectators realized that Chu Xiu was actually an innate martial artist, every single one of them was stunned. Seeing his bodyguard defeated so easily, Zhang Baichen and Lin Sinyu turned pale with fear and immediately fled the scene. The bystander standing beside Chu Xiu anxiously warned him, Young master, the Zhang family is the local tyrant of Yenyang Prefecture, and you're completely alone. You'd better leave this place as quickly as possible. Chu Xiu calmly replied, Thank you for the reminder, but my business here isn't finished yet. Meanwhile, the injured bodyguard, clutching his broken arm, desperately begged, Young master, please forgive me. I failed to recognize your strength. I only ask that you spare my life. Chu Xiu looked at him indifferently. Do I look like someone who enjoys killing people? Relax. I won't kill you. Instead, take me to the Chang family. The bodyguard stared at him in complete astonishment. That's right. Chu Xiu continued. I have some business to discuss with your family head. The bodyguard was completely confused. He thought to himself, Is this man trying to get himself killed by walking straight into the Zhang family? After all, Zhang Baichen's father, Zhang Songling, was also an innate martial artist. Chu Xiu looked at him calmly and said, Did you hear what I just said? The frightened bodyguard quickly nodded and reluctantly agreed to lead Chu Xiu to the Zhang family. Soon, the scene shifted to the Zhang family estate. Zhang Baichen rushed into the residence in panic and ran straight to his father. Zhang Songling looked at him with confusion and asked, What are you doing here? Why are you so flustered? Weren't you supposed to be studying with your elder brother? Baichen hurriedly replied, Father, I did go to study, but I almost lost my life today. The moment he heard those words, Zhang Songling's expression turned serious. Who dared to attack you? Weren't you protected by Han Wei? His son immediately answered. That man is an innate martial artist. He crippled Han Wei with a single move. Hearing this, Zhang Songling became even more solemn. An innate martial artist? Is he an outsider? How dare someone act so recklessly within Yenyang Prefecture? Just then, Chu Xiu arrived at the Zhang family residence, accompanied by the injured bodyguard. The moment he entered, he smiled and said, The Zhang family head truly possesses great prestige. It seems that in all of Yenyang Prefecture, the Zhang family covers the sky with a single hand. Before Zhang Songling could respond, Zhang Baichen pointed at Chu Xiu and shouted, Father, that's him. He's the one who tried to kill me and crippled Han Wei. Zhang Songling glared at Chu Xiu. What audacity! How dare you harm a member of the Zhang family? And after that, you still had the nerve to walk into our estate so openly? Do you really think the Zhang family will let you leave alive? Ignoring the threats entirely, Chu Xiu calmly walked toward the family head and said, A broken arm can always be reattached. I didn't come here to fight. I came to discuss a business deal worth 100,000 taels of silver. Those words immediately caught Zhang Songling's attention. Very well, he replied. Tell me about it. Although Zhang Baichen continued shouting that he wanted revenge, his father completely ignored him. Chu Xiu explained. In a few days, Linzhou Commandery will hold a secret box auction. There's an item I want, but as someone who isn't from Linzhou, it would be inconvenient for me to participate directly. Therefore, I'd like to ask a local powerhouse like yourself to bid on my behalf. Once the matter is settled, you'll be generously rewarded. As he spoke, Chu Xiu took out a piece of purple gold and handed it to Zhang Songling. This is the deposit. After the transaction is completed, I'll pay an additional 20 taels of purple gold. The moment Zhang Songling held the purple gold in his hands, his heart trembled. 10 taels of purple gold are worth 100,000 taels of silver. Furthermore, purple gold isn't something an ordinary wandering martial artist could ever possess. Only major powers have access to it. This man's identity is definitely not simple. After a moment of thought, Zhang Songling agreed and asked for Chu Xiu's name. Without hesitation, Chu Xiu gave him a false identity. My name is Lin Yi. Having finished speaking, he turned around and left. Watching his departing figure, Zhang Songling muttered to himself. So he truly is an outsider. Zhang Baichen immediately protested again. But father, he hit me. I nearly died. His father silenced him with a stern glare. At that moment, Han Wei was questioned about what had happened. The bodyguard explained everything in detail from beginning to end. After hearing the full story, Zhang Songling grew furious, not at Chu Xiu, but at his own son. All of this happened because of Lin Xinyu. Stay away from that woman. She's only playing with you. You're an absolute fool. She's nothing but a femme fatale. Then he turned to Han Wei and ordered. However, this matter cannot simply be ignored. Go to the Wind Pavilion's Linzhou Commandery branch and spend whatever money is necessary to investigate this Lin Yi. Han Wei immediately accepted the order. Several days later, the day of the secret box auction finally arrived. Guests from every direction gathered at the venue, and the steward warmly welcomed everyone before officially opening the auction. The first few treasures included goods from the southern barbarians, and various middle-tier pills and cultivation items. Bidding quickly became intense. At one point, Zhang Songling quietly asked Chu Xiu whether he was interested in one of the displayed items. Chu Xiu silently recalled the events of the original storyline. I only know about a handful of treasures that will appear in this auction. I'll spend my money only on the items I know are truly valuable. Hours later, the object he had been waiting for finally appeared. It was a mysterious secret box said to have been created by the demonic Dao sect. The auctioneer announced, It is said that the cultivation techniques practiced by the demonic Dao sect revolve around blood and the extreme path of evil demons. Please bid with caution. Without hesitation, Chu Xiu instructed Zhang Songling. This is the box I want. The family head immediately raised the bid. However, a bald man seated nearby also entered the competition. The two continued increasing the price until the bald man finally turned around and looked directly at Zhang Songling. Are you trying to oppose the Black Tiger Gang? Have I ever offended you before? Hearing those words, Zhang Songling's expression changed. Gang leader Chao, please don't misunderstand. My second son's cultivation is progressing too slowly, so I merely wanted to try my luck in obtaining a demonic Dao cultivation technique. The bald man sneered. Fine then. Old Zhang, I won't make things difficult for you. For 100,000 taels of silver, I'll voluntarily withdraw. Zhang Songling glanced toward Chu Xiu before turning back to gang leader Chao. Very well. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu silently calculated the cost. The price of this secret box has exceeded my expectations. The 500,000 taels of silver I obtained from the Chu family have almost been completely spent. After the auction concluded, Zhang Songling informed him. According to the auction rules, the secret box will be delivered directly to the Zhang family residence tonight. Chu Xiu nodded. Very well. I'll come tonight with the remaining purple gold, collect the box, and complete our transaction. He thanked Zhang Songling and left while thinking, the most valuable item in this entire auction is already mine. There's no reason to stay and watch the rest. 2 hours later, Han Wei returned to the Zhang family with fresh intelligence. He immediately reported to Zhang Songling. I investigated through the Wind Pavilion. Lin Yi is a fake identity. Based on all the available information, he bears an astonishing resemblance to Chu Xiu. At that moment, Chu Xiu's true identity had effectively been uncovered. Han Wei continued. Chu Xiu is currently a wanted fugitive. Xin Bai, the eldest disciple of the Kunlun Sect, has been searching for him everywhere. Hearing this report, Zhang Songling was greatly shocked. Are you certain? Han Wei shook his head. Not completely. The wanted poster describes Chu Xiu as being in the blood condensation realm, while Lin Yi has already reached the innate realm. Therefore, the Wind Pavilion is only 80% certain. But even 80% certainty was enough to excite Zhang Songling. Han Wei suggested. Family head, perhaps we should report Chu Xiu's whereabouts to the Kunlun Sect. However, Zhang Songling shook his head. Wei Commandery and Northern Yen have always been hostile toward one another. More importantly, Lin Yi appears to have no backing whatsoever. A greedy smile slowly appeared on his face. The Chu family has already been annihilated. That means Chu Xiu most likely carries all of their wealth and assets with him. Taking those treasures for ourselves would be far more profitable than selling mere information. Han Wei hesitated. But for Chu Xiu to be hunted by the Kunlun Sect, he's probably no ordinary person. No matter how extraordinary he may be. Zhang Songling replied coldly. He's still only one man. Nevertheless, there's nothing wrong with being cautious. He immediately issued another order. Arrange for our people to remain hidden outside the estate. If anything goes wrong, they'll move in at my command. Han Wei nodded and left to prepare the ambush. That night, Chu Xiu returned to the Zhang family as promised. Smiling faintly, he said, One hand pays, the other hand delivers. That's the best kind of business. But instead of handing over the secret box, Zhang Songling firmly kept it in his own hands. Before you take this secret box, I'd like to have a conversation with young Master Lin, or should I say, young Master Chu Xiu, about the fact that you're a wanted man. In response, Chu Xiu quietly moved his hand toward the hilt of his sword. So, family head Zhang, are you planning to report me to the Kunlun Sect? I doubt they would dare come all the way to Northern Yen just to arrest someone. Zhang Songling smiled coldly. But what if I capture you myself and personally deliver you to the Kunlun Sect? Tell me, as one of the 7 great sects and 8 factions, how many benefits do you think they would reward me with? As soon as he finished speaking, he clapped his hands. That single signal summoned numerous hidden experts, who immediately surrounded Chu Xiu from every direction. Seeing himself encircled, Chu Xiu slowly drew his sword from its sheath and calmly declared, It seems the Zhang family head intends to settle this matter by force. After that, the Zhang family head spoke frankly. Look, I don't want to fight you. But young Master Chu, if you're willing to hand over something truly valuable in exchange for your life, then I can help you. I can suppress all news about you within Yan'an Prefecture, cover up your tracks, and ensure your safety. Chu Xiu looked at him calmly and replied, You already think I'm as good as dead, don't you? The family head laughed. Your entire family has already been wiped out. You're the only survivor left. That means all of the Chu family's wealth and property must be in your possession. Hand it over to me, and in return you'll keep your life. Chu Xiu smiled faintly. Family head Zhang, you certainly have quite an appetite. Aren't you afraid of choking? At those words, Zhang Songling also drew his sword and answered coldly. I admit that you're an innate martial artist. But do you really believe your background is powerful enough to make the Zhang family fear offending you? Unfortunately, you're nothing more than a stray dog. Sooner or later, the Kunlun Sword Sect will find you and kill you anyway. Chuckling softly, Chu Xiu responded. Wealth is merely a worldly possession. Only your life truly belongs to you. Unfortunately, you've failed to understand that simple truth. The instant he finished speaking, he launched an attack straight at the Zhang family head. Reacting quickly, Zhang Songling erected a defensive barrier and blocked the strike. However, the barrier failed to hold. Chu Xiu's attack shattered it with overwhelming force. Seeing this, Zhang Songling immediately shouted to his subordinates. All of you, attack together! The members of the Zhang family charged simultaneously. Chu Xiu turned around and rushed directly into the crowd. His sword flashed through the air as he struck down one man after another. Within moments, numerous enemies had already fallen beneath his blade. When Zhang Songling witnessed his clansmen being slaughtered so effortlessly, he could no longer endure the losses. He attacked Chu Xiu from behind with his own sword. But Chu Xiu calmly intercepted the incoming strike with his blade. The pressure forced Zhang Songling to grit his teeth as he struggled to overpower him. Then Chu Xiu suddenly pushed him backward, sending him stumbling several steps away. At that very moment, Hanwei launched a sneak attack from behind. Without even looking, Chu Xiu grabbed Hanwei's arm and coldly said, I already gave you one chance. You chose to waste it. With a violent twist, he broke Hanwei's arm once again. Immediately afterward, Chu Xiu slashed across his throat. Hanwei collapsed on the spot, dying instantly. Witnessing this terrifying scene, Zhang Baichen panicked and turned to flee. His father desperately shouted, Don't run! Come back! But before Baichen could escape, Chu Xiu appeared before him in an instant and seized him. At that moment, Zhang Songling was filled with regret. If I had known things would end like this, I never would have provoked this merciless monster. Swallowing his pride, he hurriedly pleaded, You can take the secret box. I'll compensate you for everything that happened today. I'll cover up this entire incident and make sure no one ever learns about it. Just spare my son. Chu Xiu looked at him without the slightest emotion. Do you think someone can rob me of my own belongings and still walk away unharmed? There's no turning back now. As soon as he finished speaking, his sword flashed. In a single strike, he severed Zhang Baichen's head. The young master's body collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. Seeing his son die before his eyes, Zhang Songling exploded with rage. He immediately charged at Chu Xiu with his sword raised high. But compared to Chu Xiu, he was far too weak. Chu Xiu effortlessly blocked the attack, seized Zhang Songling's arm, twisted his body, and in one clean motion cut him down with his blade. The Zhang family head fell dead instantly. The remaining members of the Zhang family completely lost their courage. Terrified, they abandoned the battlefield and fled in every direction. Afterward, Chu Xiu walked over to Zhang Songling's corpse and calmly retrieved the secret box from his body. Looking down at the dead family head, he quietly muttered, Why did you have to choose this path? Just then, another group of people arrived. The leader stepped forward and shouted, How dare you commit such a heinous crime in Yan'an Prefecture? Do you really think there's no one here capable of stopping you? Chu Xiu turned toward the newcomer and asked, And who exactly are you? Someone answered, That is Tao Zhongwang, a member of the Tao family from Shiqing Prefecture and a practitioner of the mountain-cleaving blade. Chu Xiu replied without hesitation. My grudge was only with the Jiang family. It was purely a personal matter. I have no desire to make enemies of everyone else in Yanyang Prefecture. However, Tao Shongwang coldly responded. The Jiang family is one of Shiqing Prefecture's affiliated forces. Do you think you can slaughter them and simply walk away without consequences? Hearing that, Chu Xiu merely smiled. I see. The next instant, he unleashed a sword strike directly at Tao Shongwang. Caught off guard, Tao Shongwang barely managed to block the attack. Even so, the overwhelming force drove him backward across the ground. His sword trembled violently under the pressure until cracks spread across the blade. Then, with a loud snap, the weapon shattered into pieces. Chu Xiu calmly sheathed his own sword and asked, Is that explanation sufficient for you? The once arrogant Tao Zhongwang immediately lowered his head like an obedient servant and respectfully replied, Please, go ahead. With that, Chu Xiu leisurely walked out of the Jiang family estate. None of the people who had gathered to stop him dared stand in his path. One after another, they stepped aside and opened a road for him. After leaving the estate, Chu Xiu arrived at a quiet and secluded place. There, he finally opened the secret box. A brilliant light burst forth from within, illuminating the surroundings. Smiling with satisfaction, Chu Xiu murmured, Although it took some effort, I still managed to get my hands on it. A faint smile spread across his face as he gazed at the treasure inside. After that, Chu Xiu looked at the secret box and thought to himself, The secret transformation cultivation technique of the ancient demonic Tao, the major art known as the Blood River. Once one chi piercing the sun and moon condenses killing intent, it can draw upon the boundless spiritual energy of heaven and earth and erupt with limitless power. My next destination should be Mount Liang. The ancient ruin is about to appear there. The following day, the Zhang family estate was shrouded in mourning. At that moment, the Zhang family's eldest son, Zhang Baitao, returned home. As he stepped inside, he called out, Father! Baichen! I'm back! However, the moment he saw the funeral atmosphere and the grieving servants throughout the residence, he froze in shock. What happened? Who died? A member of the Zhang family hurried over and said, Eldest young master, you've finally returned. The family head and the second young master have both been killed. Zhang Baitao's face instantly darkened. Who did this? The servant answered without hesitation. It was Chu Xiu. His strength was terrifying. He killed the family head, and even the blood condensation realm martial artists of the Zhang family were no match for him. Tao Zhongwang also tried to stop him, but Chu Xiu forced him back with a single slash. The moment Zhang Baitao heard Chu Xiu's name, overwhelming rage filled his heart. He swung his sword violently, splitting apart a nearby burning ceremonial pot. Where did Chu Xiu go? The servant quickly replied. Someone saw him heading toward Mount Liang. Zhang Baitao thought to himself, if even Tao Zhongwang was forced back, my chances of defeating Chu Xiu are extremely slim. Should I simply return to the sect for secluded cultivation? No, absolutely not. Suddenly, an idea crossed his mind. That's right. I can seek help from the young villa master of Ji Villa, Nidonglu, one of the 6 great gangs. Their soaring clouds and spreading rain techniques are famous for punishing evil and eradicating demons. Perhaps he'll be willing to help me. The servant hesitated before saying, Eldest young master, Nidonglu is ranked 6th on the Dragon and Tiger list, one of the 3 great rankings alongside the Wind and Cloud list and the Supreme Dream list. The Dragon and Tiger list represents the strongest martial artists under 40 years old and carries enormous prestige. Will you really be able to invite someone like him? Zhang Baitao answered confidently. I'll give it a try. He should still show some respect to the Beast Sword sect. The scene then shifted to Ji Villa. There, Nidonglu personally welcomed Zhang Baitao. Brother Zhang, welcome. It has been many years since we last met after you joined the Beast Sword sect. How is Elder Chun, your master? Zhang Baitao returned the greeting. My master is doing well. Young Villa Master, I've come this time to ask you for a favor. If you're willing to help me, I, Zhang Baitao, will be endlessly grateful and will gladly serve you like a horse. Nai Donglu smiled politely. Brother Zhang, please have a seat. If you're facing difficulties, just tell me. If it's within my power to help, I certainly won't refuse. Afterward, Zhang Baitao explained the entire situation from beginning to end. When he finished, Nai Donglu fell into deep thought before replying. Brother Zhang, rest assured, I'm willing to help. However, as you can see, there are many matters requiring my attention at the villa. How about this? I'll give you my answer tomorrow. Zhang Baitao agreed, thanked him, and left. That very night, Nai Donglu ordered a complete investigation into the matter. Before long, one of his subordinates arrived carrying a detailed report. Young Villa Master, these are the investigation results concerning the Zhang family, including intelligence obtained from Wind Pavilion. After reading the documents, Nai Donglu shook his head and said, A man whose greed knows no bounds is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Those old fools of the Zhang family tried to steal another man's treasure, and ended up being killed instead. His servant cautiously asked, Does that mean Juyi Villa won't involve itself in Zhang Baitao's affairs? Of course not, Nai Donglu replied. Does he think Juyi Villa exists just to clean up the messes created by people like him? The servant nodded. I understand. Then I'll send Zhang Baitao away immediately. But Nai Donglu stopped him. You're mistaken. His connection with the Beast Sword sect is still valuable. However, Juyi Villa cannot openly assist him. Go and invite Zhang Baitao to tonight's banquet. I'll introduce him to a few friends instead. The next day, the banquet was held. Nai Donglu invited several distinguished guests, and Zhang Baitao was also present. He introduced everyone one by one. This is Zhang Baitao, the personal disciple of Beast Sword Sect Elderchen, and these three are the life-snatching twin spears, Xinggu, the Cold Mountain Sword Li Feng, and the chief escort of the Hui Escort Agency, Lu Yunfei. He then continued, Brother John has encountered some difficulties and has come to Juyi Villa seeking assistance. Unfortunately, the villa has too many responsibilities at the moment. I wonder whether the three of you would be willing to help him instead. Afterward, Nai Donglu explained the entire situation to everyone. When he finished, Zhang Baitao stood up, clasped his hands respectfully, and declared, If the three of you are willing to help, I'll offer part of my resources as an inner disciple of the Beast Sword sect as a token of gratitude. The moment they heard that offer, the three immediately became interested. We won't refuse. My escort agency is willing to assist the young hero. We'll help track down Chu Xiu. Seeing this, Nai Donglu secretly smiled to himself. Excellent. Lu Yunfei and those two troublemakers are always coming to Juyi Villa looking for opportunities. This is the perfect chance to send them elsewhere. The scene then shifted to Liyang town. There, Chu Xiu sat peacefully at a table, leisurely drinking while quietly observing his surroundings. He thought to himself, ever since the strange phenomenon appeared at Mount Liyang a few days ago, countless martial artists have been gathering here to test their luck. Just then, the group led by Zhang Baitao arrived carrying their weapons. Chu Xiu noticed them immediately but continued drinking as though nothing had happened. Even so, he sensed the overwhelming killing intent radiating from the approaching innate realm martial artists. Whether they're targeting me or not, I should strike first and seize the initiative. With that thought, Chu Xiu slowly drew his sword. Before making his move, he casually threw the wine cup in his hand toward one of the attackers. The man instinctively raised his weapon and smashed the cup apart. But at that exact moment, Chu Xiu unleashed one chi piercing the sun and moon. His sword flashed toward one of his enemies with astonishing speed. The target barely managed to block the strike and was blasted upward by the impact. Without giving anyone time to react, Chu Xiu stepped forward and cut another opponent down with a single attack. The man died instantly. His companion stood frozen in disbelief, completely dumbfounded. He muttered in horror, Lu Qifeng died just like that. At the same time, Zhang Baitao's heart sank. No wonder father and Baichen were killed. Chu Xiu's strength is absolutely terrifying. Suppressing his fear, Zhang Baitao charged forward and roared, The hatred for murdering my father can never be erased, Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu answered coldly. If it can never be erased, then I'll send you to reunite with your dead father right now. The two swords collided head-on. However, Chu Xiu's power was overwhelmingly superior. The impact blasted Zhang Baitao backward, smashing him straight through the wooden wall into the neighboring room. He landed heavily on the ground and immediately coughed up blood. Looking at his remaining companions, he shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Attack! Don't forget what you promised in front of the young villa master earlier!" Hearing those words, the two surviving fighters clenched their teeth. That's right. We absolutely can't bear the shame of betraying our promise before Nai Donglu. With their resolve strengthened, both men rushed forward together and launched a coordinated assault against Chu Xiu. Now all three enemies charge at Chu Xiu at the same time, launching a relentless assault from every direction. Chu Xiu immediately steadies himself, and prepares to fight back once again. Even with his incredible strength, facing three skilled opponents at once forces him onto the defensive. Under the constant barrage of attacks, he's gradually pushed backward into a corner. The young master sees the opening, and his eyes light up. This is the perfect chance! Without wasting a second, he lunges forward with his sword, aiming straight for Chu Xiu's heart. But Chu Xiu calmly raises his own blade, blocks the strike, and sends the young master stumbling backward. Before Chu Xiu can counterattack, the second assassin rushes in with another deadly slash. Chu Xiu barely dodges it by the narrowest margin. Immediately afterward, the third attacker joins the assault. Clang! Their swords collide as Chu Xiu blocks the incoming attack with his own weapon. Seeing Chu Xiu trapped in the corner, the young master laughs arrogantly. Chu Xiu, you're dead meat! At that moment, Chu Xiu suddenly unleashes his technique. One chi piercing the rainbow, a terrifying burst of sword energy erupts outward, forcing all three enemies several steps backward. However, during the exchange, one attack still lands on Chu Xiu. Blood sprays from his mouth. Even while injured, he desperately blocks another incoming strike with his sword. But before he can recover, another slash crashes into his chest. The immense force sends him flying straight through a wall, smashing the doorway apart as he crashes outside. The three attackers rush to the opening and look outside. Chu Xiu is already fleeing. The young master's expression twists with rage. He escaped! All three immediately chase after him. However, the moment the third attacker steps outside, he suddenly realizes something is wrong. Chu Xiu never ran away. He had been hiding beside the broken wall, patiently waiting for the perfect opportunity. The instant the third man lowers his guard, Chu Xiu explodes forward. The assassin's eyes widen. He wasn't running? Before he can react, Chu Xiu grabs his arm. Using the great abundant palm grappling hand, he violently twists it. Crack! The arm bends at an impossible angle. The man screams in agony. Chu Xiu immediately grabs his neck, twists. Crack! His neck snaps instantly. The assassin dies on the spot. Seeing one of his companions killed so effortlessly, the young master freezes in disbelief. What's going on? Chu Xiu doesn't answer. Instead, he immediately activates another martial technique. Blue Dragon inside the sleeve. A powerful burst of energy shoots directly toward the young master. The young master hurriedly raises his sword to defend himself. Crack! His sword shatters into pieces. The remaining force slices across his chest, leaving behind a deep, bloody wound. Panicking, he shouts toward his last companion. Attack him! Buy me some time while I prepare the thunder-pattern shocking finger. But the remaining assassin has already lost all courage. Terrified beyond reason, he turns around and runs for his life. Seeing this, the young master curses furiously. You cowardly bastard! Unfortunately, he doesn't even get the chance to finish speaking. Chu Xiu suddenly appears in front of him. With lightning-fast speed, he grabs the young master's finger. Crack! He snaps it in half. The young master lets out an agonizing scream. Looking straight into his terrified eyes, Chu Xiu coldly says, Go reunite with your father and your brother. No need to thank me. The next moment, his sword flashes. Slash! The blade tears straight through the young master's chest. With that single strike, the young master's life comes to an end. Meanwhile, the last surviving assassin continues running through the crowded streets. The surrounding spectators finally realize what has happened. One person exclaims, "Cold Mountain Blade Li Chi Feng, and the life-snatching twins. They're all dead, even that martial artist from the Ba Shan sect has been killed." Another person stares in shock. Who is this young man? He's unbelievably powerful, and completely ruthless. Among the crowd, an experienced martial artist quietly watches everything. After observing the entire battle, he murmurs, "He killed a disciple of one of the 7 sects and 8 factions this easily. This young man is definitely no ordinary person." The last assassin frantically swings his sword while fleeing. "Everyone get the hell out of my way!" As he slashes wildly, his sword is about to strike a young woman standing nearby. Just then, a mysterious man suddenly steps between them. Clang! He blocks the sword with his own weapon. The impact instantly shatters the assassin's blade. The assassin stares in complete disbelief. He opens his mouth to curse, but before a single word can come out, Chu Xiu silently appears behind him. His sword is already resting against the man's neck. Chu Xiu calmly says, "Time to hit the road." Slash! The assassin's head falls as his body collapses lifelessly onto the ground. Afterward, Chu Xiu thanks the mysterious man for stepping in. The man simply smiles. "No need to thank me. With your strength, he never would have escaped anyway." Curious, he asks, "By the way, why were they trying to kill you?" Chu Xiu slowly returns his sword to its sheath before answering. "I wiped out an entire martial artist family's lineage. Grudges and favors should always be settled. Naturally, their remaining family wanted revenge." After saying that, Chu Xiu hands the inn owner a bundle of silver to compensate for all the damage caused during the fight. The inn owner is overjoyed. Watching everything, the mysterious man silently thinks. Decisive in killing, yet clear about debts and gratitude. Not bad at all. He then walks over and politely greets Chu Xiu. "I wonder if I could invite young master to share a drink with me. My name is Lu Fengxing, from Yuyang in Western Yen. Feng as in blossom. Xing as in flourishing." Chu Xiu nods politely. Chu Xiu. Chu as in beginning. Sui, as in all things eventually come to an end. The moment he hears that name, Chu Xiu can't help thinking to himself, after transmigrating into this world for so long, I've finally met someone from the original storyline. One of the major figures destined to shake the entire world, the future inheritor of the demon god, the jade-faced Marquis. Lu Fengxing. I absolutely have to become friends with him. Some time later, Chu Xiu and Lu Fengxing were sitting inside an inn, enjoying a drink together while Chu Xiu poured the wine. Lu Fengxing looked at Chu Xiu and said, "I heard people say that a great treasure appeared at Mount Luzhu. But after going up the mountain myself, I found absolutely nothing. I wonder if it was just a rumor." While serving the drinks, Chu Xiu calmly replied, "No rush. Once the people from the 7 sects and the 8 factions arrive, it will be about time." Lu Fengxing nodded. That indeed makes sense. At the same time, Chu Xiu thought to himself, this assassination matter is most likely related to Nai Dongwe, the young villa master of Ji Villa. Otherwise it would have been very difficult for Zhao Baitao to gather 3 capable experts so quickly. According to the original plot, the next thing that happens is Lu Fengxing getting scammed by Nai Dongwe. Just then, a man suddenly rushed into the room. The moment he spotted Lu Fengxing, his face lit up with joy because he had been searching for him all along. The man immediately dropped to his knees and pleaded, "Please save the Chen family." Lu Fengxing recognized him. "This man's name is Chen Tong?" he asked. "Weren't you traveling overseas? Why are you here? What exactly happened to the Chen family? Speak without worry. If there's any way I can help, I absolutely won't refuse." Qin quickly explained. It's like this. Some time ago, my Qin family bought a batch of defective secret boxes. Unexpectedly, one of them contained a 6 transformation speed medicine, the purple leaf dogwood. Unfortunately, the servants accidentally leaked the news. As a result, the 3 mountain sect, the Black Tiger Gang, and the Yu family all want to snatch it away. Fortunately, they're all wary of one another, so none of them have made a move yet. Lu Fengxin comforted him. Rest assured. I may not be able to help you eliminate those 3 factions, but I can certainly protect the Qin family. Qin immediately clasped his hands together respectfully. There is no need for Big Brother Lu to take action personally. I only beg you to make a trip to Ji Villa and ask young Master Nai Dongwei to step forward. As long as he says a single word, this matter will be resolved. The moment Lu Fengxin heard the name Ji Villa, he fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Chu Xiu quietly drank his wine while thinking. So this really is the incident where Lu Fengxin gets deceived by Nai Dongwei in the original story. Chu Xiu then looked at Qin and asked, Brother Qin, why don't you simply invite Nai Dongwei yourself? Qin sighed. My Qin family is only a small family. My father is our only innate realm expert, and he cannot leave. However, Big Brother Lu has a great reputation throughout Western Yen. Nai Dongwei will definitely show you respect. As Qin spoke, Chu Xiu secretly winked at Lu Fengxin, giving him a meaningful glance. Understanding the hint, Lu Fengxin smiled. Brother Qin, since those 3 factions won't make a move for now, stay here for 1 day. After I finish handling my business, I'll personally come find you. Qin gratefully replied. All right. Thank you very much, Big Brother Lu. After Qin left, Lu Fengxin turned toward Chu Xiu. Brother Chu, that look you gave me, did you notice something? Chu Xiu nodded. Brother Lu, this matter is probably not as simple as it appears. 3 factions are all fighting over the treasure. If they truly couldn't protect it, they should simply hand it over instead of dragging you into this mess. Furthermore, asking you to visit Ji Villa means they get the benefits while you're the one who owes Nai Dongwei a favor. I think it's better to cut ties with such calculating friends. Hearing Chu Xiu's analysis, Lu Fengxin also became thoughtful. After a moment he replied, It's normal for someone not to want to hand over a treasure after obtaining it. Besides, I can also afford to owe Ji Villa a favor, Chu Xiu calmly answered. Ji Villa isn't that simple. Most of the people who tried to kill me before were actually backed by Nai Dongwei. If one day he casually asked you to help him kill someone like that, would you do it? Those words made Lu Fengxin fall into even deeper thought. Chu Xiu continued. So-called loyalty is mostly unreliable. The only thing that truly exists is profit. Let me handle this matter. You can also use this opportunity to see whether Qin truly wants your help, or whether he's simply trying to use you. Lu Fengxin smiled slightly. You just said only profit matters. Are you helping for profit too? Chu Xiu answered honestly. That's right. I also want the 6 transformation speed medicine, the purple leaf dogwood. If Qin has no hidden motives, I'll help him. If he does, then we'll simply divide the purple leaf dogwood equally. What do you think? Lu Fengxin nodded. All right. Qin and I have only known each other through acquaintances. If he truly intends to use me, then there's no need for me to be polite. Chu Xiu smiled. Then listen to my arrangements. The scene then shifted. Chu Xiu and Lu Fengxin met Qin once again. Qin hurried over and asked, Big Brother Lu, have you finished handling everything on your side? Before Lu Fengxin could answer, Chu Xiu smiled. Rest assured, brother. My name is Chu Xiu. Brother Lu and I have decided to join forces and help your family together. There's no need to go and beg Nai Dongwei anymore. Qin was stunned. Brother Chu, wouldn't it be better to ask Ji Villa for help? Those 3 great forces together have nearly 10 innate realm experts. They're not opponents to be underestimated. Chu Xiu laughed. Merely 10 innate realm experts? Brother Lu and I can wipe them all out with ease. Lu Fengxin nodded confidently. That's right. Let's go. Hearing the confidence in their voices, Chintong finally agreed. Then I'll trouble you both. A short while later, they arrived at the Qin family residence in Linzhou Commandery, Fujian Prefecture. Inside the main hall, several people were discussing the situation. The elderly man seated at the head was the Qin family head, Qin Yunzue. He silently thought, I wonder whether Chintong negotiated successfully. If we can hand the treasure over to Juyi Villa, we'll still gain some benefits. But if it's snatched away by force, we'll lose everything for nothing. Just then, a servant hurried inside. Master! The young master has returned. He also brought back 2 innate realm experts. The Qin family head's eyes immediately lit up. It seems he succeeded. Hurry, welcome them. He personally walked outside to greet them. With such a trivial matter, we've troubled 2 outstanding talents from Juyi Villa. This old man truly feels ashamed. Chu Xiu smiled. This trivial matter shouldn't trouble Juyi Villa at all. That's exactly why the 2 of us came instead. Chintong then introduced them. This is my good friend, the little Marquis Lu Fingxin. And this is Big Brother Lu's good friend, young hero Chu. The Qin family head was visibly surprised. For the 2 of you to personally come help my Qin family, this old man is endlessly grateful. However, I still feel it would be safer to invite Juyi Villa. Chu Xiu's expression turned cold. Family head Qin, what exactly do you mean by that? Brother Lu and I came here out of goodwill to lend a hand, yet you seem rather unwilling to accept our kindness. Inside, the Qin family head frowned. That idiot Chintong. Instead of inviting Juyi Villa, what kind of people did he bring back? However, he quickly forced a smile. Young Master Chu must be joking. Since that's the case, then I'll trouble both young heroes. Chu Xiu nodded. Very good. Brother Lu and I have already planned everything. Since the 3 factions are keeping each other in check, we'll simply break that balance. However, before that, we need to borrow the purple leaf dogwood for a moment. The Qin family head was startled. What does young hero Chu intend to use it for? Chu Xiu answered. Without enough profit, those 3 factions won't attack one another. If you don't trust me, do you not trust Brother Lu either? Lu Fingxin stepped forward. Family head Qin, if you're uncertain about my character, you may ask Brother Qin yourself. The Qin family head quickly shook his head. Of course, that's not what I meant. He then secretly gave one of his servants a meaningful glance. Go and bring the purple leaf dogwood. A short while later, the servant returned carrying the precious medicine and handed it over to the family head. The family head then said, This is, after all, my Qin family's matter. I can't simply let the 2 young heroes take action alone. Chintong, you should accompany them and assist however you can. Chu Xiu merely smiled. Meanwhile, Lu Fingxin thought to himself, This family head Qin really doesn't trust us. Chu Xiu then spoke again. I've never seen a 6 transformation speed medicine before. I wonder if family head Qin would be willing to broaden my horizons. Family head Qin smiled apologetically. Letting you see it naturally isn't a problem. However, the purple leaf dogwood possesses very unusual medicinal properties. Once it's opened, a large portion of its medicinal essence will quickly dissipate. I'm currently searching for someone who can preserve it properly. Chu Xiu nodded. In that case, forget it. Tell us about the strength of those 3 factions instead. Chintong immediately explained. Among the 3 forces, the 3 mountain sect has 3 innate realm experts. The Yu family has 2. The strongest of them all is the Black Tiger Gang. Their gang leader, Chao Dehai, is at the 8th level of the innate realm. They also have 2 vice gang leaders in the innate realm, along with thousands of gang members. The moment Chu Xiu heard the name Chao Dehai, he immediately remembered the man he had encountered overseas. So the Black Tiger Gang. Their gang leader fought me over the secret box before. Without another word, Chu Xiu stood up. If that's the case, then take us to the Black Tiger Gang first. Soon afterward, the 3 of them arrived at the Black Tiger Gang headquarters. The gang leader sat proudly on his chair and sneered. What is the meaning of this, Qin family? You found 2 innate realm experts, and now you think you can walk sideways in the city? At that moment, Chu Xiu stepped forward. Gang leader Chao, don't you recognize me? The instant Chao Dehai saw Chu Xiu, his expression completely changed. You're Chu Xiu, the one who annihilated the Jian family? Chu Xiu chuckled. Oh? Has my reputation already spread this far? Chao Dehai narrowed his eyes. What exactly is your purpose in coming here? Are you planning to stand up for the Chen family? Chu Xiu smiled indifferently. Of course not. The Chen family can't even protect the purple leaf dogwood themselves. So why should I protect it for them? The moment Chen Tong heard those words, he was completely stunned.